Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The Abundant Pharmacist starting from Danmachi. Part 1. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was blurry black rock. He wanted to move his body, but only felt restraint and pain. What's going on? It hurts so much. Where is this? I just went to the bathroom. Did someone knock me out? As the pain in his head eased slightly, the boy hurriedly shook his head to clear his mind while beginning to examine his surroundings. What kind of hellhole is this? I'm never coming abroad again. Looking up, he saw a dark and damp room. Though it was called a room, it looked more like a prison cell carved out of a mountain tunnel. The uneven rocky floor was scattered with a few clumps of dry hay, and the only light source was outside the stone wall, which was enclosed by iron bars. Watching the light flicker unsteadily, it was likely from a torch. Looking down in the dim light, he saw he was wearing nothing but rags, his hands and feet bound by thick hemp rope, leaving him unable to move. Various signs converged into a possibility in the boy's mind. No way, did I get kidnapped? This, what do I do? The boy fell into a panic and subconsciously began to twist his body and struggle, but it was clearly all in vain. The sound of his struggling soon attracted the attention of someone in the unseen part of the room. Don't waste your energy. You're just an ordinary person without a blessing, how could you possibly untie ropes like this? Better save your strength and think about how to fill your stomach for the next meal so you can live a few more days. An aged voice sounded from nearby, startling the boy who was trying to find a way to break free. He subconsciously looked toward where the voice came from, and with decent eyesight, he saw a figure that had almost blended into the surrounding environment. If he didn't look closely, he really wouldn't have seen him. This is a living person. Having a living person in such a dire environment made the boy very happy, but he suddenly realized that the other person didn't seem to be speaking any language he knew, yet he could understand the meaning. But on second thought, these things were irrelevant to the current situation. Who are you, and where is this? The boy cautiously asked back in Chinese. He was prepared for the other person not to understand and was mentally preparing other greetings, but to his surprise, the person on the other side could actually understand him. Me. Just an unlucky guy caught in the crossfire. As for this place, kid, you can only blame your bad luck. To be caught here at this age, your life is completely over. Those from Evelis are all extremely cruel. The old man's voice sounded weak and powerless. Clearly, he had been here for quite a while, and the long-term imprisonment had pushed him to his limit. His answer left the boy with a blank expression. What the hell? Evelis. What is that? A terrorist organization? Where did this land me? Is this still my home country? Do tourist spots have terrorists these days? Even so, why pick him to kidnap? Various questions flooded his brain, and a sense of fear washed over him, making his hair stand on end. After 10 seconds of mental shutdown, the quiet environment allowed the boy's reason to regain control. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, intending to ask for more specific information to soothe the fear welling up inside him. Old man, were you kidnapped too? Also, what is Evelis? Is it an organization? You kid, no way. You don't even know about Evelis. Are you not a resident of Orario? Orario. Evelis. Why does that sound so familiar? Holy crap, this place is the dungeon. The boy was stunned. Don't you know it? Did you get hit in the head when you were brought here? Ignoring the old man's teasing, the boy was still in a state of confusion. I transmigrated. He had just graduated from college and intended to make a name for himself, only to have his venture cut short before it even began. Or did some great god take a liking to him and bring him to another world to make his mark? Why did he suddenly feel a bit excited thinking about that? His name was Xian, a fresh liberal arts graduate, just an ordinary person. The only thing his friends and family really knew him for was his foreign-sounding name. Before this, he was full of enthusiasm, about to step into society. To celebrate graduation, his roommates pooled the money they earned from part-time jobs during the holidays to sign up for an international tour, intending to have one last trip before going their separate ways. Unexpectedly, while visiting a famous tourist attraction, he went to the bathroom, suddenly felt dizzy, and when he woke up, he was here. He thought he had been kidnapped by some foreign terrorists, but it turned out to be a transmigration. Wait, isn't that worse? I'm afraid the hope of me going home is a bit slim, huh? The boy was dumbfounded. The old man next to him, who had been watching the boy's face shift from excitement to blankness, immediately lost the bit of interest he had just developed. He had thought he could chat with this kid before he died so he wouldn't die alone, but who would have thought he was an idiot? Sigh, this world is truly harmful. Unable to care about the old man's feelings, Shion was currently organizing the reality of his situation in his mind. First, according to what the old man just said, this should be the world of the Japanese anime. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? The story is about a boy named Bel Cronell in another world who leaves his hometown, comes to the city of Warario to become an adventurer, grows stronger in the monster-filled dungeon, and seeks encounters. Setting other information aside for now, what was useful to him right now was: in this world where gods walk with humans and create groups to live together, at this very moment, he was likely imprisoned by a familia of a dark god, like the Rudra familia or another. Now, never mind starting a new life, even his personal safety couldn't be guaranteed. Isn't this just a disastrous start? Why is transmigrating now so full of hardship? Shion was numb. Everything happening now directly negated the first step of his plan to start a new life, joining a god's familia, receiving a god's blessing, and becoming a ranked adventurer. The current situation is that if he wants to leave this hellhole, he needs to receive a blessing and become an adventurer with extraordinary power. And to receive a blessing, he at least needs to find a god willing to accept him, but the prerequisite for doing that is leaving this hellhole. Great, the logic is circular. This is total bullshit. Fire burned in Shion's eyes, a sense of grievance welling up, and he began to move his body incessantly. Seeing this, the old man sighed helplessly. Sigh, he looks pretty stupid. No, I've already transmigrated, where is my cheat? System, old man, or whatever else, can you say something? Suddenly thinking of the key point, the boy stopped struggling. And just as he was calling out in his mind, a message suddenly popped up on his retina. Loading progress. 99%. Aha, I really am the chosen one. This is the vibe. Not bad at all. Hurry up and finish loading, my system. To reach the pinnacle of life, it's just 1% away. Confirming that the data before him wasn't a hallucination, Shion was overjoyed and stopped struggling. He was going to conserve his energy, wait for the system to finish loading, start his path of counterattack to go home, and then teach these members of Evolus who caught him a lesson. Just as he was fantasizing about his bright future life. As time passed, something seemed wrong. No, just move a little. More than half a day passed. Shion, already thirsty and hungry, stared at the data with bloodshot eyes, but it really didn't move at all. This won't do. If it keeps going like this, I'm going to die first. Thinking this, the boy turned his head to observe left and right, wanting to find something to eat, but obviously, he was disappointed. The only thing in this hellhole he felt he could chew was probably the hay under his butt. Forced by necessity, he finally remembered the old man next to him. Old man, help a brother out, do you have anything to eat? Yo, kid, not acting crazy anymore. I told you to save your strength, but you wouldn't listen. Hungry now. Serves you right. After saying that, the voice disappeared. Shion had no choice. He understood that his previous behavior had made the old man think he was an idiot, but he was starving now, so he continued to lower his posture. Old man, it's just that I have a little issue with my body. Please, as a big person, don't hold a grudge against a small person like me. Can you be kind and spare me a bite? The old man across from him heard the boy's explanation in such humble pleading. Being an ordinary person, his heart softened. He's a pitiful kid after all, he thought to himself, and then spoke up. Seeing that you're pitiful, I'll tell you, there's only one meal a day here. Looking at the time, it should be coming soon, so hang in there. Also, keep a low profile when they come later. If you don't want to lose your life, don't shout indiscriminately. After saying that, the old man didn't speak again, he had done all he could. What he didn't expect, however, was that the kid across from him replied. I see. Thanks, old man. If I can get out, I'll definitely repay you. The boy thanked him as if it were etched in his DNA, and at the same time gave his promise. This felt very strange to the old man, the kid was actually quite polite. But he didn't think too much about it. Just like that, time passed minute by minute. Just as Shion was about to chew on grass roots from hunger, a voice came from the corridor outside the door. He, trash, it's time to eat. Everyone, wait obediently for me. Hearing this, for Shion at this moment, it was like hearing the sound of heaven. He struggled to wiggle his body and crawled toward the iron bars. Finally, as the footsteps were about to reach him, he finally crawled to the door. Breathing a sigh of relief, he strictly followed the old man's advice, keeping his mouth shut and acting like a weak piece of trash. Finally, a large man wrapped entirely in black cloth, carrying a wooden bucket and revealing only a pair of fierce eyes, appeared in his line of sight and walked toward him. When he came within less than a meter of Xian, the boy looked up at him and curled his dry lips into a feigned, ingratiating smile. This behavior greatly satisfied the masked brute. You're quite sensible, kid. I'll reward you with a mouthful of food. As he spoke, the brute used a wooden ladle to scoop out a portion of food from the bucket and poured it onto the ground next to him through the iron bars. Xian stared at the food on the ground for a moment, then leaned down and began to eat it greedily. In an instant, the foul stench and strange taste assaulted his taste buds, making him want to spit it out, but the hunger in his gut forced him to swallow it down. He lowered his head and ate in large mouthfuls, so no one could see his face at that moment. Very good. Since you're eating with such gusto, I'll reward you with another ladle. Saying this, the brute, very pleased with Xian's behavior, scooped another ladle of food and poured it over the boy's head. He then turned and left, satisfied. The boy's movements froze. If anyone had seen his expression then, they would have noticed that his gaze could kill. But he knew that anger was meaningless right now, he needed to ensure his own survival first. However, to his surprise, an ominous sound came from the old man's cell next door. Yo, old geezer, you're still alive. What, do you want something to eat? Sir, please have mercy, give me something to eat. Old geezer, at your age, giving you food is just a waste. To protect you lot, how many of our people have been killed by those women from the Estrella familia? You still have the nerve to lick my boots and beg for food. You want to eat, huh? There's no food, but I still have my fists. Let me treat you to a taste of those. The cruel man, filled with pent-up rage, raised his sandbag-sized fist. Ah, spare me, sir. Then, the sound of flesh being struck came from next door. Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes nearly burst with rage. That old man had been listless when he first spoke to him, he was clearly already very weak. And even if that brute wasn't an adventurer with a blessing, his muscular build showed he had great strength. If he took a few punches, he'd likely be beaten to death on the spot. This old man was the only person here who had ever helped him. For a moment, the conscience of a hot-blooded youth from a peaceful era took over his heart, causing him to shout out involuntarily. Stop it. Don't hurt the old man. After shouting, his brain instantly cooled down, and his heart turned icy cold, leaving only one thought. It's over. Sure enough, as the shout echoed, the noise opposite him stopped for a few seconds, followed by footsteps that grew closer and closer. The black-clad brute reappeared in his line of sight. This time, he opened the iron door and walked in. I underestimated you. I thought you were a little coward, but it turns out you're a man with a sense of justice. But, kid, you don't seem to understand how to read the room. So, Uncle will give you a free lesson today to save up some experience for your next life. Hearing this, Xian's heart sank. Next, all he felt was pain, the excruciating pain of bones being shattered. It forced him to let out the most agonizing scream of his life. Ah! Ha ha ha, that sounds lovely. Louder. The boy's screams only fueled the brute's twisted desires, making his attacks increasingly ruthless. He loathed the sense of justice the boy displayed, which was just like those fools. Soon, Xian was beaten to the point where he was breathing more out than in. In a daze, he felt like he was about to die. Why couldn't I hold my tongue? Why did I end up here? Why hasn't my cheat appeared yet? Why? He could no longer feel pain. At this moment, something inside him shattered. I hate this so much. I won't let you off even as a ghost. In the final moment before losing consciousness, the boy was still cursing. Looking at the unconscious Xian, the brute had no intention of stopping. He wanted to finish what he said and kill this kid who dared to stir up trouble like those fools from the Estrella familia. There were plenty of people here anyway, the captain wouldn't say anything if he killed one or two. However, just as the brute was about to continue, an explosion in the distance made him stop. What's going on? The long days of hiding like a rat had trained his nerves to be very sharp. He quickly ran out of the cell and looked in the direction of the explosion. Soon, a few companions arrived. Retreat quickly. It's those women from the Estrella familia. This hideout has been discovered. Hearing this, the brute turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. Although he cursed loudly, he knew better than anyone what would happen if he were too slow and encountered those women. He hadn't had enough fun yet. Inside the cell, Xian, whom he had left for dead, began to undergo a certain change. Host's vital signs detected as weak. Requesting forced deployment. Denied. Lacking critical energy. Unable to deploy. Adopting backup plan. Utilizing minimum energy consumption to protect the host's heart pulse. Approved. Energy limited. Maximum duration, 48 hours. As a burst of data flashed across his retina, a surge of energy appeared out of thin air within the boy's body, protecting his heart, which was about to stop beating, and preserving his last spark of life. Fortunately, a few minutes later, a green figure came speeding toward them. After discovering survivors in these cells, the figure stopped. She brandished a wooden-like weapon and easily cleaved through the iron cell. Seeing the unconscious body on the ground, Ryu Lion stepped forward quickly, lifted the old man's body, and began to chant. At this moment, the song of the distant forest, the melody of life from the past. Please bestow the mercy of healing upon those who seek you. Noah Heal, activate. As magic gathered in her hand, it transformed into green healing waves and was channeled into the old man, who still had breath. 2 seconds later, the old man opened his eyes. You are. Don't speak, it's all right now. We are the Estrella Familia, and we've come to rescue you. Ryu's healing magic ended, and she laid the old man back on the ground, cautioning him. But the old man didn't listen, instead, he continued to speak tremblingly. The child next to me, please save him. He's dying because he tried to save me. At this moment, how he hoped that the kind child opposite him would survive. Hearing this, Ryu froze, then immediately rushed to the next cell, where she saw Xian, who was on the verge of death. She hurried forward to check his condition, only to find that he had multiple fractures and ruptured internal organs, and his breath was as thin as a thread. In such a condition, her healing magic was no longer effective. Without the slightest hesitation, she took the only bottle of elixir from her pack for this mission and fed it to Xian. A few seconds later, watching his breathing gradually strengthen, the elf girl breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, stinky elf. That was the only life-saving medicine for this expedition. What do you mean by using it on this kid of unknown origin without everyone's consent? A pleasant but unfriendly voice came from behind. But listening to the tone, rather than cherishing the medicine, it sounded more like she was deliberately picking a fight with the elf girl. Hearing this, Ryu turned to look at her rival and answered firmly. A human life is at stake. I believe that even if the captain were here, she would definitely agree. Furthermore, this boy ended up like this because he saved that old man. His character speaks for itself, so Kagaya, your questioning doesn't hold water. HMPH, stinky elf, talk is cheap. If anything goes wrong with this mission, I'll be the first not to let you off. The bickering beauty was dressed in a kimono and carried a katana. She looked like a beautiful girl from the Far East. I'm ready anytime. Ryu was not to be outdone. She understood her rival's personality all too well. She had specifically chosen to be in her group just to annoy her. It's time to go. You carry the old man, and I'll carry him. Huh, that old man. Why don't you carry him? Don't you dislike this child? I like him now, is that not allowed? In the end, Ryu chose not to argue further. She picked up the old man, and the two of them, each carrying one, quickly left the place to rendezvous with the main group. On Kagaya's back, Xian's body gradually improved. External healing ability detected. Terminating backup plan. Switching to guiding energy to repair the host's body. Approved. Conserving energy. Waiting for the right moment to deploy. Half a day later, the Estrella Familia concluded the expedition and returned to Orario with a large group of abducted people. This incident once again shocked all of Orario, and the reputation of the Estrella Familia soared even higher. In contrast, the arrogance of the Evolus was struck down once again, which brought a moment of relative stability to the situation in Orario. After handing over all the rescued people to the Adventurer Guild for proper arrangements, Elise Lovell, as the captain, finally left the Adventurer Guild with a smile. Looking around at her companions, just as she was about to share some encouraging news, she suddenly noticed a problem with her sharp eyes. Kagaya, what's the situation with the child on your back? Is he an acquaintance of yours? Hearing this, Kagaya, who was looking at Ryu with an unhappy expression, pursed her lips. She was still brooding over her choice to lose to Ryu this time, blaming herself for being brainless and only thinking about tripping her up without considering the consequences. You'll have to ask our noble-hearted elf lady about that. She used that one and only bottle of elixir on this kid. In other words, the kid on my back is currently worth half the income of our expedition. Do you think I should hand him over to the Adventurer Guild? My dear Captain. Hearing this, not only Elise but the rest of the members were stunned. Elise stepped forward and came to Ryu. Ryu, why? Although she didn't mind using expensive medicine to save lives, as the captain, the person in charge of the familia right after the goddess, she had to be responsible for the entire group. Regarding something as precious as an elixir, necessary questioning in such special circumstances was required. That boy was severely beaten by that scum for trying to save an old man. When I arrived, he was already dying, and my magic didn't work, so I used it. Captain, you all understand, right? Seeing everyone's eyes turn toward her, the righteous Ryu said firmly, although she did feel a bit guilty inside at that moment. Hearing this, the tension among the group eased, and Elise smiled. Oh, so you're saying he's a child with justice in his heart. Well then, we'll leave this matter for the goddess to decide when we get back. However, Ryu, your remuneration for the next period will be halved and confiscated. No problem, right? This was said both to Ryu and the other members. Hearing the captain's decision, everyone didn't have much objection. Hearing this, Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone didn't blame her, it was fine. As for the halved remuneration, for an elf like her, it was only a little painful. Yes, Captain. No problem. Elise saw that the others had no objections. Good. Then I declare this operation a complete success. Let's head back to the base. Oh. Returning to their base, the group voluntarily organized a celebration to relieve the stress after their battle. In the evening, unlike the ordinary members who had already rested, Captain Elise brought a group of executives to invite her own deity, the ancient goddess of justice and order, Estrella. The beautiful goddess possessed an exquisite, naturally sculpted face and a perfect figure. Her long, supple brown hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, accentuating her dignified and elegant posture. Her eyes, as clear as a lake and shimmering with a faint blue light, held the wisdom and compassion of a deity. Although she had sealed her divine power, every gesture still carried the majesty of a god, and her constant smile never made one feel estranged. Arriving at the room where Xion was placed, Estrella paused upon seeing the unconscious boy on the bed. Lady Estrella, this is the child who used up the elixir. I mean, if we can't recruit him into the familia, we should just have him do some odd jobs to pay off his debt. Captain Elise talked on with her eyes closed, completely missing the smile gradually spreading across her goddess's face. For this little one who seemed to have suffered so much, she, overflowing with a sense of justice, wanted to keep him. After all, Orario was not peaceful right now. If this little one were to just go out, he might die in some corner at any moment. However, what happened next was somewhat unexpected. Well done, Ryu Lion. Thank you for the praise. Lady Estrella. Ryu Lion, suddenly called out, answered instinctively, then realized, her goddess had praised her. For a moment, the Tsunere elf was stunned, mixed with a touch of shyness and joy. This also left the others stunned. What was going on? Why was Lady Estrella suddenly so happy? Could it be, the brat on the bed? Only Captain Elise seemed to have sensed something. Lady Estrella, could it be? That's right. I won't be mistaken. This child, although a bit old, possesses great talent, and he has a brilliant heart of justice. Congratulations, you have gained another cute little brother. At these words, everyone was shocked. You have to know, the last person to receive such an evaluation from their goddess was the captain herself. Ignoring their exclamations, Estrella stepped closer to Xion and instructed, Ryu Lion, come and help. Ah, yes, my goddess. Recovering from her daze, Ryu Lion immediately realized what her goddess intended to do. She hurried forward, took off Xion's tattered shirt to reveal his somewhat emaciated body, and turned him over. Seeing this, everyone's heart tightened. This child, it seems he had a very rough time before. The more they pitied the child now, the more they loathed the scum who had kidnapped them. Wait, Lady Estrella, shouldn't we consider the child's own opinion? Elise spoke up suddenly, causing the goddess to stop her hand, which was stroking his emaciated back. It wasn't that she didn't want a new member for their group, rather, as their familia was synonymous with justice in Orario, the practice of making someone a member without their permission went against their beliefs. And this was a question their goddess had clearly considered as well. It's rare to meet a child so compatible with our familia. I truly cannot bear to let him go, but you are not wrong. The goddess looked at her familia captain and gave her an approving smile. So I have decided to let him become one of us first. If he truly doesn't want to stay here after he wakes up, I will erase his fauna and set him free. How about that? Besides, look at his current physical condition, the fauna ritual can also help improve his body. The goddess's words made everyone nod involuntarily. As a familia representing justice in Orario, they would not do anything unjust. Although the elixir had generally repaired his injuries, a body that had been long deprived could not be easily nursed back to health. Next, without further hesitation, Estrella took the fine needle handed to her by Elise, pricked her right index finger, and let a drop of divine blood fall onto the boy's back. It dissolved upon contact, leaving no trace, and then his back began to emit a soft glow. Perhaps nourished by the divine blood, the boy's body seemed to become less bony. Estrella placed her hands over the boy's back, divine characters appeared, and the contract was gradually established. The boy's withered body began to show improvement under the nourishment of the divine blood. While it couldn't immediately turn him into a normal, healthy child, it did shorten the time needed to reach that state. Watching the divine characters take shape, the goddess wore a look of expected joy. At this moment, the familia known as Estrella had once again welcomed a new member. A moment later, everything returned to calm. Taking the paper handed over by Ryu Lion and imprinting Xion's status on it, the goddess said nothing, just smiled and handed it to Elise. This also caused the executives to gather around involuntarily. Xion LV. 1 Strength. I0 Endurance. I0 Dexterity. I0 Agility. I0 Magic. I0. Development Ability. None Magic. None. Skill. Clear Heart Fire. Mental negative effects are halved, and mental resistance is significantly increased. When adhering to the justice in one's heart, there is a chance for attributes to double, with the multiplier proportional to the intensity of the heart fire. Learning effects are doubled when studying abilities in fields of interest. Compared to other ordinary adventurers receiving Falna for the first time, he only had one extra skill, but the effects described made the executives present gasp in astonishment. Some even stole a few glances at their deity. Oh my god, Lady Estrella, are you sure this isn't some illegitimate child of yours or something? What kind of crazy skill is this? Could it be the ability of a protagonist from some hero novel? 3 effects. The first is uncontrolled, the second enhances strength, and the third is rapid growth. Is Orario going to change completely? But what followed was the tacit understanding in everyone's eyes. Elisa's mouth was grinning almost to the back of her head. She had decided that this child would be the familia's key focus in the future, and she would train him to be a qualified successor. So now, as captain, I declare that new member Xion's status is hereby classified as top secret for the familia. From now on, everyone will do their best to train him. Any objections? Most of them shook their heads, only Kagaya raised her hand to say she had something to say. I have no objections to his potential, but what kind of person he actually is, I'm afraid, remains to be seen. Hey, you. Hearing this, Ryu Lion was the first to protest. What a joke, could someone who was severely injured trying to save an old person and possessed such abilities be a bad person? Besides, he was still just a child. Don't talk back, Ryu Lion. This is a fact. That skill does mention justice, but let's be clear, that is, justice in the heart. What if, in his view, the justice in his heart is murder? We've seen such examples before. Once these words were spoken, Ryu Lion was left speechless. Although her words were unpleasant, they were not wrong when considering the interests of the familia. Everyone fell into deep thought. Then let's do this. Hide this skill for now and conduct a 1-month assessment. Let him go through your training, it's both teaching him experience and a test. How about that? As for the reason, we can tell him he needs to pay off the debt for the elixir. After a moment of thought, Elise, as captain, proposed the solution. No problem. This was accepted by all members, and everyone praised the captain's wisdom. Estrella watched her children discuss throughout the whole process with a smile. Stroking Xion's slightly emaciated sleeping face, at this moment, although surrounded by powerful enemies, she felt very happy. This was exactly what she pursued. As long as I have these children, surely. The next day. As his consciousness gradually returned, Xion opened his eyes. 2 thoughts followed one another. An unfamiliar ceiling. Did I transmigrate again? After being stunned for a few seconds, he struggled to sit up. His body, which had just shown some improvement, barely supported his movement. The near-death experience left his consciousness dull for a moment. It took nearly a minute for him to collect his scattered consciousness and turn his head to observe his surroundings. What met his eyes was a room that, while not necessarily luxurious, was very warmly furnished. Warm sunlight spilled into the room through the window, soothing his anxious heart. And he was currently lying on a large, soft bed in the center of the room. Exquisite silk wrapped around soft cotton made him feel a bit uncomfortable, as he had previously been keeping company with hay and stones. Lifting his hand, he noticed through the details that it was still his previous body. He clenched his small, very weak hands. Was I saved? Then here, where is this? While his consciousness was still troubled by these questions, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Then, what came into Xion's view was a golden-haired elf girl. Wearing close-fitting white armor, her crystalline arms were exposed, and she wore portable shorts. She was holding a tray with something resembling food. Her face was exquisite, yet devoid of expression. A pair of pointed ears, representing her status as an elf, were wrapped in pale golden long hair, visible only faintly. Upon entering, her gaze immediately turned to the bed where Xian was. Seeing the boy sitting up, the girl seemed taken aback for a moment. This scene, combined with the sunlight streaming in from the window, painted a beautiful picture that left the boy yearning. Holy crap, is this a goddess? The boy's muttering was heard completely by the elf girl, who had excellent hearing. A slight blush appeared on her face, and then she walked toward the boy as if nothing had happened. It's good that you're awake. Come, drink some of this, you need to replenish your strength now. Having taken care of many patients, the elf girl knew what the dazed child in front of her needed at this moment. While placing the tray on the nightstand and picking up a bowl of hot food similar to broth, she sat by the bed and explained in a crisp, pleasant voice. Excuse me, where is this? Before he could finish his sentence, a spoonful of broth was somewhat forcefully brought to his lips. He instinctively opened his mouth to drink it, which forced the rest of his sentence back into his stomach. His first reaction was that it was delicious, his second was that he was very hungry. It seemed to have special seasonings, and the salty sweet taste immediately ignited his appetite. Knowing that Xian had doubts, the girl continued to speak while feeding him. Fill your stomach first, and we'll talk about other things later. Don't worry, you are very safe now. Although the girl was expressionless, Xian could feel the care conveyed in her words. For a moment, he felt incredibly happy, as if he were in a dream. A girl as beautiful as a goddess was gently feeding him. Having been single his whole life for over 20 years, he had never seen such a scene and surrendered on the spot. A few minutes later, the girl put down the empty bowl. Looking at the boy's complexion on the bed, which was gradually becoming ruddy, she couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl up slightly. This moment was caught by Xian, and he felt his heart skip a beat irregularly. May I ask, what happened to the old gentleman who was in the cell next to me? Having observed for so long, Xian had already recognized the identity of the girl before him. She must be Ryu Lion. Combining this with the current rampant state of evilness that the old man mentioned earlier, he must be at the Estrella Familia headquarters now. He just hadn't expected it to be this timeline. This was the Familia that, years before the start of the anime story, had its members wiped out in an incident, leaving only the Ryu before him. The patron deity is the goddess Estrella, who represents justice and judgment. She is a being of absolute justice. Then, he probably didn't need to worry about his own safety anymore. Instead, it was the old man who had been locked up with him. There was a possibility he might have been overlooked, which was why he had asked that question. Meanwhile, upon hearing the young boy's first question be one of concern for the safety of the person she had saved, Ryu's gaze toward him became even softer. She gently set down the now empty bowl in her hand. Do not worry. The old gentleman has already returned home and is now safely reunited with his family. Hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief, a genuine smile appearing on his face. Is that so? That's wonderful. Seeing this sincere smile, the expression on the elf girl's face shifted slightly, and she said gently. You are currently at the Estrella Familia headquarters, and I am a member of the Familia, Ryu Lion. So, please rest here with peace of mind, no one will disturb you. Thank you, Miss Ryu. Just call me Xian. Thank you very much for saving me. If there's a chance, please let me repay you. This was a little scheme of Xian's. If possible, he wanted to use this to build a relationship with the people of this familia, and of course, it would be even better if he could join them. Don't tell him that this familia is destined for destruction and that this is a bad choice. Based on his speculation, in this Orario currently in the era known as the Dark Age, there were few places that could be called safe. Only the members of those top-tier, powerful familias would be a bit safer, but with him being a weakling who was skin and bones and practically useless, which familia would want him? You say to just be an ordinary person. Remember that the old gentleman was just an ordinary resident of Orario, right? And look at what happened to him. Besides, he had already come here, and there was such an obvious path to strengthen himself. Why would he choose to be an ordinary person? Didn't he know that in a world where individual absolute strength reigns supreme, weakness is the original sin? Therefore, what he needed to do now was to try every possible way to stay. But the girl didn't seem to catch his underlying meaning. There's no rush for any of that. For you right now, resting well is the most important thing. This afternoon, our captain will return to answer everything for you. Now, I need to leave for a moment. Alright, Miss Ryu. Thank you for the breakfast. Goodbye. Since the girl had things to do, Xian wouldn't say anything more. He knew this was their first meeting, saying too much would be counterproductive and might even invite resentment. Moreover, since his life had been saved by them, he couldn't bring himself to say anything to stop her. Goodbye. Before leaving the room, the elf girl carrying the tray took one last deep look at the boy on the bed. After closing the door, Ryu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her facial expressions became animated. She clutched her chest with one hand, internally regretting her previous decision. It turned out that just last night, she and several colleagues had played a game, and the loser would be responsible for taking care of the boy in the room today. At the time, Ryu thought the boy hadn't woken up yet, so she agreed. Otherwise, she, a pure elf, would never have been willing to take care of a member of the opposite romance, even if it killed her. Unsurprisingly, having been set up without her knowledge, she lost the game as expected. The biggest mastermind behind it was, of course, Kagaya, whom she had been thinking about. Thus, after finishing her morning training today, she came to check on him, bringing some food just in case he suddenly woke up. But who could have guessed it would be such a coincidence? The moment she opened the door and saw the boy awake, she had the urge to turn around and run away, but was stopped in her tracks by a single, unintentional murmur from the boy. In order not to tarnish the name of an Estrella Familia member, she bravely went in. Then, unsurprisingly, she was beaten black and blue by the boy's successive waves of sincere attacks. She almost lost her composure and ultimately had to flee in defeat. What should I do? He won't think I'm difficult to get along with and ignore me in the future, right? Ah. Ryu Lion, what have you done? While the girl outside the door was feeling anxious and uncertain, Xian finally had time to analyze his current situation. He clenched his somewhat withered hands and suddenly realized his body didn't seem to be the same as before. Picking up the small mirror on the table nearby, he looked at the familiar face inside and was momentarily caught in a dilemma. The face is definitely mine, but it's from when I was 15 or 16. What's going on? Transmigration. Time reversal. Just as he was utterly confused, he suddenly noticed a change in the message at the edge of his vision. The number on it had, at some point, changed from 99% to 100%. His expression shifted from shock to joy. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Xian focused his consciousness on it. He tapped it with his consciousness, and in an instant, it finally changed. System installation complete. Initialize. Suppressing his excitement, he tapped, yes, but the scene that followed left him stunned. In the center of his vision, something resembling a black hole appeared, and from it, an orange cat that could only be described as a sphere crawled out with some difficulty. After shaking off non-existent dust with its short little hands, this ball of fluff saw Xian with its big eyes and began to tear up. Better late than never. Honest and reliable, the Orange Cat Savior System reporting for duty. Host, I thought I would never see you again, woo woo woo. Huh, what is this thing? Looking at the fat orange cat that suddenly appeared in his vision, Xian was nothing but bewildered. What, are you? A system sprite? This was the only possibility he could think of. That's right, meow. Why are you only appearing now? I am very sorry, host. Because of my mistake, part of the startup energy was missing during the transmigration, which is why I couldn't meet you right away. I'm sorry, meow. So that was the reason. Remembering how he had waited and hoped in the prison cell, and even experienced the despair of being near death, and now being told it was just this guy's mistake. For a moment, Xian was filled with resentment, and several angry veins popped up on his head. He said through gritted teeth, then how can it be initialized now? The orange cat, chatting away in front of him, didn't notice his change in expression at all. It's because your body received a portion of energy replenishment. That is the ritual in this world called a blessing, the power belonging to the gods. I borrowed a tiny bit without affecting you, and thus gathered the energy to activate the system. What? You mean I already have a blessing? The useful information inadvertently revealed by the fat orange cat made his resentment vanish instantly, and he hurriedly asked nervously. What the heck, are gods fighting to stamp this thing? Although he was a bit happy, he thought, it wouldn't be a god of Evolus, would it? Wouldn't that be game over? The boy's heart jumped into his throat, but the orange cat's next words dispelled his fear. Yes. By monitoring your surroundings, the deity who bestowed the blessing upon you is the patron goddess of this familia, Estrella. The orange cat said with its eyes closed, sounding very certain. I see. That's great. Is my wonderful life starting in this way? Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he finally understood why Ryu was so gentle with him. So he was already her little junior familia member. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? Love it, love it. Alright, useless orange cat system, you can withdraw now. Don't disturb this master's counterattack life any further. Xian's body went limp as he leaned back against the bed frame, intending to imagine a wonderful future with Ryu. How can you say that, meow? The system I carry is very powerful, meow. The orange cat anxiously stepped onto his chest. Although it looked like a heavy lump, unexpectedly, he didn't feel much weight. Instead, the paw pads felt very comfortable. Then what use are you? Xian asked indifferently, wanting to see what other tricks this thing could pull, which had only provided him with a little information so far and was extremely unreliable in other aspects. Hearing him say this, the orange cat immediately looked happy and perked up. As a savior system dedicated to helping the host become stronger, my abilities are mainly in 3 aspects. First, digitizing and accurately displaying your various data so that you can accurately grasp your physical condition. As it spoke, a translucent screen appeared right in the center of Xian's retina. Before he could look closely, the orange cat continued. Second, collecting the constructive interference energy you cause to the world, helping you exchange for power that can make you stronger in the store. As it spoke, the screen switched, and an interface filled with numerous goods appeared before him. A rough glance showed it was mainly divided into 3 areas: equipment, items, and skills. Third, after collecting a certain amount of interference power, perform spatial teleportation to go to the next world. Of course, others include helping you with early warnings, guiding your training, providing companionship chat, and so on. That's it. That's it. The orange cat put its hands on its hips, looking proud, as if it had, "Come praise me," written on its face. But as a former veteran bookworm, how could Xian be satisfied with such system functions? How lame. There isn't even a check intermission system. I am very sorry, host. On one hand, this Meow brand system is just a novice in the system world. On the other hand, this system is dedicated to cultivating powerful beings across the heavens who possess true strength, not creating giant babies that wreak havoc on the world. Your so-called check-in rewards like divine items, in terms you can understand, are no different from putting a nuclear launch button into the hands of a child. It is a very irresponsible performance, meow. As a fine system that firmly maintains the multiverse order, this system sprite will absolutely not let the host go astray, meow. Therefore, please give up your fantasies and focus on working hard and becoming stronger steadily. Besides, who said I'm useless? Doesn't the host want to return to the original world? Xian didn't expect that he would one day be lectured by this unreliable fat cat, and the key was that he couldn't even refute it. Now that you mention it, it seems so. But didn't you send me here? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. The boy got angry at the thought of this and reached out his hands to grab the fat orange cat in front of him. But it dodged with some inexplicable agility. That's not it, host. When I found you, you were already dead. In order to protect your soul from being affected by death, I spent a large portion of energy. Oh, is that so? Yeah, right. Who would believe that? Xian grabbed at it again. Your current body is the best proof. To bring you back to life, my energy wasn't enough, so I had to borrow part of your vitality. That's why you have returned to the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old child, meow. The orange cat wasn't annoyed. While dodging, it continued to explain. And it's all recorded. If you don't believe me, I can play it for you to see. And regarding the vitality part, please don't worry. As you continue to grow stronger, there will be ways to replenish it, meow. Oh, is that so? Then I really have to thank you. Xian stopped grabbing, because he was tired, and also because he felt this guy's explanation was somewhat reasonable. Then back to the previous topic, you said I was already dead when you found me. What happened? According to my observations and deductions, you were accidentally injured by an armed robber in the restroom next door. At that time, there was an armed robbery in the women's restroom next to your stall. During the fight between the two sides, a firearm went off, and it happened to hit you in the head, meow. The boy didn't know how to complain anymore, he just felt how unlucky he was, actually transmigrating in such a way. Sure enough, foreign countries and the like are so dangerous. I'm never going again. Then, can I really go back? After having died once, being reminded of it now, he suddenly thought about how much he missed that place called home. Who could have imagined that a week ago, he would absolutely not have considered going home? A week ago, that was a place he absolutely wanted to escape from. Yes, host, I have already anchored the space-time coordinates of your hometown. As long as you reach the stellar level and accumulate enough interference energy, I can help you open the space-time gate to your hometown and bring you back to the moment you disappeared. So, you don't need to worry about things changing or people leaving. The orange cat revealed an expression that practically begged for praise. When you put it that way, it actually sounds useful. Fine. By the way, you're surprisingly easy to talk to. Are all system spirits like this nowadays? Only at this moment did Xian tentatively conclude that this so-called system was not some malicious entity. On the contrary, it had an aura of being weak and easily bullied. I'm not entirely sure either. It's just that this personality is a gift bestowed upon us by our great creator. Every one of us Orange Cat brand systems practices our mission with gratitude. The orange cat spirit lowered its head, and its two small paws unconsciously began to knead Xian like a kitten. I have to say, the pressure was just right, and it felt quite comfortable. What mission? Your so-called, cultivating true powerhouses. It should be said that it is to cultivate savior-type powerhouses who care about the world. After all, our creator is the supreme being who maintains the world. He created us to promote the harmonious development of the multiverse. Designing such a personality for us is likely also intended to ensure the character of every host. If it's a soul that even we don't approve of, it won't be contracted. Therefore, since you were able to be contracted by me, you can proudly say that you are a person with a sense of justice. The orange cat looked at Xian, its large, obsidian-like eyes filled with affirmation. Being told this by the chubby orange cat actually made Xian feel a bit flattered, but he quickly suppressed this emotion and began to address practical issues. You say it so dramatically, but what help can you actually give me right now? Surely you don't expect me to just stare at a panel. If so, your orange cat brand savior system is a bit too cheap. Naturally not. As a top student among orange cat brand system spirits, my professional capability is top-notch. The energy reserved for the host's first ability draw has been well preserved, meow. The cat looked proud. You can be a top student like this. Your faction's future is looking grim. Xian grumbled inwardly but continued to listen to its explanation seriously. After all, his future was at stake. This is the newbie gift pack for every host, and it is also the starting path to helping the host become stronger, drawing your first class. Oh, now we're talking. Hurry up and start. Upon hearing that there was such a good thing, the young man rubbed his hands together, his eyes lighting up. He was familiar with this trope, he had read plenty of such novels. Since it was a class, it should be reliable. This was the seed of becoming stronger. Of course. Newbie gift pack roulette, come out, meow. As the orange cat bowed towards the sky, something resembling a large roulette wheel appeared directly in front of Xian's vision. There were no words, the wheel was simply divided into colorful sections. The young man reached out and found his hand passed right through it. It wasn't a physical object, just a projection on his retina. Isn't it a bit too mysterious? It doesn't even show any text. He scratched his head and asked the question burning in his mind. Sorry, the text module seems to have been accidentally lost by me in the space-time turbulence. The young man had a mouthful of complaints he was itching to spit out, but after taking a few deep breaths of the fresh indoor air, he forcefully swallowed them down. He couldn't let such a trivial matter ruin his good fortune, so he put off teaching this guy a lesson and forced a smile instead. It's a small matter. It won't affect the effectiveness, right? Absolutely not, meow. The orange cat promised confidently. Then let's do it. Reveal my class. As the wheel spun, Xian's heart jumped into his throat. Gods preserve me, it has to be a cool class. My path to being an overpowered protagonist, answer me. Finally, under their tense gazes, the arrow spun 2.5 times and eventually landed on the section that appeared the greenest. Before he could even feel happy, his vision went black, then bright again. The next moment, he was in the vast universe. At this moment, the stars were twinkling, and a huge, slender, jade-like hand appeared in his field of vision. With long nails, it held a bundle of wheat. Before he could react to the familiarity of these hands, the jade hand flicked the wheat gently, and a drop of green liquid flew from the tip of the wheat towards Xian, merging into his body. He then felt the pulse of life. Unknowingly, this incredible life energy miraculously restored his body to the level of a normal person. The next moment, his consciousness returned to his body. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the class, Bounty Walker Apprentice. It's a healing type, meow. It's a super rare class, host. You've really hit the jackpot. The orange cat was dancing with joy on the side, its round belly wobbling, looking extremely cute. But in contrast, the young man's face turned ashen. It's over. Host. Xian. Class. Bounty Walker Apprentice. Status. Healthy. Skills. 1. Resilient body. Passive. The merciful medicus bestows the seed of abundance, providing the host with a continuous supply of abundant life force. It has the effects of extending life, immunity to all poisons, and rapid recovery of injuries the seed of abundance can develop. 2. Breath of abundance. By way of contact, transmit the life force within the body to the target, thereby achieving a healing effect. Temporarily generate a seed of life within the target to conduct long-distance healing. 3. Pharmacology mastery. Abundance is the principle of growth and rebirth for all things. Researching the way of life yields twice the result with half the effort. No, O my mother, O great medicus, O merciful medicus, you are a star god. Is this the extent of your responsiveness? This isn't the Honkai universe, and I didn't even pray to you. Xian felt like he could restart the game. Who chooses a healing at the start of an RPG? He wasn't a pro player, and besides, this healing might be a huge trap. Just being a bounty walker would be fine, but fool, that hand just now was definitely the hand of the medicus. A class bestowed directly by him, her. It reminded him of those Shenzhou natives. There seemed to be a debuff called Mara struck, right? This was a rhythm to play him to death. Host, what's wrong? This is a rare class. Why are you looking so gloomy? No, your savior is a healing. Huh, isn't it? As far as I know, there are quite a few heroes who are healing types, meow. And their achievements are generally very high. Are these heroes you're talking about decent? Quote question mark. Decent. What do you mean by decent? Never mind, I'm the one with the dirty mind. However, being bestowed power by that entity was ultimately not a good thing. This bestowed power of abundance still made him feel uneasy. Can I change it? The class? Not right now. Not to mention that there isn't enough interference value to purchase the power of refinement, and there isn't enough energy to initiate the next class selection. The cat looked helpless, spreading its furry paws to indicate it couldn't do anything, but it offered a different suggestion. Although I don't know what you are sad about, if you really don't like it, then just ignore it. Anyway, you can exchange interference value for other skills. Even if you don't upgrade the class, you can still become a powerhouse. Really? Of course, meow. The cat put its hands on its hips. A class doesn't represent everything. The shop, various systems within worlds, they can all make the host stronger, meow. Isn't the blessing of this world also a means of improvement? That's true. I was overthinking it. Sorry. Xian apologized. If you take a hit, you have to stand straight. This little thing's reminder was quite on point. It's best if you can understand, and I am also very happy to be a partner growing up with you, meow. Ha ha ha, I'm starting to like you, fatty orange. Xian wanted to hug this cute guy in front of him. Feeling that he had no hostility, the orange cat cooperated and let him do as he pleased. Warm, furry, soft, the touch was very good, instantly healing his soul. By the way, what does this interference value actually mean? It's exactly what it sounds like, meow. Every world has its own self-running historical laws of development, which is what is called the plot. The host participates in it by using events as units to interfere. Depending on the scale and nature of the interference, you will obtain or lose corresponding interference value, meow. It can also decrease. Yes. Because it is a savior system, positive interference increases interference value, while negative ones will correspondingly decrease it, meow. Then how is it defined? Xian asked again. Interference that is beneficial to the development of humanity in this world is positive. For example, helping survivors rebuild their homes in an apocalyptic world, or defeating the demon king in a hero world, saving characters with strong plot influence, or even something as small as helping an old lady cross the street. These all count, meow. So, just doing good deeds. You can understand it that way, meow. That's perfect. From now on, please call me the good guy hero. Lifting the orange cat high, Xian's anxious heart finally found a fulcrum. He didn't need to change himself, yet he could still make up for some things. This could be considered the best news right now. By the way, there is one more thing. Why can I understand what others are saying? Even though they aren't speaking Chinese, I can automatically identify the meaning in my mind. And when I speak Chinese, they can understand me too. Is this also your ability? Yes. As a system capable of traversing all worlds, language mastery is a necessary skill prepared for the host, so it wasn't listed. You can understand it as a passive skill. I see. Time passed in their idle chatter. At a certain point, when Xian was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling and imagining the future, a knock on the door sounded. Please come in. The young man said subconsciously, then suddenly realized what he had done and quickly sat up. The door that brought him his first encounter was opened again, and a beautiful red-haired girl walked in. Excuse me. One could hear happiness in her voice. She must be a sunny and cheerful girl. Her attire was similar to Ryu Lion's. Perhaps because she was at home, she was dressed somewhat lightly. What made Xian look at her in a new light was that, even though he only glanced, the weight on her chest was definitely much more than Ryu Lion's. How are you? Did you rest well? Xian noticed that she didn't notice the extra orange cat on the side at all, and he immediately understood. Thank you for your hospitality. I feel very good now. My name is Xian. May I ask your name? He really didn't know the name of the person in front of him. He had only watched the anime once. Being able to remember the main character and what the story was about was already quite an achievement in his opinion. As for this kind of background supporting character who didn't appear often, he only had a vague impression that her name was Xie something or other. Look at my memory. Hello, Xian, my name is Elise Lovell, I am the captain of the Estrella Familia. Ryu Lion should have told you this morning that I would be coming. Oh, so her name is Elise. I'm really sorry. After apologizing slightly in his heart, the young man showed a happy face. This smile was genuine. On one hand, she was his savior, and on the other, he was infected by her smile. Sister, thank you so much for helping us escape from that place. It's nothing. Helping the weak is the mission of our Estrella Familia. If you want to thank us, then just work hard to live on in your life from now on. The girl patted Xian's head. Even though the young man didn't really like it, he just accepted it. I will. Then, Xian, what are your plans for the future? Oh, have we finally reached the main topic? Xian expressed that he liked this feeling of being predetermined, but the surface work still had to be done. To be honest, I don't have any. My hometown is very far from here. I was knocked unconscious while out for a trip, and when I woke up again, I was already in that underground place. I don't even know how to go home or where my home is now. So that's it. That's why no relevant clues could be found in Orario. The red-haired girl understood. No wonder they hadn't been able to find any information about this child's background after searching for so long, to the point where they suspected that this boy might not be from Orario. How about joining our familia? To be honest, our goddess has already bestowed our mark and blessing upon you. This was a remedial measure because your body was too weak before. Though it's a bit embarrassing, would you consider it? The girl laid her cards on the table. She felt that in this situation, the chances of this child choosing to stay were very high. Is that really okay? Joining the Estrella Familia that you big sisters belong to? Ah, of course you can. You don't mind that we acted without permission. How could I mind something like that? The goddess granted me her blessing only to save me. I'm grateful, not angry. I would be very willing to join you. He was more than willing. This was a case of a willing victim. You're just too cute. The girl, who already had a good impression of Xian, was even more delighted upon hearing this and hugged the boy's head. This gave him a direct experience of being suffocated by her bosom, and he couldn't quite handle it. Miss Elise. What should you call me? Yes, Captain. Good boy. Since you've decided, get some rest for now. We'll hold a welcome party for you tonight. Captain, I'm fine now. I can move around. Don't push yourself. It's not like we don't know about your physical condition. The red-haired girl picked up one of Xian's arms, only to see that his skin was full, his complexion rosy, and the frailty of yesterday was completely gone. What on earth happened? I don't know. I just took a nap at noon, had a strange dream, and when I woke up, it was like this. What kind of strange dream? Can you describe it? The girl asked suspiciously. Could this phenomenon be? Well, it felt like I turned into a seed, sprouted, bloomed, and finally grew into a towering giant tree. I just felt my body was so warm and strong, with a stream of energy flowing through me. That's it. As he spoke, under Elisa's incredulous gaze, a cluster of emerald green light appeared in Xian's hand. In an instant, the surrounding wooden furniture actually began to sprout. This was the explanation he had agreed upon with the orange cat, a justification that could explain his sudden power. Is this life energy? Quick, stop it! The girl exclaimed. Xian, who hadn't expected this, hurriedly retracted the energy in his hand. The surrounding wooden furniture stopped growing after losing the source of energy. Is this what life energy is? Xian was also startled. For the first time, he had an understanding of materialized life force. Come on, let's go see the goddess together. Although I have some guesses about your situation, we still need her to confirm it personally. The girl suppressed the shock and excitement in her heart and said in a very gentle voice. Okay. Thus, the members of the Estrella Familia witnessed a somewhat incomprehensible scene. Their captain was holding the hand of a 16 or 17-year-old boy, hurrying past the others they met, looking anxious, and not even bothering with her usual cheerful greetings. A moment later, in Estrella's room, holding a freshly printed status sheet, the goddess fell into silence. Xian LV. 1 strength, I0 endurance, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I0 magic, I0 development abilities, none magic, breath of abundance skills, clear heart fire, hidden, resilient body, pharmacology mastery. So, you took a nap, and then you gained 2 skills and 1 magic. It seems that way, Estrella. He wasn't lying. Didn't he just suddenly have them after a nap? He just omitted the existence called the system, but he wasn't lying. Although her divinity was sealed, judging whether a mortal was lying was still easy for her as the goddess of justice. The boy's words indeed felt natural. It seems that's correct. It is indeed a rare awakening. It should be that your near-death body was stimulated by the elixir and divine blood, triggering the potential within. This is an opportunity even more precious than a grimoire. I can only say you got extremely lucky. Occasionally, such things happen. These earthly creatures sometimes awaken certain special abilities under specific circumstances. It seems this is the same. It's truly incredible. This further strengthened her determination to have him join her familia. And it's the extremely rare life-type healing. This is incredible. It belongs to the most essential category of healing, capable of directly transferring life force. This magic is already approaching the realm of miracles. Therefore, for the first time, a serious expression appeared on the face of the goddess of justice. Child, I will ask one more time. Are you truly willing to join our familia? Her expression was gentle as she asked directly, and the boy's answer did not disappoint her. Yes, Estrella. I hope to join this warm, big family. Good. Then, Elise, you know what to do, right? Of course, Estrella. I'll go prepare the party right away. Good. That night, the banquet was held as scheduled. As the main character, Xian was introduced to everyone by Elise. Everyone learned that they finally had a male member, and they couldn't be happier. After all, they didn't strictly require only female familia members, it was just that the suitable members they had found so far happened to be female. In fact, some had previously suggested that the familia needed to recruit some male members. But in this era of Warario, it was almost impossible to find a male member that the goddess would approve of. In a sense, the nearly harsh conditions made this idea almost stillborn. But who would have thought that a withered tree would bloom today? How could they not be happy? There were 11 members in the entire Estrella familia, all of whom were female. Although the number was small, they were all second-class adventurers, 9 at LV.3 and 2 at LV.2. The reason the number was so small lay in the goddess's almost harsh selection criteria. Talent was only secondary. The key was that members joining the familia must possess a heart of justice, this was the only hard requirement for entering the familia. It wasn't about skills, but about upholding the justice within one's heart. And this was something that only a very small number of people possessed in Orario, which had countless adventurers. Therefore, everyone was genuinely excited to have such a little brother. And when they learned that he was also a valuable talent with a rare healing skill, the way they looked at Xian was almost melting. Among them, only Ryu was a bit reserved, she was still brooding over her loss of composure that morning. Xian noticed it carefully, but he just thought that the other party didn't express her inner emotions because of the elf's poker face, so he didn't pay it any mind, planning to communicate slowly later. Anyway, there was plenty of time. He couldn't refuse everyone's kindness, but he didn't feel uncomfortable because those smiles were genuine, which also made him feel a warmth similar to a family. That night, Captain Elise took Xian to choose a room in the familia. Because there had been no male members before, there were many places inconvenient for him to go. So, after much thought, she designated the room Xian had rested in that morning as his living quarters. It was a room previously used for storing ordinary sundries, located in the middle of the members' rooms, which was also convenient for everyone to come in and take things. Xian also readily agreed. After all, that room was the place where his dream began. He felt this decision was quite good. Seeing that he was so understanding, Elise liked him even more. It must be said that perhaps because he had received an all-around boost after being baptized by the apothecary's life force, Xian's skin, which was enough to make women envious, his well-proportioned body, his sharp, short black hair, and those bright brown pupils, combined with his natural smile. The affinity he unconsciously radiated made Elise, who already had a good impression of him, like him more the more she looked at him. Alright, since the room is decided, go back and get a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the guild to register and, by the way, get you some supplies. After walking around, they came back to the door of that room. Elise handed the room key to Xian and said, Okay, Captain. Xian took the key and offered a sweet smile to the gentle captain. Good night. Unable to help herself, Elise stepped forward and hugged Xian. A second later, she let go, not wanting him to see her expression, and turned to leave. Good night. Xian was stunned for a long time and answered subconsciously. At the same time, his mind was thinking, is this a special etiquette in Orario? He hadn't seen it in the anime. Confused, he entered the room. Little did he know that Elise, not far away, was already blushing. She felt a bit annoyed and also a bit fortunate about her actions just now. At this moment, she was completely different from her usual cheerful and confident self. Lying on the bed, Xian didn't call out the orange cat, he just stared quietly at the ceiling. The tranquility of this moment allowed him to gradually grasp this sense of reality. The next day, before the sun had risen in the morning, Xian's room door was knocked on. Fortunately, he had gotten up early in anticipation of the next day's activities, otherwise, he would have been at a loss. He put on the clothes carefully prepared for him, a short shirt with a slim-fit jacket on top, silk pants similar to sweatpants on the bottom, and a pair of special wear-resistant shoes. This was the standard daily attire for an adventurer. It was casual but also allowed for easy access to weapons for combat when necessary. Opening the door, he went with the captain outside to the long table in the hall, which served as both a meeting table and a dining table. Converting the time, it should be around 6 in the morning, and several members were already enjoying breakfast at the table. As a small familia with few members, the Estrella familia still had its own rules. As the saying goes, a sparrow may be small but it has all the vital organs. To facilitate coordination of everyone's actions, there were necessary rules. For instance, during breakfast time, every familia member was on a rotation schedule to get up early on a certain day to prepare breakfast for everyone. Of course, except for a few whose cooking skills were hopeless, they would make up for it in other ways. It wasn't that they couldn't overcome it, but if they persisted, the entire familia would risk being wiped out by their own people. Today, the person in charge of breakfast was the Palam, Layla. Because of her special past experiences, she had learned the skills to take care of others early on, so the breakfast she made was quite palatable. To Xian, who had a picky palate, the bread and milk, while not necessarily delicious, at least had the taste they were supposed to have. Whether it was this breakfast or yesterday's banquet, Xian found that the entire familia's diet wasn't very good. In his view, compared to before he transmigrated, it was just at a level that could barely fill one's stomach. I should find an opportunity to improve it. After all, it's for the sake of my own stomach. He mentally had the orange cat add this idea to the memo. After finishing breakfast, Xian and the captain greeted the others and prepared to leave. Everyone responded enthusiastically. After eating, they also had their own things to do. Those who went adventuring, those who trained, and those who worked on their specialties worked on their specialties. Here, no one was idle. Walking out of the headquarters, Xian looked back, and only then did he clearly see the full view of his familia's headquarters for the first time. It wasn't very big overall, but it was decorated very exquisitely. It was an overall European-style building, giving a sense of a villa. In the center above the gate was a huge emblem, a pattern combining the scales and sword that symbolized the goddess of justice. This must be the emblem of their Estrella familia. Ah, this is your first time seeing the full view of the familia headquarters, isn't it? Noticing Xian's action, Elise tapped her own head lightly. She had actually forgotten about this. Yes, after all, I wasn't awake when I was brought here. Xian was a bit playful. After all, he had been carried here without knowing anything. Then let's add one more item. I'll take you around Orario. For the red-haired beauty's suggestion, Xian naturally agreed with both hands. To be honest, he also really wanted to visit this city, but he didn't mention it because he was concerned that Orario shouldn't be peaceful right now. But since the captain herself said it was no problem, he would respectfully accept. On the way, the two also chatted about the current situation in Orario. What shocked Xian was that, according to Elisa's account, the strongest Zeus familia and Hera familia were still in Orario at this time. Although they had been severely weakened due to the failure to subdue the dragon, they had not yet been driven out by the joint efforts of the Loki familia and Freya familia. So, this is 7 years before the start of the main story. The God's Return event, the Dark Period 7 Days of Death, and the Great Struggle have yet to begin. However, judging by the rampant nature of the Evolus, these events should be approaching soon. And there should be at least 2 years left before the plotline 5 years prior to the annihilation of the Estrella Familia. That should be enough time for him to develop. Thinking of this, Xian's gaze became resolute. Since he had time and channels, the only thing to do was to ramp up the intensity. Unfortunately for him, this was what he was best at. What did a young person of the new era lack? He still had that stubborn drive to push forward. While speaking, the two arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Similar to the anime in his memories, it was a large, Gothic-style building resembling a church. The entrance didn't have traditional doors, but rather two spring-loaded panels similar to the sensor-activated entrances of modern supermarkets, requiring one to push them open manually. Entering the lobby, the overall space inside was very spacious, featuring a front desk and small rooms specifically for private consultations, all small designs born from experience. Xian looked around, but didn't find any familiar figures. On second thought, that made sense, that half-elf should still be just a young girl right now. It would be strange if she were here. The moment the two entered the lobby, the noise level dropped a notch. Although it didn't become completely silent, it made Xian understand the status of the Estrella Familia in Orario. Seeing that the gazes of everyone were mostly friendly, he understood that everything this familia had done was worth it. As the familia that served as the maintainers of order in Orario before the Ganesha familia, the Estrella familia upheld the most basic stability of this place with fairness and justice. Therefore, for most adventurers, this young girl with symbolic long red hair was a figure worthy of their heartfelt respect. After all, no one wanted to return after a tiring day out to find their home destroyed and family lost, not to mention that they often took the initiative to strike against the Evolus. Compared to conquering the dungeon, this was a much more dangerous task with almost no rewards. Conquering the dungeon could yield experience, magic stones, materials, and many other rewards, and most monsters in the dungeon had supporting intelligence, greatly reducing the danger factor. However, causing trouble for the Evolus had almost no rewards, and one had to guard against sudden underhanded tricks, sneak attacks, and even retaliation. It was fine for a large familia like the Zeus familia, they had the size and strength to not fear retaliation. But the Estrella familia didn't even have a level 1 adventurer, yet they took things so far. It was only because the two pillar familias were still present that the Evolus didn't dare to be too rampant, otherwise, trouble would likely occur. The annihilation event 2 or 3 years later was the best proof of this. But this didn't mean that what they were doing was wrong. After interacting with them and experiencing the disgusting nature of the Evolus, Xian choosing to join this familia was his way of expressing his stance. One day, he would make those fooled guys disappear completely. Look, that's the scarlet flower of justice, isn't it? I didn't expect to see her here. How lucky. Yeah, and there's a child following beside her. Is he from that group that was kidnapped earlier? It's great that he was found. Exactly. Can I go up and ask for an autograph? Although the surrounding discussions were quiet, they could still be caught. Hearing these words, Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. However, the captain beside him paid no mind, simply smiling as she held Xian's hand and walked straight ahead. The surrounding people subconsciously cleared a path, out of inner respect. This allowed the personnel at the window ahead, which had originally been packed solid, to see their figures. Seeing that familiar figure, the young short-haired woman subconsciously took out a registration form for missing persons from the side and waited for her to approach. This was a routine she only had for her as an adventurer advisor. But to the young lady's surprise, the other party was not here to process a missing person recovery registration this time. Yo, we meet again, Neza. Facing this 20-something gray-haired human woman who was both her advisor and close friend, Elise greeted her warmly. Yeah, Elise. Is it this child this time? You Estrella Familia members are truly diligent. We are very grateful for your contributions to Orario. Haha, it's only right. But you're mistaken about one thing. I'm not here to process that registration, but rather a registration for a new member. Tapping the form in the other's hand, Elise proudly announced the news. The person opposite her was stunned. The entire staff of the guild was also stunned. At this moment, the collective thought of everyone was, doesn't the Estrella Familia not accept men? The next moment, the guild exploded. A moment later, in a separate consultation room in the guild, the capable young lady dressed in work attire was helping fill out basic information and enter data with a pained expression. At the same time, she would occasionally look up and cast a complaining glance at Elise, who was sitting opposite her. Sorry, I was just too excited. Forgive me. Unable to bear her friend's gaze any longer, Elise could only smile, clasping her hands together and bowing her head in apology. Seeing this, Neza sighed helplessly. Forget it. I can't blame it all on you. Who told you Estrella Familia members to be so special? You know, that news just now caused the guild to go into an uproar. They had spent a great deal of effort to barely quell the commotion, and there were still members maintaining order outside right now. As the moral benchmark of the Estrella Familia, perhaps some feared them, and some disliked them, but it was undeniable that they represented the justice of Horario at this time. And because of their harsh joining conditions, they were almost the white moonlight familia for every adventurer in Horario. Now, to be told that there was a new member, and that it was a man, how could the gossip-loving adventurers not be shocked? At the same time, her gaze toward the little boy opposite her was full of curiosity. Seeing him quiet and composed, completely lacking the boisterousness of boys his age, she wondered why Lady Estrella had chosen him. Alright, the name is Xian, right? The basic information entry is done. Next is the choice of advisor. This is the list, it contains their basic information. You can pick a few you think are suitable first, and then we will arrange a meeting. In just a moment, the female advisor, who had finished her work cleanly and efficiently, handed a few lists to Xian. Because the work of entering a new member was very simple, only requiring reporting the name and familia, anything more was personal privacy. After glancing at his captain's unchanging expression, Xian picked up the list on the table. After subconsciously saying thank you, he began to flip through it. It contained photos of each advisor and some basic professional information, such as what they were good at. Flipping through 2 pages, he quickly found the photo of the employee named Neza sitting opposite him. It indicated she was serious, responsible, and meticulous. At the same time, the note below indicated that the number of adventurers she took care of reached several hundred, which was a terrifying number. The person with the most on the previous few pages only had a few dozen, and she was the captain's advisor, so it seemed she was the ace. He had already decided. If he didn't find anyone more suitable after finishing, he would choose her. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be fooled. To be chosen by so many adventurers, she must have had outstanding qualities. One had to know that adventurer was a profession of licking blood from the edge of a blade. If they weren't highly qualified, who would entrust the matter of an advisor, which concerned their own life, to an unreliable person? And just as he was flipping through page by page and almost decided, he saw a figure that stood out and was unexpected. It was a figure of 11 or 12 years old. The ears were slightly pointed, but not like those of a true elf, and the skin tone wasn't that white. The hair was brown with a hint of green, indicating a very thin elven bloodline. It looked like she was a half-elf. Looking at her name, Aina Tool, Xian understood. So she was already a member of the Adventurers Guild at this time. So he looked up and asked the woman opposite him, Miss Neza, this is. As he spoke, he pulled out the introduction for this little half-elf girl and placed it on the table for the other two to see. Oh, her. I have to say, you really know how to pick. She is a half-elf and a top student who just graduated from the school district last year. She is already able to proficiently complete various guild tasks. Don't look at her as young. I mentored her for a while, and she is a very serious person. She always does things in an orderly manner and has never made a mistake at work. That is why the guild master agreed to let her become an advisor ahead of schedule. But as you can see, she is too young and has no experience as an independent advisor, so no adventurer has chosen her so far. The young lady opposite gave the information about her very fairly and didn't intend to recommend her to Xian, because she knew that this was a very important matter. Although she also thought highly of that junior, some decisions were not hers to interfere with. Okay, thank you. Xian had a rough plan in mind and continued to flip through the roster in his hand, but until he finished, he didn't see any other introduction that caught his eye. He also got to satisfy his craving as an HR. Who would have thought that he would have such an appropriate opportunity in another world? After thinking for a few seconds, Xian made up his mind, looked up, and stated his choice. Miss Neza, could you have Miss Tool come over? I want to meet her. If that's not possible, then I'll trouble you. Hearing this, Neza opposite him was clearly a bit surprised. Won't you reconsider? She is a complete newcomer. No need. I just feel that seeing her really clicks with me. It shouldn't be wrong. Hearing this, the other two looked at each other and immediately smiled. This little guy was quite interesting. His eye was good, he directly chose a double gold guarantee. Okay, then wait a moment. I'll go call her over. After saying this, with the two nodding in indication, the mature woman walked out of the soundproof small room. Can you tell your captain why you chose like that? To be honest, Elise was a bit concerned about what her little clan brother was thinking. Did he just like the other person's appearance? But that was a young girl. Of course, Captain. Xian began to explain his reasoning. Choosing that half-elf lady is, first, because her resume is good and Miss Neza also praises her. Second, it is because she is an advisor with 0 adventurers. This is seen as a disadvantage by others, representing a lack of experience, but in my opinion, it is an advantage. It means she has plenty of time to help me, and my consultations can get her timely feedback. Also, Miss Neza just said she mentored her for a while, so their relationship should be very good. If she encounters any difficulties, Miss Tool should consult Miss Neza, right? Doesn't that mean I'm effectively hiring 2 advisors at once? The young girl's eyes lit up. She really didn't expect him to have considered so much, and was a bit surprised. But this is still a bit insecure after all, so I plan to contact her and see. If it doesn't meet expectations, then I will choose Miss Neza just like you, Captain. This is called double insurance. Really didn't expect it. You're not big, but you have quite a few clever ideas. Your thinking is really not bad. Touching Xian's head, Elise expressed her happiness. Her little clan brother was very clever, which made her feel much more at ease. After all, as an adventurer, wisdom was absolutely indispensable. And what she didn't know was that there was actually another reason why Xian chose her. This Miss Aina Tool, as a character who appeared in the first episode of the original work, had an undeniable influence on the protagonist Belle. It could be said that a large part of Belle's journey to becoming a veteran adventurer was thanks to her. Even if she appeared immature now, the fact that she could become the person she was in the future proved that her talent in this area was absolutely not bad. Moreover, as the first person to choose her in such a long time, she would definitely arrange everything for him wholeheartedly. After all, as a newcomer himself, his own thoughts back then were very clear. Thinking of this, Xian unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Miss Neza brought a very cute little half-elf girl to this small room. At first glance, he saw her nervousness and excitement. Hello, I am Aina Tool, very happy to meet you both. Time returned to a few minutes ago. Aina was boredly repeating the work of organizing documents. Although these things were boring, they were also very important tasks, relating to every adventurer obtaining correct information, and they always had to be carefully verified. Therefore, she also performed them with exceptional seriousness. It was just a small pity. Even though she had prepared for so long and had received the affirmation of the guild master and her seniors, becoming a technically qualified advisor, no new adventurers were willing to choose her as an advisor due to her age. Her seniors said that in a few years, when she grew up a bit more, adventurers would choose her. And as long as she had the breakthrough from 0 to 1, her strength would naturally be recognized by everyone. She deeply agreed with these things. But the current work had completely lost its challenge for her, so she still felt a bit regretful. How I look forward to it. My first adventurer, what kind of person will it be? Looking at her friend next to her who was exhausted and slumped over due to the commotion just now, Aina felt a bit helpless. Was this what they called the foolish having foolish luck? By the way, that newcomer from the Estrella Familia who caused the commotion just now, who would he choose as an advisor? It should be Senior Neza, right? After all, the senior is so excellent, and she is also the advisor of that familia's captain. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she didn't know that the senior she was thinking about had already arrived at the door of the room where they worked. Aina Tool, come over for a moment, advisor meeting. Hello, Miss Tool, my name is Xian. This time I want to hire my own adventurer advisor. Could you please introduce yourself? He is older than me. Okay, I am Aina Tool, as you can see, a half-elf. I finished my work in the school district a year ago and am currently a formal employee of the Adventurers Guild. I have 1 year of experience as an assistant advisor. A few months ago, I completed the guild's internal advisor examination with top marks. I have the qualifications and determination to become an advisor for any new adventurer. Oh no, is it too formal? Will it scare him? Fortunately, the boy continued to ask questions peacefully. Okay, Miss Tool. Then, if you were my advisor now, what advice would you give me? Just call me Aina. If that's the case, then please allow me to ask you a few questions first. Half an hour later, the 2 adults watching from the side saw the 2 little ones happily shaking hands, their faces lighting up with distinct smiles. Then let's leave it at that, Miss Aina. I have something to take care of with the captain, so I'll be leaving now. I'll come back to consult you on other matters when I have time tomorrow. Is that okay? Of course. Please feel free to come to me whenever you encounter any difficulties. This is my private magic communication beacon, please, accept it. Standing beside the entrance to the guild, the girl bowed and handed over a slip of paper with both hands. Xian, on the opposite side, took it in a daze, following a signal from his captain. This plot, something feels off. Why is there such a strong sense of deja vu? What's with this situation that's almost like a confession? Could he really be someone destined to dominate the world? Okay, thank you. Taking the slip of paper and carefully tucking it into his pocket, Xian waved goodbye. Take care. Congratulations. Through your own efforts, you've finally gained recognition. Would you like to go out and celebrate after work? Watching the two figures walk away, Neza smiled at her junior, genuinely happy for her. Since that child could be chosen by that great goddess, he couldn't possibly be a troublesome adventurer. The duties of her junior advisor would surely be much easier now. Of course. It's my treat, just as a thank you for your guidance, senior. Aina let out a long breath, filled with gratitude for the senior who had taken such good care of her. To be honest, the Q&A that lasted for half an hour just now would have been quite tricky if not for her solid knowledge base and strong ability to adapt. But she was also happy. The fact that her first adventurer could ask such questions proved at least that he wasn't some reckless greenhorn. The work ahead would likely go much more smoothly. Although this would inevitably increase her workload, to her, someone now eager to prove herself, it was like drinking sweet nectar. Honestly, she couldn't wait. Don't talk nonsense. I was just telling the truth. He chose you specifically, so don't let him down. Yes, I definitely won't. Now that she had become an official adventurer advisor, her salary would increase. She should be able to send more money to her mother each month, and her mother's illness and her young sister's life should be a little easier. Thinking of this, Aina looked toward the retreating figure in the distance, her eyes filled with gratitude. He was truly worthy of being a member of the Estrella Familia. Just by becoming an adventurer, he had already helped her solve a huge problem. She had to work hard too. Improve the situation of a specific character, interference value plus 50. Joined the Estrella Familia, interference value plus 100. I never would have thought it. You're so young, yet you're so good at winning a girl's heart. You got a private magic communication beacon on the very first meeting. Could you have a hidden player nature? Walking down the street, the captain began to tease him in her usual unreliable manner. Xian didn't know how to retort to this unreliable red-haired girl, so he could only give her a deadpan stare to show his resistance. Good heavens, Captain, she's only 11 or 12 years old. What on earth are you thinking? Besides, weren't you watching the whole time? Did I do anything inappropriate? Seeing her teasing him, Xian naturally wouldn't back down, pretending to be a little angry. Alright, it's the captain's fault. I won't tease you anymore. But, to her, it really felt like meeting a hero, didn't it? You might be unexpectedly good at this sort of thing. Elise had a feeling that the little guy in front of her had the potential to become a hero. To this, a certain orange cat deeply agreed. I don't know what you're talking about. Xian was confused. What hero? Didn't he know what kind of loser he was? He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone anyone else. It's nothing, just pretend I didn't say it. Next, we're going to the Hephaestus Familia to pick out some equipment for you. The captain is the best. I love you the most. Hearing this, Xian immediately became excited, feeling his DNA activate. Ha ha ha, you little brat, asking for a beating. Ha ha, can't hit me. Amidst laughter, the two headed toward the headquarters of the crafting familia, and without realizing it, their relationship had grown a bit closer. After some time, the two arrived at the largest weapon shop of the Hephaestus Familia. Despite being the territory of the god of the forge, it was surprisingly large, with the famous mark of Hephaestus displayed on the top. Looking closely, every detail was ingeniously designed. Rather than a small shop, it was more like an otherworldly luxury shopping mall. Thinking about it, that makes sense. As Orario's most famous weapon supplier, how could they fall behind in aesthetics and wealth? There are two most famous equipment crafting familias in Orario. Besides the Hephaestus Familia, there is also one called the Goibniu Familia. The familia's emblem is three hammers. The Goibniu Familia is a crafting familia that handles building repairs and renovations, as well as the maintenance and production of equipment such as weapons and armor. Although their fame and familia size are far lower than the Hephaestus Familia, the performance of their weapons is arguably on par. The main difference between the two familias is that the Hephaestus familia forges a large number of finished products and stores them in weapon shops throughout the city for sale, while the Goibniu familia mainly begins forging after receiving commissions from adventurers. In other words, they specialize in custom orders, and their prices are slightly lower than the Hephaestus familia for the same service. Therefore, among high-level adventurers, the Goibniu familia is actually more highly regarded. Simply put, one is high quality but expensive and excels at mass production, while the other is high quality and affordable, catering to custom needs. Entering the shop, the level of luxury inside was simply insane. Glass display cases lined both sides. Looking closely, the frames were inlaid with gold. And that was just the appetizer. As for the various exquisite and practical equipment inside, if one ignored the strings of zeros on the placards below that were longer than phone numbers, perhaps Xian would have been happier. Honestly, this place was even better than the luxury shopping malls in the big cities of his past life. It was quite a feast for the eyes for Xian. As for desire, while he had some, it wasn't much. He knew exactly what he was worth right now. For someone like him who knew nothing about these things, letting the captain make the decisions was the optimal solution. Is there anything you like? At this moment, the captain spoke up from the side. Xian naturally told the truth. No, I'll leave it all to you, captain. With such exquisite things, is there not a single one that catches your eye? It would be a lie to say I'm not tempted, but I believe that what's most suitable is the best. Otherwise, no matter how high grade the equipment is, it's useless if I can't use it. Xian was telling the truth. Divine weapons were indeed powerful, but if you let a 10-year-old child use one, let alone whether they could unleash its full power, could they even lift it? This young man has some insight. I like it. A voice cut into their conversation. Turning around, they saw a mature older sister standing there. Her healthy wheat-colored skin, long jet black hair, refined muscle lines honed by 1,000 hammers, iconic single eye, and unconventional attire all clearly displayed her identity. Tsubaki, this is rare. I actually get to see you directly. I was planning on looking for you. That's right, this was the captain of the Hephaestus familia, the #1 blacksmith under the goddess Hephaestus, Tsubaki Kulbrand, who held the title of One-Eyed Master. It's a coincidence, Elise. I just finished an experiment and thought I'd come out for a break, but then I heard from a familia member that you were here, so I came to check. What's wrong? Is your weapon not fitting? The Estrella familia was also a familia they paid close attention to. After all, they had contributed to the transport of their logistics materials, and because of their frequent outings, the Justice familia was also one of their major clients. Over time, the two like-minded captains had become good friends. No, I'm here this time to pick out a set of beginner equipment for this child. Oh, and who is this insightful young man? Hello, Miss Tsubaki, my name is Xian. I am a new member of the Estrella familia. Once Xian said this, the usually unconventional older sister froze. Then she turned to look at her friend's face. After confirming that the other party didn't deny it, she took a few seconds to slowly accept this somewhat unbelievable fact. Alright, then follow me. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Understanding the importance of the matter, Tsubaki made a prompt decision and suggested it to the two. After receiving an affirmative reply, the three walked into a luxurious reception room. Sit down. What would you like to drink? Tea. The same as the captain. All right, one moment. After instructing the attendant at the door, the three sat down. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe that Lady Estrella would actually take in new members at a time like this. Tsubaki expressed her opinion first. It was no wonder she would say such unpleasant things. After all, these were critical times. With the Justice familia being closely watched by those fools, once this news reached their ears, it would surely be another huge vulnerability for the Estrella familia. So you should understand the weight of our visit this time. Elise did not refute, but used this to make the other party understand the importance of coming to find them this time. Meanwhile, Xian, who was on the side, simply made himself invisible. As the beneficiary, all he needed to do right now was shut up and obediently listen to the two big shots talking. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the attendant brought in the tea for everyone. As the sound of the closing door echoed, the two resumed their discussion. It is indeed a huge challenge. What are your expectations? After understanding the general situation, this master blacksmith began to ask for the requirements, which also indicated that she was willing to accept this commission. It must be able to withstand the attacks of a level 2 adventurer for a short time. A so-called level 2 adventurer refers to an adventurer at level 3 or 4. A short-term attack from an adventurer of this level required a defense that was genuinely quite high, even for her. If I take action myself, I can do it, but, as for the cost. The budget is 10 million valis. PFF'd. Xian, who had been acting as an invisible person, sprayed out the tea he had been drinking halfway through when he heard this number. It was fortunate that there was no one sitting across from him, otherwise. I'm sorry, but, Captain. Xian apologized quickly, while turning to look at the red-haired beauty beside him with an expression of disbelief. He hadn't misheard just now, right? The budget she mentioned really was 10 million valis, right? He didn't hear an extra 10,000, did he? One had to know that in this city, where a luxurious meal only cost a few hundred valis, 10 million valis could buy a portion of a city district. Seeing his expression as if he had seen a ghost, the captain beside him also revealed a bright smile. Don't be anxious. This is a decision we discussed together with Lady Goddess. So he hadn't misheard, it really was 10 million. What right did he have to deserve this? But Elise's next words left him stunned. Don't worry. With your ability, this amount of money will be earned back very soon. Oh, this is interesting. Hearing Elise's words, Tsubaki, who was on the side, expressed interest. Had this boy awakened some very rare ability? It was enough for Lady Estrella and all the members of the Familia to make such a decision. Is this amount okay? Of course, it's more than enough. But I'm curious, does this young man have any special abilities? If you can satisfy my curiosity, I'll cut the price in half for you and personally forge a complete set of custom equipment for him. How about it? Facing her friend's silence, the older sister confidently cast her bait. The older sister's offer was undeniably high. One had to know that as the number one person under the goddess, very few people could get her to personally forge equipment. And more importantly, she wasn't short on money. Fine, I'll tell you anyway, it's going to have to be told to you sooner or later. Xian. Ah, I'm here. Show me your ability. Understood, Captain. Receiving the order, Xian released the breath of abundance in his hand without hesitation. After all, he knew that getting on good terms with this big sister was definitely the right move. Who knows, he might get gear later. A ball of green life energy rose from Xian's palm. In an instant, overwhelming vitality filled the entire room, plants in pots began to grow wildly, and wooden furniture even started to sprout. Having learned from the first time, Xian only kept it active for a second before canceling the skill. This is life type. Can it heal? The big sister's eyes widened, still a bit dazed. Xian turned and saw the captain nod. So, he walked forward. Excuse me, Miss Tsubaki, could I touch you? Ah, oh, sure. Tsubaki was bold, directly extending her right hand without any fear. Between her confidence in her own strength and that of her goddess behind her, she also understood that he wouldn't harm her. Seeing this, Xian took her hand. The first sensation was very rough, he could barely feel the delicateness that a girl's hand should have, only thick calluses. Calluses to this extent were traces of time. Is this what a master craftsman is? Truly, one can see the hole through a small detail. Sighing internally, he activated the skill without drawing attention. Tsubaki immediately felt a surge of vitality entering her body. Her fatigue vanished, her energy was replenished, and it felt so comfortable that she involuntarily let out a sound of enjoyment. Furthermore, several old injuries in her body seemed to have healed. It was truly incredible. After a moment, satisfied. Now, about that matter. Seeing her come back to her senses, Elise took the opportunity to follow up. I know. I agree. And as a reward for your healing, little brother, this forging will only cost the price of materials. How about that? Tsubaki clenched her hand, which was now filled with a sense of power, and said generously. As the person in charge of the largest weapon supplier, she wasn't short on money, and she felt this was well worth it. Of course. Elise replied with surprise, she hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. Elise, you really struck gold. This level of healing is truly unbelievable. By her estimation, this level of healing should be able to restore a severely injured main combatant to fighting capacity in a very short time. Then remember to keep it a secret, otherwise you know the consequences. Of course. To be honest, I really want to do it again, it was so comfortable. This seems a bit abnormal. Elise understood her friend's meaning. Even with her willpower, she wanted to do it again, fearing some negative addictive effect. Elise gave an explanation. Goddess says this is life's pursuit of vitality, a fundamental longing, just like how people need to eat when hungry. It's just that your body tried eating for the first time, and your appetite was opened, so you still want it. There's no way around it, you just have to control it yourself. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with your goddess. This was also a precaution the goddess mentioned at the banquet yesterday. I see. That's truly a terrifying ability. Good thing it's a member of your familia. If it were on the other side, I'm afraid it would be another disaster. It won't. As long as it's him, such a thing is impossible. Oh, Estrella Familia. I see. Indeed. Well, little brother, take care of me in the future. If you need gear later, just come find me. Tell the attendant your name, and I'll give you the cost price. The big sister looked at Shion, showing off her boldness. Okay, thank you, Miss Tsubaki. How nice. Such a cute junior, I want one too. He's like a little kitten. Big sister, you said your inner thoughts out loud. Shion had black lines on his forehead, he really didn't expect to be compared to a kitten. At the same time, he suspiciously looked at a certain fat orange cat. Could it really be that they share the same smell? No, absolutely not. I am a man who wants to become a savior, how can I become a kitten? Since it was settled, everything went smoothly. Tsubaki took Shion to a special room to measure his body data, mainly height, measurements, etc., since she had to forge the most suitable gear for him. Afterward, she asked about some of Shion's habits, such as his dominant hand and what kind of weapon he wanted. The whole process could be summed up in 2 words, professional. Finally, after promising to deliver the gear to their headquarters within a few days, the two left the Hephaestus weapon store under her send-off. A while later, at the residence of the goddess Hephaestus. Seeing her captain push the door open, the goddess was a bit surprised. This captain almost never actively sought her out. Why did she come today? Did the sun rise in the west? Or was there a major crisis in the familia? And, she, a shut-in, was wearing makeup. Is this still the Tsubaki who treated herself like a boy? A late-blooming girlish heart. Unable to know her goddess's thoughts about her, Tsubaki stated her purpose directly. Hephaestus-sama, can you help me check if there's anything wrong with my body? Although they were friends, she had to confirm just in case. She was bold but not stupid. In matters she didn't understand, one couldn't be too careful. Quote. Looking at the hand extended to her, the god of forging was puzzled but still took it to start the inspection. But as soon as she touched it, she noticed something wrong. The calluses that had originally been on her captain's hands were gone. A moment later. No problem, very good, or rather, too good. The vitality in your body has increased, which makes you look younger. And for the next while, you should feel your body is in a very good state. What exactly is going on? Putting down her captain's hand, the goddess answered her question with a confused face and asked curiously. Hearing this, Tsubaki let out a breath, her heart settled, and she told her goddess what had just happened. After another moment. I see. A newborn healing. That is indeed a good thing, both for the Estrella Familia and for all of Orario. However, it is indeed as she said, this longing of life for vitality is no joke. For those with weak willpower, this is comparable to the wine that Soma Guy brews. Is there no way to solve it? Who knows? I'm not a life-type deity. Perhaps when the little guy you mentioned improves his strength and gains better control, it will improve. While speaking, the goddess tidied up her desk. That's all we can do. But regardless, I highly praise your decision this time. With such a potential stock, building a good relationship with him is worth a little loss of money. If things go well and that little guy can grow up, he might even be able to bring the dead back to life. Isn't that too exaggerated? Hearing this, Tsubaki looked at her goddess in astonishment. She didn't expect her goddess to make such a prediction, and her regard for that little guy unconsciously rose another level. No, you don't understand. Vitality, as the essence of life, is the source energy of the path of life. It is the power of creation that only beings at the level of Gaia, the Earth Mother, can skillfully use. Doing such things is not difficult, and it might even be possible to go further. Then, that child. This is also where I feel strange. How did he possess such power? Logically, it should be impossible. And if he just transfers his own vitality to others without replenishment, that child's future will likely be difficult. The goddess sat in her chair, looking up at the sky. At this moment, even her ancient wisdom as a god could not answer this question. With her goddess saying this, Tsubaki felt a sense of guilt. But on second thought, the other party didn't show any discomfort when using it, did he not know, or? On the other side, you won't blame me for making you use that power, right? Of course not. Captain wouldn't harm me. And I could tell you have confidence in her character. Besides, the favor of a master blacksmith is beneficial to my future. You're so smart, it makes me seem a bit dumb. Not at all, Captain is the smartest. Seeing the girl with a hurt expression, Shion panicked and quickly praised her. Ha ha ha, you really know how to make girls happy. But you should have seen Tsubaki's reaction. Now you should have an awareness of the importance of your ability, right? Yes, Captain. I really didn't expect this ability to be so popular. Honestly, he was still a bit dazed. Such a large sum of money, and she just said she didn't want it. Whether it was the sky-high investment from the familia or the generosity of that big sister, it made him feel like he was floating in the clouds, without a foundation. The girl beside him didn't see the worry on his face and continued to explain. After all, how does that saying go? Adventurers cannot adventure. Your ability can verify this saying. It can be said that if you grow up in the future, you will be the core of the whole team. Understood, Captain. I will definitely work hard and not live up to your expectations. This was the only thing he felt he could do now. Everyone worked so hard to help him, valued him, and accepted him, he had to respond to those expectations. Facing Shion's promise, Elise smiled and shook her head, while patting his head. Just do your best. After all, being happy is the most important thing. Everyone came through this way. Today's main tasks were completed. There were still some daily necessities to buy. While familiarizing himself with the road conditions, he bought them all. Later, Shion also saw the famous restaurant, the hostess of fertility. Walking into the restaurant, it wasn't particularly luxurious, but the clean tables and chairs, and the soft warm light, gave a cozy feeling. It was the same effect. After seeing the captain's face, the surrounding crowd quieted down for a moment. Then, seeing the captain just leading him to find a place to sit, the noise slowly grew louder. At the front desk, he didn't see that burly figure in his memory. Looking at the busy figures in aprons around, it seemed she was busy cooking in the back kitchen. Choosing a relatively quiet spot, a female attendant quickly came over. Looking at her appearance, oh, isn't this Sir? Oh no, Freya. What a pleasure, yeah right. Did you come here to be a waitress this early? Shion remained calm, pretending not to care, eyes fixed on the menu. The words were automatically converted into Chinese with the help of the system, which he found quite novel, helping him distract some of his attention. Elise-sama, what would you and this little brother like to eat today? Must say, the voice is really nice, soft. Oh, it's Sir. The same as usual, please. Okay, please wait a moment. Subconsciously, he glanced at her back. These goddesses' thoughts are very hard to fathom, it's better to have less contact in the future. Seeing Shion's turning action, Elise couldn't help but tease. What, do you want her private contact? Do you need my help? Sir is a very gentle child. Shion looked at his captain with a look of, looking at a small fry. Do you want to hear what you are saying? If your own goddess heard this, she would probably cry. Your captain is actually inviting a wolf into the house. Also, this doesn't fit your persona. Since when did you become a matchmaker? It's very off-putting. The red-haired beauty laughed sheepishly as she watched the death glare from her little one. Alright, it's my fault. I shouldn't have teased you. Forgive me. Elise actually felt quite strange. When facing this child, she always felt an incredible sense of calm, as if the other party were an old friend who complimented her perfectly, making her want to interact and play with him. If asked for the reason, it was probably because she felt equality in his gaze. That's right, she was quite shocked when she arrived at this answer, but after verifying it, it was indeed the case. To him, the word, captain, was just a title, like a name. He unconsciously placed himself on the same level of personality as her, which made her feel a novel sense of being acknowledged. It wasn't that she didn't have friends, but most people respected her, and the respect in those two words essentially made their statuses different. Over time, this made it impossible for her to set down her internal burden of responsibility, and in truth, she couldn't help but feel a bit lonely. But when conversing with the little family member before her, she felt she could completely and naturally set down her burdens and be her most authentic self. So much so that she appeared a bit enthusiastic when interacting with Shion. Of course, she wouldn't know that her little brother came from a country where everyone was equal, and the education and environment he received from a young age forged his self-identity of treating everyone as an independent individual. And this kind of gaze, devoid of good or evil and filled only with respect, was something the vast majority of people in this strictly hierarchical world did not possess. It was his natural advantage. After a while, their dinner arrived, but it was brought to them by an exceptionally burly figure. She held a tray nearly half a meter wide steadily in one hand, without even a ripple in the juices inside. Yo, Elise, long time no see. Here, your dinner. A voice, bold yet tinged with gentleness, rang out. Looking at the sturdy dwarven woman in front of him, who stood at 1 meter 80 and wore a smile, Xian knew exactly who she was. The existence affectionately called Mamma Mia, the proprietress of, the hostess of fertility, nicknamed the Small Giant, a level 6 adventurer, and also the captain of the Freya Familia. She was younger at this time. In his memory, during that period, she had already stepped down as captain and was only serving as the proprietress, but he didn't know if she had stepped down yet. He wouldn't be foolish enough to ask directly. Yes, Mamma Mia, long time no see. You look as energetic as ever. Ha 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 ha, that's great. Thanks to you all, my shop can open securely. So enjoy it to the fullest. If it's not enough, just give me a shout. The dwarven mother said generously, her voice carrying throughout the entire restaurant. No one refuted her, everyone highly approved of her words, and some even raised their glasses in tribute. Alright, thank you, Mama. Is this your new kid? He looks quite quiet, lacking a bit of manly spirit. Her loud voice, combined with a sandbag-sized palm slapping his shoulder, made him feel like his shoulder was about to fall apart. The hits were perfectly calibrated to his body's limit, while they wouldn't injure him, they certainly woke him up. Crack. The innocent Xian felt a piece of his heart shatter. Watching the orange cat laughing until it keeled over and the captain holding back her laughter, he secretly made a certain resolution. Little one, how can you be so thin? Eat more. You can only grow strong if you're well fed. Thank you, Mamma Mia. Xian forced a smile. He couldn't help it, it hurt. I won't disturb your meal. Just call me if you need anything. I'm going to get back to work. Alright, goodbye, Mamma Mia. The captain waved a warm goodbye. Seeing Xian grimacing, she suppressed her amusement and comforted him. Don't take it to heart. Mamma Mia is actually. I know, Captain. That mother was right, so please count on me for the upcoming training. That's the spirit. Let's eat first. Seeing that he really didn't take it to heart, Elise breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because she was a warrior, that mother's way of caring for others was a bit rough. She was afraid this little one might not be able to handle it, but thankfully, he could understand. Looking at the large plate of steaming hot dinner in front of him, he opened his mouth firmly. Since he wanted to change, he would start with nutritional intake. Wasn't it said that you needed to be full to have the strength to train? Half an hour later, he walked out of the tavern with the captain, sticking out a big belly like a pregnant woman. This meal wasn't exactly delicious, but it was indeed nutritious and filling. The well-balanced side snacks also allowed one to finish the meal without feeling cloyed. Such cuisine was likely specially researched to help adventurers obtain nutrition. One could say it was a tavern very well suited for the adventurer profession. He looked back at the sign, it was indeed a place where one could feel warmth. They went to many places that day. It felt to Xian like entering a special tourist attraction, everything was so novel that he didn't feel tired at all by the end of the day. Carrying bags and packages, everything appeared in different colors under the glow of the Azure Source Core magic lamps. The captain was still very considerate. Besides the things she thought needed to be bought, if she saw something suitable, she would ask if he needed it after explaining its purpose to Xian. One had to know that they had saved a large sum of money on Xian's equipment purchase this time. These little things weren't worth much compared to that huge amount. In fact, this time, there was an element of gambling involved for everyone. They all hoped to use this to let Xian grow up quickly, only in this way could they add a layer of security to the team. During this period, everyone was prepared to tighten their belts to get by. After all, the Familia was not actually wealthy, otherwise, they wouldn't have been on high alert over a single bottle of elixir before. Although it wasn't difficult for them to earn magic stones, don't forget that they also had the duty to maintain order in Orario and combat Evolus. These duties were performed entirely voluntarily. Aside from a little funding and convenience provided by the Adventurers Guild, they had never received any contractual aid resources. At most, people often gave some help within their capacity, but they wouldn't accept any of it. So for her, today was truly a happy day, everyone wouldn't have to live a hard life for the next period of time. Returning to the base, greeting everyone, helping put various small items in their proper places in Xian's room, and instructing him about the plan for basic training tomorrow morning, Elise left. Crack. The door closed, and as he lay down on the bed, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Fat Orange, wake up and answer me. Alright, respected host, what do you have for me, meow? The Fat Orange, looking like a sycophant, kept rubbing its soft body against Xian's arm, soft and warm. Ahem, not bad, you've learned to act human. I saw that the interference value increased today, show it. Resisting the urge to pet it, Xian decided to get down to business and see today's gains. Alright, meow. Interference value, 150. At this moment, he had roughly understood how this so-called interference value was obtained. First, there was joining the familia. For the Estrella familia, his joining would inevitably make up for many of the familia's shortcomings, and since they were a familia representing the justice of Warario, his joining strengthened their power. This was certainly positive interference. As for the other 50 points, regarding Aina, choosing a young her as his advisor would surely bring her many benefits, and since she was an important character in driving the plot, it increased, no problem there. However, why was there no indication regarding the agreement with that big sister from the Hephaestus familia? Thinking it over, he couldn't find a clue, so he simply stopped thinking about it. I want to spend money, any suggestions? Looking at the strings of zeros in the mall and the gray labels of items he couldn't buy, his eyes hurt. Things like sub-biological engines and genetic locks were all good stuff, but they were also expensive. According to your current situation, host, I suggest you choose these items. As the screen quickly categorized them, several possible options appeared before him. Sun breathing. Value. 100 interference value. National martial arts Baji. Value. 100 interference value. Flow beginner. Value. 100 interference value. Looks cool. I know the first two, what does the third one mean? The first, sun breathing, was a technique from the anime Demon Slayer that helped ordinary people develop their body's limits to gain powerful strength. The second, Baji, was easier to understand, it was a profound set of physical martial arts. But what exactly was the third, flow? In layman's terms, if you choose it, it will enhance your sixth sense, meow. I see. Put that way, it's also a powerful ability. I want them all. Is it learned directly after purchase, or is there some other explanation? To be safe, Xian felt he should resolve all his doubts. Yes, external learning skills like breathing technique will store knowledge in your mind. As for what level you can reach, it all depends on you personally. Of course, I will also fully assist you. And internal passive skills like flow directly strengthen your body, and can also be improved through certain training, or by using more interference value to strengthen them. So that's how it is, it's quite practical. In other words, even external learning skills have the ability to directly reach the peak, but they aren't used because of that principle of cultivating the strong, right? Xian reasoned by analogy. Yes, meow. After all, the most important thing for the strong is willpower. We provide resources, but if you can't even endure the hardship of practice, then you can never become a strong person, meow. That's quite reasonable. In other words, it significantly reduces the impact caused by things like cultivation bottlenecks. Xian nodded. Regarding this point, he highly approved of the Fat Orange's words. In his view, power and the container needed to be matched, just like holding water in a cup. The cup was the capacity, and the water was the power. The size of the capacity was the key to bearing the size of the power. Otherwise, once the two were mismatched, the final outcome would most likely be harming others and oneself. Even if there were no problems in the short term, in the long run, it would definitely lead to self-destruction. Then which of these three do you suggest I choose first? I suggest the host choose flow, meow. As for combat techniques, won't your captain teach you tomorrow? Actually, one type of basic combat skill is enough. Instead, flow can help you cope with some unexpected situations. A strong sixth sense can sometimes save your life, meow. This is also why I listed it, meow. Hearing this, Xian fell into deep thought. It seemed that, just as the orange cat said, this skill didn't require him to train and could be useful at critical moments. After all, if it really was, as it said, enhancing the sixth sense, then it would have the same miraculous effect as the king's instinct. It was the perfect choice for facing hidden arrows. As for the other two, it wouldn't be too late to exchange for them after he earned new interference value later. One had to know that his main enemies now were those cunning and disgusting Evolus. The debt of forcing him to eat pig swill and beating him half to death hadn't been settled yet. He was carefully nurturing the flames of revenge in his heart. And these guys loved playing dirty tricks. This unreasonable sixth sense was definitely a sharp weapon for dealing with them, and of course, the monsters in the dungeon as well. With a decision in his heart, he no longer hesitated and bought it directly. Alright, host, let me see. Oh, the energy is here. The orange cat rubbed its hands together, then pointed its two fleshy paws at Xian's face. Dots of starlight energy radiated from them and entered Xian's body. Xian only felt nothing. 3 seconds later, the orange cat's action ended, and it looked refreshed instead. While Xian was completely confused. He even suspected that the energy had been embezzled by this guy. Finished. Yes, finished. Look at your panel, meow. Hearing this, Xian manually switched to the attribute panel. Host. Xian. Profession. Fertility pharmacist, apprentice. Status. Healthy. Skills. 1. Resilient body passive 2. Breath of abundance 3. Pharmacology mastery 4. Flow passive. No, it's on the list, alright, but I don't feel anything. Enhancing the sixth sense, what kind of feeling do you want, meow? The fat orange looked puzzled. Its host was always persistent in some strange places. Shouldn't there be that kind of, feeling of gaining power or knowledge? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The Abundant Pharmacist starting from Danmachi. Part 2. Xian waved his hand in the air a few times, feeling that this method of acquiring power lacked a certain sense of ritual. If it were an externally acquired skill, it would indeed transmit knowledge directly into your brain, but this one won't, meow. Because it directly strengthens the body, there isn't usually any feedback or sensory part to it, meow. Fine, I'll know when I actually encounter it. Hey, why does it feel like I've been scammed? As soon as these words were spoken, the orange cat's fur bristled, and it used its massive body to directly perform a Mount Tai press on Xian. That's not true, meow. Anything produced by this system is high quality, it's absolutely honest and fair, meow. Alright. There's still 50 points left, is there anything suitable? To avoid getting slapped by cat paws, Xian decisively chose to change the subject. Whether there were any changes or not, he would find out eventually, wouldn't he? Besides, it couldn't run away anyway. Of course there is, meow. Based on the host's current situation, there are still these choices. A list of items was displayed. Things like stamina potions, super rations, super canteens, a whole bunch of them. While scrolling through, he suddenly saw something that interested him. Complete collection of Chinese recipes. Value. 50 interference points. He chose to confirm without hesitation. The orange cat understood, waved its paws, and Xian saw a small book-like icon appear on his retina. He subconsciously clicked it open. It listed various names of delicacies. He randomly clicked on Kung Pao chicken, and a wave of memories appeared in his mind, every step of how to make this dish, as if he had personally completed it countless times. The volume of this type of knowledge-based skill is very large, so he thoughtfully made it into a reference book, meow. When the host wants to use it, you can select according to real-world needs, and it can be used repeatedly without worrying about forgetting it after one use, meow. Okay, it's indeed very user-friendly. Xian gave the orange cat a thumbs up for its thoughtfulness. Meow. The host's praise is the greatest encouragement for us. Alright, everything that needed to be prepared was prepared. Looking at the dark night outside, Xian planned to rest early. Given the situation, he would definitely have to wake up early for training tomorrow. He had to change his habit from university of sleeping until noon. A little earlier in time. After sending Xian back to his accommodation, Elise gathered the executives to share the day's findings. Upon hearing that they wouldn't need to cut expenses for the upcoming period, everyone was happy together. Even Kagaya, who had originally had reservations about this decision, felt some emotion after hearing how these expenses were saved. She hadn't expected everyone's prediction of this new member's potential to be so accurate. Although this decision also involved the wisdom of their deity, the fact that Lyra, who was in charge of the team's wit, was the first to agree was the reason why she ultimately chose to agree despite some dissatisfaction. Her dissatisfaction was mainly regarding the favoritism shown to the new member, not in terms of affection, but rather whether such favoritism posed a threat to the development of the team and the familia. This was what she cared about. She absolutely would not allow a newcomer to ruin her home. But looking at the current situation, it was she who had been short-sighted. It was necessary to place more importance on this newcomer. Next, the group discussed another decision. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Xian was awakened by a magic stone alarm clock. This thing was unexpectedly quite punctual. He had discovered it yesterday. Despite this world looking like a medieval-style adventure world, it still had a corresponding level of technology. Things like magic stone streetlights and his magic stone alarm clock were very convenient. After he cleaned up and got dressed, that familiar knocking sounded. Is it finally starting? My path as an adventurer. With an excited heart and trembling hands, almost the instant he heard the knocking, he rolled out of bed to open the door. His right hand trembling slightly, he opened the door, and the familiar red figure stood there. How did you rest? Are you ready? Of course, everything is ready, Captain. We can set off at any time. Xian straightened his expression and gave a military salute. Ha ha ha, you look very energetic. Good, let's go then. Elise also smiled happily. This little junior, perhaps he unexpectedly had the potential to become the life of the party and the team in the future. With him around, everyone would surely be more united. Understood, Captain. After eating some breakfast, the two came to the backyard of the base. Walking through the pavilion tunnel, what came into view was a huge open space that looked like a training ground. However, there didn't seem to be many people there at the moment. Besides them, there was only one figure not far away, who looked quite familiar. After the two went over, he saw clearly, wasn't this Ryu? Could it be? Under his expectant gaze, the captain began to explain. As an adventurer, the first thing you must learn is how to fight. Therefore, before everything else begins, you must undergo 1 week of basic combat training. No problem, right? Xian nodded like a garlic masher. This was absolutely fine. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? That was combat technique. Seeing that Xian had no objections, Elise continued. Then for the next week, Ryu will serve as your training instructor, teaching you from scratch and helping you acquire the most basic combat capability. Please look after me, Ryu said weakly, still brooding over her awkward state when they first met. The fear of being disliked by Xian made her eyes dart away. That was absolutely no problem. Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart. The techniques he wanted to learn, a beautiful instructor, adding the two together, could anything be better than this? Oh, he was fired up. He decided he must satisfy Instructor Ryu. So he shouted, Instructor Ryu, please train me ruthlessly. Ah, okay, alright, Ryu said somewhat embarrassedly. Since she was born, she had never heard such a request, to the point where she didn't react for a moment. Watching the fired-up look in Xian's eyes, Elise showed a satisfied expression. Then, I'll leave this to you, Ryu. Take good care of his training. Hey, Elise. Ryu, unable to handle Xian's burning gaze, was just about to call out to her captain to help her out, but she saw the other party disappear from the training ground in the blink of an eye. For a moment, she sighed helplessly. Senior Ryu, is there any behavior of mine that is troubling you? If there is, please point it out, and I will change it immediately. He had also noticed that Ryu was a bit troubled, so he said it directly, just hoping that she wouldn't dislike him because of his inappropriate behavior. No, that's not it. This is quite good. Let's start our training then. Upon hearing this, Ryu hurriedly indicated that the reason was not on his side, but she was too embarrassed to say that her personality was just awkward. Alright, I await your instructions. Since she decided to start the real business, Xian readily agreed. Alright, then let's first test your overall physical fitness. If I know your limits, I can plan the subsequent arrangements better. How about it? As a veteran adventurer, Ryu had also taught quite a few newcomers. She had her own relevant experience in this area. In her view, the first step in training a newcomer was to understand his physical limits so that stamina could be reasonably allocated for various training sessions. I completely agree. So, first. Then let's see your endurance first. Try running 20 laps around this training ground. Understood. Looking at this training ground, which was about the size of a standard soccer field, Xian didn't say a word and started running after Ryu signaled. 1 lap, 2 laps. A lap around a standard soccer field is about 300 meters, 20 laps would be 6,000 meters. For him in his past life, running 6,000 meters at once would definitely have been an impossible task, and besides, he had become smaller now. But what made him feel amazed was that by the time he had finished half, he had only just started to feel tired. His physical fitness had unknowingly been enhanced. It must be the effect of that resilient body. These skills really always have surprises. Calculating internally, and sensing that his limit was not just this point, he ran even harder. Ryu, on the side, was secretly shocked. This level of endurance was definitely not something a newcomer who had just received a blessing could possess. Recalling the day's events that the captain had shared last night, Ryu couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation rising in her heart. Just how far will you be able to go in the end? Xian didn't count the laps, and Ryu didn't call a stop. He just kept running until he was drenched in sweat, completely powerless, and collapsed on the ground. Lying on the somewhat soft ground, he could smell the sweet, earthy scent of the soil beside him. 42 laps. It's a bit beyond my expectations. As a first attempt, the result is quite good. Ryu walked over, and as the healing magic on her hand was about to activate, she was stopped by a wave of Xion's hand. He knew the taboos of the elf race. It was better to forget about things that would lower favorability in the early stages, he had his own way. At the same time, he muttered internally. Holy crap, it actually broke 10,000. I'm awesome. Encouraging himself, while his hands were not slow, a massive green life energy appeared. He slapped it onto his chest. For a moment, it was like taking a cold shower in the sweltering summer and getting a full body massage. There was only one word for it, refreshing. Afterwards, he felt the strength in his body recovering rapidly. At this speed, a full recovery would only take a few minutes. Only then did he realize how useful this ability of his was, and he also understood why Tsubaki had looked so comfortable yesterday. After sensing the life force on Xion's hands, as an elf with an affinity for nature, Ryu subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and a trace of longing inexplicably rose in her heart. She immediately restrained herself, while inwardly shocked. This ability was a bit unfair to elves. They were already sensitive to the aura of nature, and this high-purity life energy was like catnip to a cat for them. She had to quickly help him control this power more precisely, otherwise, the elf companions in Orario might be in trouble. After secretly making up her mind, her expressionless face softened a bit. She also felt a warmth in her heart for the thoughtful little gesture of the boy before her. The other party had maintained a good contact distance so as not to let her dislike him, which made her realize that he must have done his homework beforehand, or someone had told him in advance. Regardless of which it was, this made her feel happy. The former showed he had foresight, and the latter showed he knew how to respect others. These were all rare and precious qualities for an adventurer. I have a pretty good idea of your endurance limit, along with this recovery skill that can be called unfair. It can be said to be of great benefit to your training. Next, I will teach you the simplest combat techniques. I will demonstrate first, and after that, you will follow and do it once. If you have any questions during the process, you can ask me directly. Of course, if there are any problems, I will also tell you directly. No problem, right? Of course. Seeing that Xion understood what she meant, Ryu nodded slightly. She then held the blade part of the sword and handed him a wooden sword used for training. After Xion took the hilt, he weighed it in his hand. The hilt was wrapped with bandages, which greatly prevented the risk of slipping. It was about 1 meter long, and he didn't feel any discomfort when swinging it. It must have been very carefully considered. The weight was about 10 kilograms, it wasn't heavy, but if used as a weapon and swung for a long time, it might be a bit of a problem for him now. Just from a short sword for novice training, one could see quite a lot of things. At this moment, the orange cat also popped out to make its presence known. Detecting that the host is about to learn a new skill, activating auxiliary guidance mode. Your approval is the greatest support for this meow. Immediately, he unfolded a certain special vision, which had both a 360-degree all-around view with no blind spots and an internal perspective similar to the transparent world from Demon Slayer. In an instant, Ryu's movements were analyzed into every frame and flowed into his mind. How to breathe, how to exert force, how to connect, it was all crystal clear, and what's more, it could be watched repeatedly. Holy crap, awesome. Xion was shocked internally. This function was truly insane. How was this any different from being spoon-fed? Beside him, Ryu also quickly finished a set of movements in one smooth, flowing motion, without disrupting her breathing. After all, these basics were things she applied to her daily life. Turning around to see Xion watching her without even blinking, she nodded slightly in satisfaction. Not to mention anything else, this learning attitude was flawless. Alright, you try doing it once. It doesn't matter, just do as much as you can. We have plenty of time, don't rush. Yes. Having already observed it repeatedly in his mind and memorized everything, Xion was full of confidence. He picked up the short sword and started swinging it around. What Ryu demonstrated was the most basic adventurer swordsmanship, which were the fundamental moves summarized by Orario over a long period for adventurers to deal with most monsters. Although simple, it was the foundational skill and the move best suited for learning how to use a sword to deal with monsters. And while Xion was swinging the sword, the orange cat was also continuously recording. The thrusting force is subpar, increasing output by 15% is most suitable for the host. The sword swinging angle is misaligned, Correcting 7% to the left will provide the most comfortable slash. What made it even more thoughtful was that, to ensure he didn't struggle with the specific angles, there was a faint white phantom indicating the correct range. Once he reached the correct range, it would turn green. With such divine assistance, Xian became increasingly engrossed, entering a state of complete self-forgetfulness. He didn't notice at all that instructor Ryu, standing beside him, was looking on with growing astonishment. What on earth? He learned it after one look, and without needing her to correct him, he was gradually adjusting his own form. Furthermore, there were no wasted movements. He wasn't just imitating her, he was finding the techniques best suited for his own power output. If she hadn't seen him correct his movements bit by bit with her own eyes, she would have thought he had already mastered it and was just playing her for a fool. Is this the power of that skill? Clear heart fire is truly astonishing. Instructor Ryu was deeply shocked, she had never seen such talent before. Of course, she didn't know that this wasn't just a skill bonus, it was cheating. Meanwhile, Xian, immersed in that state of self-forgetfulness, unknowingly stopped after demonstrating the moves a few times, all while maintaining the green light indicators. At the same time, a notification from the orange cat sounded. Congratulations, host, on learning the skill. Adventure or swordsmanship beginner. Interference value plus 20. You have taken another step toward the path of the strong. It's wonderful, meow. Please keep up the good work, meow. Ah, thank you for your help, too. It was truly useful. Meow, meow, meow. I'm so happy to be recognized, meow. Ignoring the orange cat spinning in place, Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He hadn't realized it while in that state of self-forgetfulness, but now that his physical sensations had returned, a wave of exhaustion and soreness washed over his entire body. After all, this was his first time performing such strenuous movements. It wasn't like a game where you master things instantly, his body needed time to get accustomed to these motions. However, he didn't dislike this feeling. It was just like working out. After intense exercise, even though his muscles were exhausted, his body would automatically release adrenaline to mitigate the pain. This sensation of pain mixed with excitement felt exhilarating, which was exactly why so many people love to exercise. You've done quite well. Being able to master it after just one look shows you truly have talent in swordsmanship. Keep up the good work. To prevent him from becoming arrogant, Instructor Ryu only offered a modest compliment. It must be said that this kind of praise was just right for Xian, feeling recognized immediately filled him with motivation. Yes, I definitely will, Instructor Ryu. Then, let's take a break for a while. Afterward, we'll start our practice early. If things go well, I'll teach you how to use long-range weapons like bows and arrows this afternoon. Understood. But I don't think I need to rest, I have a skill. Xian was about to use it on himself, but he was stopped. No. Using a skill of this magnitude to restore your body multiple times in a short period could have irreversible effects. You need to be cautious about using such skills consecutively, it's best to have an interval of no less than 3 hours. In her urgency, Instructor Ryu grabbed Xian's right hand. Xian was taken aback by Instructor Ryu's sudden action. Oh, okay. After expressing her urgency, Instructor Ryu realized what she had done and quickly withdrew her hand. Although she was wearing gloves, but I was so reckless. How could I be so impulsive? Still, it seems. I don't feel any dislike. The elf race possesses an incredibly high level of self-esteem, a pride engraved deep in their bones. They would never allow someone they do not acknowledge to touch them. If touched by someone they do not recognize, they might even suffer symptoms of physical discomfort. The result is often that the person is severely injured at best, or, at worst, likely to lose their life. Of course, actively touching corpses or unconscious individuals is fine, as they aren't considered living in their eyes. But right now, she found that she didn't feel repulsed by his touch at all. There was absolutely no discomfort, she only felt her heart racing. Had she already accepted him as her partner? Anyway, just rest here for a while. I'm going to go get something. Understood. Please go ahead. Seeing the girl's demeanor, Xian understood she might need a moment of peace, so he obediently followed her wishes. Watching her retreating figure, Xian felt quite happy. She had blushed just now, and she didn't dislike the contact with him, right? Being recognized by a kind and noble elf was an honor, wasn't it? At the same time, he remembered another question. Orange cat. I'm here, host. What are your instructions, meow? Was what Instructor Ryu said earlier true? You know, the part about how this skill shouldn't be used repeatedly in a short period of time. She was only half right, meow. That is indeed the case for others, the skill shouldn't be used in short intervals. If used too frequently, it could cause the cells that make up the body to collapse. Because the essence of this skill is to revive otherwise dead healthy cells in a near miraculous way and replenish their energy. Most other people's cells cannot withstand being brought back from the dead multiple times, which could eventually lead to cellular collapse. I see. So when you said, others, you meant. Exactly. This restriction does not apply to you, host. The seed of abundance you were given will prevent such things from happening. Or rather, when you use this skill on yourself, it doesn't bring dead cells back to life. Instead, it causes the seed of abundance to generate new cells to replace them. Therefore, that problem doesn't exist, meow. Huh, why does that feel so good? The pharmacist really thought of everything. He had an epiphany. The great pharmacist was truly wonderful, everything had been arranged perfectly for him. But I would still advise you, host, to use it on yourself as little as possible, meow. Ah, why? Isn't there no negative effect? Xian scratched his head in confusion. Could there be some other taboo? That is correct, but doing it frequently will cause this seed of abundance to germinate prematurely, meow. Ah, only then did Xian remember that there seemed to be a note attached to that skill. Resilient body passive, the compassionate medicine king bestowed the seed of abundance, providing the host with a continuous supply of massive life force. It has the effect of prolonging life and rapidly recovering from injuries the seed of abundance can develop. The seed of abundance can develop. That's right, meow. This seed of abundance is essentially a seed of life, the kind capable of nurturing a world. Even now, as just a seed, it is already providing you, host, with a continuous stream of life force. Once it germinates and blooms, the power it releases will be far beyond what you, in your current state, could withstand. In the worst case scenario, it might even become a life-based calamity that threatens the universe. Why didn't you tell me something like this earlier? Xian broke out in a cold sweat. So, this was the hidden trap. That's ruthless. Is this what the pharmacist is like? He had left him a massive treasure. Alright, the kind that was as searing hot to the touch as the sun. The orange cat just shrugged, showing none of Xian's nervousness. Firstly, you didn't ask, and you hadn't used it this way before. Secondly, it's not really a big deal. As long as you don't use it on yourself frequently, it's fine. You'd need to use it tens of thousands of times to trigger germination. Thirdly, with my assistance, as long as you are willing to work hard, your growth speed will be incredibly fast. Controlling such a seed will be a breeze in the future. Phew. I see. So it can be controlled. You scared me to death. Hearing the orange cat explain it so nonchalantly, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but agree. After all, the assistance system had already benefited him greatly just now. If he had such technology in his previous life, was there any skill he couldn't have learned? So it seems I have one more reason to become stronger. I'm full of motivation now. It's wonderful that you can think that way, host, meow. That is the kind of vision and will that our host should possess. After a while, Instructor Ryu returned to her normal self, holding a cup in her hand. She had really gone to get something. Drink some. Although this isn't as effective as your skill, it helps alleviate physical fatigue. Finish it, rest for a while, and then we'll try sparring. Understood. Xian agreed immediately, took the cup, and finished it in a few gulps. It was sweet and tart, and surprisingly delicious. A few seconds later, he felt a warmth in his stomach. It seemed this was a specially made training drink. The technical prowess and experience here were all centered around the adventurer profession. This small cup might be the result of accumulated experience over countless years. Holding the cup, he felt a sense of emotion. He really enjoyed the peace that came after such labor. It was incredible, the two were not far apart and didn't speak, yet he felt no awkwardness at all, only comfort. He found himself enjoying this tranquility. Comfortable times are always short-lived, but the intensity to come was also something to look forward to. Looking at Instructor Ryu standing not far away, dressed casually, Xian subconsciously gripped the training wooden sword in his hand, feeling nervous. Perhaps noticing his nervousness, Instructor Ryu spoke up. It's fine. Just rush over and attack me. Don't think about anything else, just focus on how to hit me. Understood. Following her advice, Xian steeled himself and rushed forward with his sword. His body subconsciously adopted the newly learned attack stance, and upon reaching her, he swung his sword down. He didn't feel the impact of hitting anything, but the next moment, a slight stinging pain came from his back. A premonition arose, though he hadn't seen it with his eyes. By combining the techniques he had learned, his body reacted almost instinctively, dodging to the side. The next moment, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, Instructor Ryu's attack arrived, but he dodged it by a hair's breadth. What was that? Instructor Ryu, who had dodged behind Xian, was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the other party to surprise her, he had actually dodged her strike. Although it was just a casual blow, under normal circumstances, a newcomer shouldn't have been able to dodge it. As a battle-hardened level 2 adventurer, she noticed a few clues. That dodging method, it was completely based on bodily instinct. So, was it a premonition? How terrifying. No wonder he could possess such a skill. Is he essentially a genius at martial arts? Thinking of this, she felt both shocked and satisfied. The higher the talent shown by the person before her, the happier they would be. To become a strong person, both talent and hard work are indispensable. The boy before her possessed the first, and as for the second, as his companion, it was her duty to ensure he acquired it. Xian only realized what happened after he dodged, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thinking about the fierce wind he had just felt, if that blow had landed, his back would definitely have turned bright red instantly. Is this flow? I love it. It really is a practical skill. By now, he understood that the premonition that didn't require his eyes and his body's autonomous movements were all thanks to the power of that new skill he had acquired. It had been a huge help. There was no time to dwell on it, Instructor Ryu spoke again. Continue. Yes. And so, Xian went at it again. From then on, the rhythmic sound of wooden weapons clashing echoed across the training ground, occasionally accompanied by a few pig-like squeals of pain. Approaching noon, at Instructor Ryu's signal that they could stop, Xian, now in tatters, covered in wounds, and with his face swollen like a pig's head, collapsed trembling onto the yellow earth. He felt like he had been burned to a crisp. Heaven knows how many times he had been hit. And this was even with the help of Flow to dodge as much as possible, otherwise, he likely would have been unable to get back up an hour ago. He wanted to cast a healing on himself, but his trembling hands, which had lost all sensation, wouldn't obey him. Having no choice, he had to give up for now. He'd just have to endure it and use the skill once he regained some strength. In any case, enough time had passed. In truth, he didn't want to use it, but he had no choice. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. Instructor Ryu realized that she had been a bit too ruthless. Without realizing it, she had used power and speed approaching level 2. She couldn't help it, he was just too persistent. If she hadn't used that kind of power and speed, he really would have broken through her defenses. The few torn corners of her clothes were proof of that. He had only just learned the most basic swordsmanship, but combined with his extraordinary endurance, he had actually made her, despite suppressing her own strength, feel somewhat troubled. She hadn't yet reached the strength she would have in the main plot. At only level 3, she couldn't fully control her power with ease. When faced with a threat, she had subconsciously used a higher level of strength. If she hadn't been awakened by the boy's miserable state, she probably would still be lost in the heat of the moment. She trotted over to check on the boy's injuries. Seeing that he was on the verge of serious injury, her heart was instantly filled with self-reproach. I'm fine. Just a moment, I'll use my skill. Xian mumbled incoherently to indicate he was fine, but when he tried to smile, he triggered the injuries on his face, causing him to hiss and wince in pain. The girl wanted to smile, but felt too heartbroken to do so. Regret, relief, her heart was a whirlwind of complex emotions. She placed her right hand on the boy's chest and unconsciously began chanting a spell. Gaia Healing was activated. A cyan glow of healing magic appeared, covering Xian's body and making him feel his body gradually recovering for the better. After one cast of healing, he could finally feel his body again. He raised his hand and patted his body, casting one breath of abundance. A wave of comfort washed over him, and suddenly, his body was mostly healed, and his face returned to normal. That was what mattered most. Excellent, back to full health. Let's go, let's get something to eat. We have more training in the afternoon. Proper rest is the foundation for ensuring training efficiency. Understood. He naturally agreed wholeheartedly. After all, forging wasn't something done in a day, gradual progress was the way to go. By this morning, he already felt he had made a lot of progress. At the very least, he had grown from a weak boy who couldn't even truss a chicken into a youth who could dodge 3 of Instructor Ryu's attacks in a row. How commendable, how commendable. On the way back, don't you resent this kind of training? After all, you are developing as a mage-type adventurer who leans towards logistics. Being protected, your priority should be mastering your own abilities, not enduring this painful physical training. Instructor Ryu rarely initiated conversation, which made Xian feel somewhat flattered. Well, how should I put it? It's certainly painful during training, but I believe it's worth it. After all, no one can guarantee that someone will always be able to protect me when facing danger. Learning these things, at the very least, gives me some self-preservation ability in a pinch, so I won't become a burden to everyone. You really think so? Facing instructor Ryu's turn, Shion scratched his head in embarrassment. Also, I think it would be cool to learn these close combat techniques and personally step forward to take down monsters like chopping vegetables, ha ha ha. This was also one of the reasons he was willing to train so desperately. After all, every Chinese man has a hero dream deep down. Instructor Ryu didn't comment, but the corner of her mouth curled into an imperceptible arc. Although childish and impractical, as a motivation, it's not a bad idea. This world might be cruel, but here, the Estrella Familia hadn't reached the point where such thoughts were disallowed. After all, everyone had gone through this. That small, unique wish of one's own was the motivation that kept everyone moving forward. She would teach him about the cruelty of the dungeon slowly later. Returning, he first cleaned his body in the communal bath, then changed his clothes. It was called a communal bath, but it was actually his private bathhouse, rebuilt by the captain overnight after he joined the Familia. After all, he was the only male in the Familia now. However, what was surprising was that the women's bath was right next door, seemingly designed that way for water access. What puzzled him was that no one expressed any doubts or objections to this. Perhaps this situation was the norm in the Familia. After all, in anime, baths are often designed this way. As for clothes, they were standard training uniforms, and there were plenty of spares. Today's meal was made by Kagaya, and it was cuisine from the Far East. Shion didn't expect that one day he would experience food from that country in such a way, which felt quite novel. He tasted a couple of bites, the flavor was quite unique, but there were some things that were only 1 or 2 parts cooked, and after one bite, it was truly hard to continue. Yo, does the little guy not like the food big sister made? The young girl appeared behind Shion at some point, one hand teasing Shion's chin, her expression somewhat seductive. Ah, that's not it, it's just that I'm not used to eating raw things. I mostly ate cooked food back home. Faced with this beauty's inexplicable teasing, although Shion was suspicious of her motives, he had insufficient information and could only tell the truth. That won't do. You should know that in the dungeon, under extreme circumstances, you might lose your food supplies. At that time, obtaining any energy from the surroundings that can help you survive becomes the top priority. Among them, being able to obtain raw meat is already considered a good outcome, so you have to adapt. I understand, thank you, Kagaya-san. Shion felt she was right. Although he hadn't experienced it, he could imagine that situation. This world wasn't like his original world where you might have no money, but you absolutely wouldn't starve to death. The dungeon in this world was most adept at kicking people when they were down, and one could catch a glimpse of that reality in the anime as well. Thinking of this, Shion looked at the sashimi on the table, used a fork to pick up a few pieces, put them in his mouth, chewed a few times, and then forced them down despite his discomfort. This obedient action made Kagaya pause, not knowing if the other party was sincere or if he was too deep thinking, but she quickly covered it up. Oh, so obedient, what a good boy. Big sister has high hopes for you. When she wanted to take it a step further, she was interrupted by instructor Ryu's voice from the side. Kagaya, that's enough. He is still a child. How can you say that? Where we come from, 16 is already considered an adult. Do I have to listen to this kind of suggestive talk? Do you really have that kind of intention toward me? Big sister, are you that thirsty? Shion felt a shock in his heart and instantly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. You know that's not what I meant. Facing instructor Ryu's sharp gaze, she ultimately chose to back down. TCH, how boring. Then you better keep a close eye on him, you smelly elf. Saying this, Kagaya walked away from the dining room with elegant steps. Don't mind her, that person isn't bad by nature, just a bit shameless. Hearing this, Shion broke out in a cold sweat, while simultaneously feeling lucky that the other party had already walked far away, otherwise, he feared they might have started fighting. At the same time, he grumbled inwardly. That evaluation is already very hurtful, right? It feels like you two have something going on. Undermining each other like this, do you have a grudge? Never mind, these things shouldn't be the concern of his current self. He suppressed this thought in his heart and refocused his attention on eating. Looking at this food which wasn't exactly delicious, he thought about how when it was his turn to cook, he would make something tasty for everyone and let them experience the charm of Chinese cuisine. After eating, he rested for half an hour. Then the two of them came to the training ground again. It was still just the two of them, only this time, they came to the firing range. Instructor Ryu, I wanted to ask just now, does everyone have something going on today? It feels like there are very few people at the base. Approaching the destination, Shion asked this. That's right, although the Estrella Familia didn't have many members, the base wasn't very big either. Just now while eating, there were only the two of them and Kagaya, which made one wonder where everyone else had gone. The captain took them to the dungeon to train and accumulate experience. Now that the Evolus is increasingly rampant, although their arrogance has subsided somewhat during this period, in order to deal a head-on blow when they show their flaws, improving strength is essential. While preparing the short bow for training, Instructor Ryu gave Shion the answer in a gentle tone, although there was a momentary change in her expression that he didn't notice. I see. Everyone is really working hard. Shion sighed. Pulling the bowstring to confirm it could be used normally, Instructor Ryu was actually a little nervous inside because she didn't tell the whole truth. Actually, there was another reason, which was everyone's worry about the strength of their familia after Shion joined. As a special role in the team who had a higher status than a mage, he was often a breakthrough point for the enemy to target on the battlefield. In order to protect him more effectively, they planned to go to the dungeon to test relevant lineups while accumulating experience. In layman's terms, they went to train on how to protect a defenseless healer in actual combat, so that he could integrate into this team in the days to come, rather than being a useless, fatal shortcoming. Of course, things like grinding were mutual. While they were working hard over there, here, Instructor Ryu was responsible for basic training first, and in the following time, the other cadres would also teach him things they were good at. Elisa's plan was to let Shion become a partner who could provide positive buffs to the team within a month, which was a decision everyone discussed and agreed upon. So at this moment, there were only 4 people at the Estrella Familia base, the two of them, Kagaya, and the goddess. Her and Kagaya's main responsibility was to prevent uncontrollable things, such as a sudden attack by the Evolus, so her current identity was both an instructor and a bodyguard. Next, I will teach you the basic techniques of using a bow and arrow. Then we will train here for a while, and after that, I will take you to meet your advisor, who will teach you common sense as an adventurer. Handing the checked short bow to Shion, Instructor Ryu stated the upcoming arrangements. Understood. Shion readily agreed without any questions. He always believed that before starting something, the most important thing was to just do it. As for whether there was anything inappropriate, that was something that would appear and be solved later. Besides, he was also very interested in archery. Turning his gaze to the short bow in his hand, he pulled it and found that it required quite a bit of strength. He used all his might to barely pull it to full draw. Then let's begin. It's still the same as this morning, watch my movements. Instructor Ryu stood straight, knocking an arrow and drawing the bow in one go. To let Shion see the movements clearly, she deliberately slowed down just like in the morning. However, even so, as an elfin with long-term practice experience, this scene became very pleasing to the eye, as if everything was meant to be that way. The movement that didn't originally need a second was forcibly extended to 3 seconds by her. Then, with a crisp sound of wind, the arrow hit the bullseye 50 meters away without any suspense. Shion had long since activated the auxiliary mode, opening his eyes wide to observe every one of her movements. After the demonstration ended, he closed his eyes and reviewed it for a few seconds, then resolutely knocked an arrow and drew the bow. With a whoosh, an arrow was shot out as well, only, compared to Instructor Ryu's center shot, he was way off base. Multiple muscle force errors, breathing frequency misalignment, please correct. Red markings of partial muscles were projected on his retina, this was directly pointing out the force errors of certain muscles. You didn't miss the target, I'm a bit surprised, but for the first time, it's already quite good. Instructor Ryu expressed appreciation from the side, which made him feel annoyed. Although she was indeed telling the truth, this lady really didn't know how to compliment people. If it were someone with lower emotional intelligence, they would probably start to hold a grudge. Only he understood her personality well enough, she was still a greenhorn at this point in time, so he didn't take it to heart. He took another one from the arrow quiver prepared on the side, knocked the arrow, drew the bow, and deliberately leaned toward the direction prompted by the system. Relax, don't tense your arms so tightly, imagine the arrow becoming an extension of your arm. Instructor Ryu held her own weapon, the branch of the world tree, and used appropriate force to tap the parts where Shion had problems, helping him correct his posture. Why is it that other protagonists get hands-on teaching, and I get the stick treatment? The heavens are unfair. Xian wanted to cry but had no tears as he seriously adjusted. The process could only be described as painful yet happy. An hour later. Whoosh! An arrow was precisely inserted into the center of the bullseye. Congratulations to the host. Learned skill. Archery beginner interference value +20. Please keep up the good work. Yeah. Xian clenched his fist happily. This sense of accomplishment was unparalleled. Not bad. Try a few more times next. If you can maintain this level, then we will switch to moving targets. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Instructor Ryu gave some encouragement in a nonchalant manner. Mainly because the captain said not to let him get too complacent before she left, otherwise, with her straightforwardness, she would definitely have told him, more or less, that his talent was unparalleled. But seeing his excited appearance, she abandoned that idea. The effect achieved now was just right. First contact, and being able to hit the bullseye at 50 meters in 1 hour, what kind of talent was this? Only the best among the elves could almost match this result. You have to know that those were elves. Archery was an instinctive specialty for them. And at this moment, Xian also happily discovered another ability of the system, which was that as long as it was recognized as a learned skill, it would not regress. The feeling of inspiration from hitting the bullseye remained in his heart. At this moment, as long as he wanted to, drawing the bow and arrow would definitely hit the distant bullseye. The subsequent shots also confirmed his conjecture. Within 50 meters, he was now hitting whatever he aimed at. And Instructor Ryu on the side was also very happy in her heart. With such talent, even without counting his recovery skill, he was an existence that could grow to an unbelievable stage, perhaps even comparable to that Empress of the Hera Familia, who was an absolute powerhouse at LV.9. The first stage effect had been achieved. Subsequently, Instructor Ryu also brought out moving targets, which were many things similar to plates. Next, your training content is to shatter these discs that I throw out, understand? Yes. Xian's affirmative answer made her nod, and then she prepared to signal. After he knocked the bow, Instructor Ryu threw the discs with her own strength, and Xian, as expected, seized the opportunity to shatter one with an arrow. Compared to fixed targets, such moving targets were clearly much more difficult. But it didn't end there. Instructor Ryu continued to throw, and unknowingly increased the power and tricky angles. Xian also felt it getting trickier and trickier. And when he shot and missed at a certain level, Instructor Ryu didn't say anything, but continued to throw discs with that level of force and angle, letting Xian challenge his limits again and again, until he hit them, and then she continued to increase the speed and power. Just like that, more than an hour later, after experiencing hundreds of repeated bow knocking and shooting, the open space in front was already covered with debris, and Xian was also trembling in both hands, his whole body exhausted and unable to make any other movements. However, he was very happy because looking at the clearly marked Archery Intermediate on the system panel gave him a full sense of accomplishment, and of course, an additional 50 points of interference value. Let's stop today's training here. Rest for a while, and then I will take you to the guild. Okay. Xian sat on the ground with a thump, looking at his right hand which had been chafed until it bled. A grin appeared on his face. This solid feeling of constant progress really made people feel satisfied. Instructor Ryu also brought a cup of training drink to him. Knowing that his condition made it impossible for him to take it, she handed it directly to his mouth. Come, open your mouth, ah. As if coaxing a child to take medicine, she was going to feed Xian. Xian accepted her feeding half happily and half shyly. Looking at that exquisite but expressionless face of the other party, Xian had to sigh at her greenhorn attribute, she really didn't feel embarrassed at all. But what he didn't know was how much effort Instructor Ryu had spent to barely maintain this composure. If someone could feel her heartbeat at this moment, they would find that her heartbeat was faster than it had been during the most intense battles. It was just that this process didn't last long, otherwise, she really might not have been able to hold back. Alright, just rest like that for a moment. I'm going to clean up. Understood, Instructor Ryu. Hiding her slightly trembling hands, Ryu turned and walked toward the debris of the target in the center of the training ground. Once she reached a distance where Xian couldn't notice her, she released her breathing rhythm and began to regulate her abnormal physical reaction. Half an hour later, Xian had mostly recovered, and Ryu had largely finished restoring the training ground. After all, this was a facility shared by everyone, and keeping it clean was the duty of every Familia member. Xian also made a new discovery. His recovery ability after sustaining physical injury was extraordinary. Although it couldn't compare to the rapid recovery from using magic, it still greatly shortened the time he needed. Just like now, his right hand had already recovered as if nothing had happened, with no trace of the mangled, bloody mess from half an hour ago. This forced him to once again marvel at the great power of the pharmacist. Was it really the case that these people of the breath of abundance ate so well? He also decided that for future training, he would just let it recover on its own, and maybe build up some pain resistance while he was at it. Alright, let's go. We'll head back, tidy up, and then I'll take you to the Adventurers Guild. Understood. Half an hour later, the two of them quickly appeared at the Adventurers Guild. Just as he had thought, accompanying his appearance, the half-elf girl named Aina rushed over as if she had scented him. After the three of them exchanged greetings, they arrived at a private room stacked with many books. Next door was the library area of the Adventurers Guild, and there were many such rooms around, all used for adventurers and advisors to exchange information. This room had been rented in advance by Aina. Between yesterday and this morning, she had already organized all the information and knowledge that Xian needed to master, all that was missing was his arrival. Fortunately, he hadn't broken his promise, which increased her favorable impression of him a little more. Then, Mr. Sion, let us first understand the dungeon. Through the girl's engaging explanation, Xian clearly understood for the first time the existence known as the dungeon. It was a labyrinth that had suddenly appeared in the lower world 3,000 years ago, and it was also one of the three great secret realms of the world. The dungeon was considered to be a living existence with consciousness, possessing a special relationship with the gods, and harboring a heart of hatred toward them. Located beneath Orario, it was the source of the ferocious monsters scattered across the entire continent. In the ancient era before the gods had descended and humans had received their blessings, monsters from the dungeon could invade the surface without restraint. Those monsters that invaded the surface left the dungeon to multiply, subsequently bearing offspring, causing monsters to have a presence in every part of the world outside the dungeon, and everyone suffered deeply from them. Later, with the evolution of history, in order to suppress the continued expansion of the dungeon, the gods devised a method. Led by the great god Uranus, they established the fortress city of Orario and created the profession of adventurer, who could receive blessings. There were multiple entrances to the dungeon, but currently, the vast majority had been sealed off, with only the entrance beneath Babel in Orario remaining open. Putting everything else aside, the primary duty of the adventurer profession now was to suppress the number of monsters in the dungeon. Similarly, because of the production of magic stones, Orario monopolized most of the magic stones in the world and, as a result, formed a mature magic stone product industry. Besides adventurers, it also attracted merchants, laborers, and others from all over the world, and the number of these people was far greater than that of the adventurers exploring the dungeon. That older gentleman from before was a laborer responsible for construction. He had come to this city in his youth and had been here for several decades now. Back to the main topic. After introducing the general historical origins, the half-elf lady continued to introduce some common knowledge, such as the meanings of concepts like status, level, and feats, and their relationships with other terms. It could be said that she was meticulous, which also gave Xian a more realistic understanding of the adventurer profession. Unlike in anime, once he had truly become an adventurer, he discovered that the amount of knowledge he needed to learn and understand was not small. For example, levels were displayed as LV.1, LV.2, and so on. The higher the number, the higher the level, and the corresponding abilities were also stronger. At the same time, adventurers were divided into lower-level adventurers, LV.1 adventurers, who made up the average level of half the adventurers in Orario. High-level adventurers, adventurers of LV.2 and above, who possessed strength above the core, and who had obtained additional development abilities on top of their status. At the same time, high-level adventurers were subdivided into third-class adventurers, LV.2, second-class adventurers, LV.34, and first-class adventurers, LV.5 and above. The level of an adventurer was mainly composed of two parts. One was basic ability, and the other was feats. Among them, basic ability was divided into 5 aspects, similar to proficiency, while feats were very abstract, similar to experience points. The basic abilities were strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, and magic. These were displayed on the blessings of the gods behind them. The numerical range for each dimension of basic ability was 0 to 999, represented by letters IS, totaling 10 grades I, 0 to 99, A, 800 to 899, S, 900 to 999. The experience points gained by an adventurer after training or actual combat would increase their proficiency. The more frequently a project was exercised, the more prominent the proficiency and evaluation would naturally be. Generally speaking, the upper limit of basic ability was 999, or S, but in the anime, the protagonist Bell once broke through this number. And feats were the necessities for an adventurer to level up. As the name implied, feats meant great undertakings, whether positive or negative. Its full name was achievements that would be considered great even when viewed through the eyes of the gods. Feats did not necessarily have to be combat, they could also be other content, such as a blacksmith forging a powerful weapon, an inventor researching some unique invention, etc. However, defeating a powerful enemy was the most straightforward feat. In the original work, Belcranel defeating a minotaur during his LV.1 period was a typical example of obtaining a feat through combat. Finally, there was the accumulation of feats, which was related to one's own strength and the difficulty of the situation faced. Just like when Bell defeated a minotaur at LV.1, that was a feat, but if it were him at LV.2 or LV.3, it could not be called a feat because at that time, the minotaur could no longer be called a threat to him. At the same time, if a feat was obtained through teamwork, the feat would also be distributed within the team according to certain rules. This rule was roughly that the capable would get more, the greater the contribution, the more feats obtained. Therefore, obtaining combat feats was a very dangerous thing. It required the adventurer to face an enemy that exceeded their own limits of confrontation and achieve victory, surpassing limits in the self in an extreme state. In the words of adventurers, under the principle that adventurers should not take risks, obtaining feats was a dangerous adventure. So, saying that one wanted to make obtaining combat feats simple through some powerful equipment or special skills was pure nonsense. In essence, it was a matter of stimulating potential in a desperate situation to break through oneself. How could it be so easily fooled? Adventurers who possessed such equipment or skills would only have higher requirements for feats than ordinary adventurers. This was also the reason why, for nearly 1,000 years, high-level adventurers in Orario had remained so rare. Then some might say, was there no other way? Of course there was. Someone had tested it. The minimum limit for obtaining a feat was an enemy approaching one's own limit. Could one then reduce the risk to a certain extent by challenging such suitable enemies? This method was possible, but the amount obtained was very small. One might have to challenge hundreds of times, which was far less cost-effective than a single breakthrough challenge. The various costs were too high. Only those who had been LV.1 all their lives might rely on this method in their middle or old age to reach the next level. For talented adventurers, this method was a pure waste of time. It was better to form a party. At this point, the thought of whether he could take shortcuts with his system had faded for Xian. As expected, he still had to do things step by step. Adventurers are not encouraged to take risks for the sake of survival, but achieving great feats requires risk. To some extent, this reveals the truth that if you want to become stronger, you must step out of your comfort zone. After understanding these basics, the next part was the main topic, the precautions for new adventurers. Watching the petite Ms. Aina walk over carrying something resembling a dictionary that was about half her height, Xian couldn't help but lose his composure, cold sweat streaming down. And at this moment, it was time for our reliable Orange Cat brand system Spirit to make an appearance. Do not worry, host. The system can help you read through these things once and memorize them, then filter out the most accurate information to store. When you encounter the corresponding situations in the dungeon, this meow will promptly remind you to pay attention, meow. Hearing this, Xian felt that at this moment, it was no longer a system spirit, but a high and mighty deity experiencing the hardships of the human world. As expected, following that, amidst the young girl's astonished expression, Xian displayed his ability to remember everything he sees, and draw inferences about other cases from one instance, causing the young girl to unsurprisingly show an expression of envy and admiration. It even made Xian feel a bit embarrassed. When people are focused, time always passes very quickly. After Xian finished the knowledge reserve that Aina had originally planned to take 3 days to master in just a few hours, the time had arrived at evening. Checking the time, Ryu also reminded them that it was time to go back, which finally forced the two, who had been immersed in the ocean of knowledge, to pull their consciousness out of it. Xian also realized how long it had been since he had been so deeply immersed in studying knowledge. There was no help for it, he was just a regular university student before. Compared to the boring, outdated, and uninteresting university courses, the practical experience summaries for adventurers he was learning now interested him much more. Combined with the system's assistance, he really could be considered as having divine help. Take, for example, the technique of obtaining a water source by simply refining the branches and leaves of certain specific plants in the dungeon. Just hearing the full explanation made his imagination run wild, and he wished he could teleport directly to the dungeon right now to put it into practice. Looking up and seeing the sun already at the horizon, Xian could only let it go for now. Anyway, there would be time in the future. Then, after bidding farewell to Aina, the two set off on their way back again. At the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, smiling and watching the retreating figures in the distance, Aina finally let out a long sigh once she could no longer see them. The adventurer being too capable also put a lot of pressure on her. If she hadn't prepared for the next 3 or 4 days out of excitement, these few hours would have completely exhausted her preparations. How is it? Are you used to working with a new adventurer on the first day? Senior Neza, who was also getting off work, had arrived beside her at some point. Seeing this junior's look of relief, she thought it was because of nervousness, so she wanted to offer a few words of comfort. Senior, I finally know now. There really are geniuses in this world. By comparison, I, whom you call a standout, am still too green. Oh, does that boy have any outstanding qualities? Neza was puzzled. Was this a blow to her confidence? No way, was that boy that excellent? I prepared 3 days worth of teaching material, but Mr. Sion completely understood and memorized it in just a few hours. Is this what a genius is? Then shouldn't you be happy? If it really follows this pace, then in less than a week, wouldn't the most troublesome part of knowledge explanation be over? Although she was equally shocked inside, she did not forget to guide this junior. Oh right, I understand. I won't give up. I'll go prepare right now. Thank you very much, Senior Neza. I will take my leave now. After speaking, without waiting for Neza to ask her to stay, the young girl ran off. Being young is truly great, so full of vitality. Watching the retreating figure, she couldn't help but sigh, though it was still lacking a bit of composure. This junior of hers would perhaps grow a lot because of this, she really did draw a good card on her first try. When the two returned to the residence, it was already dark. Everyone had not returned, so it seemed they had to spend the night in the dungeon. This kind of thing would be very common in the coming days. Whenever one needs to explore the parts below the 10th floor, one day is not enough. No matter how strong your strength is, monsters will not hide from you just because you are strong. Their innate hatred makes them swarm upon seeing an adventurer. The only way to advance is to clear them all out in a short time, which inevitably requires a large amount of time. Therefore, even if it is not an expedition, as long as the floor is deeper, entering and exiting always requires more than a day. Entering the guild hall, what was surprising was that their goddess, Estrella, who hadn't been seen for a day, was sitting in the main seat of the hall, and it looked like she was waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? It couldn't be us, could it? Just as Xian was secretly muttering to himself, he saw the goddess, upon seeing them enter, reveal a gentle smile and simultaneously beckon them over. Lady Estrella, they both said in unison. Arriving before their own goddess, the two bowed respectfully. In Orario, the respect for one's own patron deity is mostly genuine, not just because the gods grant falna, but more so because they walk alongside the people, guiding them like a matriarch, and are the pillars of everyone's faith. Did you have a good day? The training must have been very hard. Pulling Xian's hand, the goddess actually pulled him into her arms, then stroked his head, caring for him gently. Xian was stunned. Having never seen this kind of situation, he answered subconsciously. It's not hard. I really enjoy this fulfilling life now. Yes, he felt that although this kind of life was a bit bitter and tiring, compared to living in a daze, it was simply much better. Is that so? That's good. I originally thought whether Ryu's training was a bit too heavy. Since you feel there is no problem, then I won't talk to her about it, ha ha ha. This time it was Ryu's turn to be silent. She didn't expect their training to be completely seen by the goddess. Having her little thoughts exposed, she couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Ryu, you must learn to control yourself. You should have realized the problem today. The goddess smiled slightly and gave her suggestion to this subordinate. Unless there was a huge mistake, she naturally wouldn't criticize her children, but would guide them. It was just that Xian was resilient, otherwise, if it were a more ordinary new adventurer, being trained like this by Ryu, they would probably have ended up in the hospital after one day. Yes, Lady Estrella, I will remember this lesson. Ryu also sincerely promised. Although there had been such a problem before, because it had never caused trouble for the team, she hadn't paid much attention to it. Today's excessive training exposed this problem. That's good. Let's go update your status. Okay. Under Ryu's guidance, the three came to the goddess's room. What caught their eyes were books, so many books. The goddess's room was unexpectedly simple, without too much decoration, only the most simple and comfortable arrangement. It was clean and tidy, and except for not being luxurious enough, it fit Xian's fantasy of a goddess's dwelling. At the goddess's signal, Xian took off his top and lay on her bed. A scent of the sun, mixed with a light fragrance, entered his olfactory sense. His spirit was able to relax under the stimulation of this scent, and he inexplicably had the feeling of being at home lying on his bed. While he was feeling uneasy, he suddenly felt a drop of liquid fall on his back, followed by a warm sense of comfort. A moment later, the status update was completed. After taking the paper prepared by Ryu and making an imprint of it, Estrella handed the changed status to Xian. Xian LV. 1 Strength, H105 Endurance, G213 Dexterity, I97 Agility, H101 Magic, I0 Development Ability, None Magic, Breath of Abundance. Skills: Clear Heart Fire, Hidden, Resilient Body, Pharmacology Mastery. Together with Ryu, who had leaned in to look, the two of them fell silent. Not bad. To have such results after just the first day of training, keep up the good work. The goddess masked her inner excitement, pretending to be calm as she indicated that it was acceptable. As the head of the family, she could not afford to lose her composure. Oh, this is just okay, huh? Yeah, really not bad, my foot. What kind of training results in a status increase of over 500 points in a single day? Before she knew it, Ryu's eyes had widened. Come to think of it, how many points had she gained after her first training session? It seemed like it only added up to 60 or 70 points. At this rate, reaching an S rank in all stats would only be a matter of days. It was even possible to surpass those values. As one of the ancient deities, Estrella knew some inside information. For instance, children with the potential of heroes could indeed surpass this theoretically highest rank. Not to mention, there was currently one such person in the Hera familia who had likely already surpassed the S rank values, that special girl. This was what she had observed with the keen eye of the goddess of judgment. And now, she finally had the opportunity to nurture such a child, so absolutely nothing could go wrong. That clear, 0, in magic also verified another one of her conjectures. As expected, Xian's magic was not fueled by mana, rather, it was a process of drawing upon his own life force to transmit it. This would present another difficult problem. Although it wasn't apparent now, this method of draining the pond to catch the fish was ultimately risky. For humans in the lower world, overdrawing their life force was no laughing matter. Therefore, she took the Falna sheet from the hands of the two stunned individuals and held it over the candlelight to burn it. Lady Estrella. Ryu looked puzzled, not understanding why her goddess had done that. Ryu, you must absolutely never speak of this. I will tell Elise and the others when they return. For Xian's safety, this growth speed must never be known by people from other familias. Seeing her goddess's serious attitude, Ryu felt a jolt in her heart and indicated that she understood the gravity of the situation. It was the first time she had seen her goddess announce something so formally. Understood, Lady Estrella. I will never tell a second person. Yes. And you, too, Xian. Never speak of your level up status to outsiders. Promise me, okay. Of course, Lady Estrella. Only a fool would talk about it. Wouldn't revealing such things just invite trouble? Besides, things were not very peaceful outside right now. Good child. Now go back and get some rest early, you need to conserve your energy for tomorrow. Yes, Lady Estrella. Patting the little heads of the two children, Estrella apologetically indicated that they should go back to rest. She felt sorrowful that she lacked the strength to protect this child, unable to let him shine like the heroes of old. By agreeing to her request, this child must be in a lot of pain inside, surely. But what she didn't know was that Xian had no such thoughts. Shining bright, displaying dazzling talent. Even if the Estrella familia became the strongest familia, he would still choose to hide his strength. Exposing his growth speed. If he did that, he probably wouldn't live past 3 episodes. No matter the era, keeping one's blade sheathed was the golden rule. Why were trump cards called trump cards? Wasn't it because they were unknown to outsiders? If his stats were fully exposed, what trump cards would he have left? There was no shortage of smart people in this world. Watching the door through which the two had left, Estrella fell into a dilemma, while simultaneously calculating in her heart. It seemed necessary to pay Hera a visit. That goddess's familia possessed the most complete repository of magical knowledge in all of Orario. She wanted to see if there was a chance to trade for knowledge and magic related to healing from her, or perhaps, something even further. Precious knowledge and techniques like high-level magic were mostly the exclusive wealth of specific familias, even in Orario, and were resources that would never circulate on the market. Moreover, she and that person were essentially in a state of mutual non-interference. She had forgotten how many times they hadn't even crossed paths at the Divine Assembly, so one could imagine the difficulty of this trip. However, she also had a trump card. At this very moment, the fact that Xion possessed a life-type healing skill should have already spread among those great gods. For Hera, who had lost that absolute combat power, the Empress, determining who would serve as the leader to preside over the overall situation must be the biggest problem right now. In her view, that talent monster who survived the expedition and held the title, Silence, Althea, should be the best candidate. However, that terminal illness she suffered from directly buried that possibility. Genos Angelus. Ability values can be in a state of limit release at any time, but it comes with huge side effects. Once it flares up, it will simultaneously inflict multiple status abnormalities on Althea, such as poison, paralysis, and dysfunctional shock, semi-permanently reducing her ability values, physical strength, and mental strength. A skill that very much fit the concept of heaven's jealousy. Possessing talent far beyond others, even able to cross swords with the LV.9 Empress with LV.7 strength, she was undoubtedly a person who could be called a genius, yet she might stop here due to physical limitations. This was semi-open information among the gods of Warario, simply because Hera had once tried many methods for this girl's physical condition, but the outcomes were all to no avail. In the process, information about this skill became known to everyone in the divine circle. This was what she was going to bet on. This skill, for which even the gods had no solution and which brought uncontrollable negative damage to Althea's body and spirit, she wanted to make the other party think that Xion had a way to cure it, thereby trading that for the knowledge she needed. Trading Xion's future potential for current investment, this was also the reason she had asked Elise to reveal this skill at the appropriate time. She wanted to secure every possible resource for her child, thereby allowing him to grow rapidly. The resources of the Estrella Familia could not give him the best help. As for whether it could actually be done, she still had confidence. Life-type healing abilities were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. On the other side, Hera Familia. Having finished the day's work, it was time to go back and rest. As her body worsened, and with the increasingly severe situation in Orario, a certain thought in Althea's heart became clearer and clearer. Thinking of her younger sister, whose talent she had drained at birth, leaving her so weak, yet she herself was unable to fulfill the duty of protecting her. The terminal illness on her body eroded her like a devil's curse, constantly disintegrating her self-esteem. Now that the familia and the surrounding environment were worsening, as a darling of the heavens, she did not want to pass away in silence. She wanted to do something for her younger sister, even if it was just a tiny bit. This idea had also received the support of her two good friends. They intended to use their remaining strength to do something for this city facing a crisis. Lady Althea, Hera-sama requests your presence now. In the corridor, a running member of the Familia intercepted Althea and conveyed their goddess's wishes with an eager expression. Althea was first puzzled, but then pleasantly surprised after understanding his words. Ever since the joint expedition failed a while ago and the Familia fell into a state of lacking successors, Lady Hera had locked herself in her room after cursorily announcing that she would be in charge of Familia affairs, never asking about worldly matters again. Although she could understand Lady Hera's feelings, such actions had further expanded the panic and tension among the remaining members of the Familia. So much so that the stability the Familia could currently maintain was all something she had worn herself out for, day and night. And now, her goddess was actually stirring, had she walked out of her grief. Thinking of this, Althea did not dare to delay for even a moment and headed straight for her goddess's room. In order to arrive as quickly as possible, she even used some magic techniques. Althea soon arrived before her goddess's door, took a deep breath, and knocked gently on the door. Lady Hera, it is I, Althea. Come in. Yes. As the girl pushed the door open and entered, everything that met her eyes made her pupils constrict. She hurriedly stepped inside and closed the door again. The entire room was in a mess. The flowers Lady Hera usually loved most were now withered and dead, precious magical documents were scattered all over the floor like waste paper, and there were barely any intact pieces of furniture to be seen around. The owner of this room, the usually vibrant and elegantly noble Hera, sat on the bed in a daze, the residual bloodstains on her hands testifying to her madness during this time. Seeing this, Althea felt a sudden ache in her heart. Although her goddess was viewed by other gods as the strongest, fiercest, and most cruelly destructive woman, to them, the members of the Familia, she was like a mother. Before the Familia declined, Even that high and mighty, arrogant empress was very willing to obey her, showing that her love for her own familia was no less than that of any other god. Having suffered such a great disaster, she was more heartbroken than anyone else. Those were her children, after all. Sorry, Althea, for letting you see me in such a pathetic state. This time. The goddess spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse, lacking her usual aura. That's not true, Lady Hera. You are the pillar of this home. You must pull yourself together, the familia cannot do without you. Althea reflexively retorted in agitation, the intense emotional fluctuation making her feel short of breath. Her reaction caused the goddess to reveal a long-lost smile. Yes. You've worked hard during this time. Get up first. I had you come here partly because I'm fine now, so you don't need to worry, and partly because of this. As she spoke, the goddess handed a slip of paper she had been clutching to Althea. The latter opened it with confusion. This is information sent by Hermes. It shouldn't be fake. Based on Estrella's personality, it's likely she released it intentionally, with the goal of luring me in. I must admit, although there is scheming involved, it is indeed good news for us right now. Along with the goddess's explanation, Althea read the words on it with confusion. Estrella Familia has added one new member, possessing a special life-type healing skill. It is indeed a special talent, but Lady Hera, why do you say it's good news for us, and why is it luring us in? Althea was somewhat confused. A new adventurer possessing a healing skill was indeed special, but she didn't understand what that had to do with them. It's normal that you don't know, because life-type healing abilities have never been possessed by anyone in the thousands of years since Orario was founded. Quote question mark. Is it that special? Is this kind of ability very powerful? As a level 7 mage, she suddenly realized she hadn't heard any information regarding life-type healing skills at all. That's right. Even if I told you the rest, you might not understand, so I'll summarize it with the simplest term. A master of this ability can achieve resurrection. Althea was shocked. Resurrection, wasn't that a miracle that is absolutely forbidden? Even for gods, it is something only a very few great gods could achieve when possessing their full power. In this world where gods seal their divinity to descend to the mortal realm, that is a miracle that is absolutely impossible to perform. Is this kind of ability really something a mortal can possess? Althea asked subconsciously. I don't know. Perhaps this is the wonder of humanity, there are always people who can exceed the expectations of us gods. Then, when you said the target is us, do you mean? That's right. She will likely come to find me soon. Exchanging our knowledge for that child's growth, the reward, would be your body. Can that ability heal my body? Only then did Althea understand the meaning of her goddess. That Estrella, who obtained this special talent, wanted to seek development resources for this new member. To think she set her sights on their Hera Familia. There will likely be an answer in these next few days. And, if I'm not mistaken, you will eventually have to serve as this little one's bodyguard or teacher for a while for free. What a great plan, Estrella. Let's see who ends up the winner this time. Pointed out by her goddess, the clever Althea understood. If that child could really heal her condition, then their side would inevitably have to protect her safety. As both the patient and a giant in magic, while also possessing supreme strength, she would be the best bodyguard. The key is that if everything is true, then even if they know it's a scheme, they must accept it, because the strength of their familia is currently supported by her alone, and her physical condition is the top priority for the familia right now. Such an opportunity to solve her physical problems, even if it requires a painful price, is understandable when considering the survival of the familia, let alone something as simple as sharing some knowledge and protecting a little one. This is a classic open conspiracy. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Is she really the goddess of justice? She is even more calculating than that so-called god of tricks, Loki. As expected, as long as they are gods, none of them are simple. Help me tidy up first. I can't let others see me like this. Yes, Lady Hera. Regardless, Althea was already very happy that Lady Hera could pull herself together. As for her own physical condition, could it really be healed? Althea herself didn't know. The haze shrouding her heart seemed to have cracked open a gap because of this conversation. The next day, the morning continued with the routine breakfast and training, but it was worth noting that Ryu told Xian that he would be cooking tomorrow. Hearing this, he stiffened, and he indicated that he understood. Suppressing his desire to show off, he began today's training. Unknowingly, his personality had also become much calmer. Because he had already learned the most basic swordsmanship, this morning's training focused on combat. Ryu still only held a wooden training weapon, while Xian was equipped with a wooden sword and a short bow. The rule was that Xian could use any means, as long as he could hit Ryu, the training could end early. Ryu would restrict all attributes except speed, and would not use any skills or magic other than martial arts. The basic sword swings had been taught. From now on, Xian needed to feel it during combat and let his body naturally remember the way of fighting. This was the fastest way to progress for Xian, in Ryu's opinion. Thus, after Xian confidently raised his weapon, this extremely unequal duel began. Half an hour later, unsurprisingly, Xian once again ended up with a swollen face, but this time he didn't even touch the corner of Ryu's clothes. He had thought too simply. As expected, not to mention anything else, the gap in experience alone was outrageously large, let alone anything else. Yesterday's luck was just exploiting a cognitive gap with Ryu. Yesterday, out of surprise at Xian's growth speed, Ryu was stunned for a moment, which allowed Xian to touch her clothes. Today, with her speed unsealed, the results were naturally not comparable. It just looked a bit miserable, but Ryu had controlled her strength well this time, they were just superficial injuries. After resting for a few minutes and waiting for the injuries to recover, the battle continued. Through the battle, Xian also gradually discovered his many bad habits through the lessons of blood and tears, and was forced to resolve them one by one amidst the pain. By noon, after experiencing all kinds of hardships, Xian finally got what he wanted. Looking at the prominent mark on the skill bar, Adventurer Swordsmanship, Intermediate, and the 50 points of interference value added, Xian finally felt that his beating hadn't been in vain. As the saying goes, sweat more in training, bleed less on the battlefield. He hadn't experienced the latter, but he had certainly experienced the former. He didn't know if anyone else had ever been beaten until tears flowed involuntarily. He had experienced it, the kind where holding it in was useless, and being kicked directly caused tears and snot to flow. It was so embarrassing. As expected, by the time it was almost time for lunch, he was in a half-dead state. What was even more terrifying was that Ryu seemed to have discovered the approximate time for his body to recover through careful observation. She had left him just enough time to recover by the time it was time for lunch, appearing very thoughtful. He was also wrapped in deep love. Why did he feel like crying when thinking about it like this? For the sake of his dignity, and to avoid losing face in front of the girls, even though his body ached terribly, he forced himself to stand up and shuffled back to eat. The only thing that could offer him comfort was perhaps the spoon in his hand, which had felt heavy when he first held it, but now felt as light as a feather. He knew this wasn't because the material had changed, but because his strength had increased. At this moment, he could even vaguely see the flight paths of insects outside the window in the distance. Such growth left him unable to muster a single complaint about the grueling training. Instead, he felt nothing but immense gratitude. He was even tempted to craft a plaque for Goddess Estrella to offer up in thanks for letting him join this family. By the way, I haven't seen Goddess Estrella today. The goddess has business today and left early this morning. She should be back by evening. If plans haven't changed, the captain and the others will likely return at that time as well. I see. That's great. It'll be lively once everyone is back. Hearing this, Ryu Lion smiled gently. The boy had already started treating this place as his home. Compared to many of her previous companions, he was integrating quite quickly. After resting for a bit following lunch, it was time for the tense and exciting training session again. Unlike yesterday, this afternoon's training was about mastering the various small tools used by adventurers. To better cope with the complex and varied environments of the various floors of the dungeon, adventurers had, over long periods of experience, created and mastered the use of many tools, all little tricks that could provide assistance in actual combat and improve survival rates. For instance, how to use bandages, how to tie ropes, and where to store potions so they wouldn't be easily damaged while remaining quickly accessible, and so on. After all, being an adventurer wasn't just about having great combat power. Even the naturally airheaded heroine Ace Wallenstein from the original story taught the protagonist Belle many techniques beyond combat to ensure his effectiveness in the dungeon. Compared to the dungeon, an adventurer is more like an explorer in an unknown, dangerous place. While great strength allows them to resist the primary threat, monsters, it cannot protect them from the hidden dangers of the environment. Poisonous miasma, traps, and bizarre environments are not things that can be easily handled by someone with only raw strength. After all, it is a profession that constantly faces danger. How could there be so many glorious moments for one to show off? Those idiots who don't pay attention to these things will be taught a lesson by the malice of the dungeon and the monsters. And all of this, with the help of his interest in the system, was firmly memorized by Xian and etched into his physical instincts. The following time was the same as yesterday, heading to the Adventurers Guild to get close to the cute Aina. Oh, wait, I mean to study. He felt like he had never felt this fulfilled before. After once again draining Aina's reserves, Xian and Ryu Lion set off on the journey home, feeling satisfied as the young girl looked on with a spirited expression. Upon returning to their base, they found it brightly lit. The two exchanged a smile, having already guessed what was going on. Sure enough, after arriving at the main hall, they found everyone there, preparing to hold a party. Seeing the happy smiles on everyone's faces, they must have had a very fruitful harvest this time. Seeing Ryu Lion and Xian enter, the enthusiasm of the group rose to an even higher level. They had gone to the dungeon to help Xian better integrate into the team. Returning from their careful research in the dungeon to find that Xian had also been earnestly learning how to become a qualified adventurer gave them a sense of relief that their efforts had not been in vain. How much a person has changed can be discovered through various subtle behaviors. Compared to the beginning, Xian's breathing rhythm, standing posture, and other series of movements had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was the usual gathering, but this time, the dinner party included an activity where everyone had to find a dance partner. This caught Xian off guard. He had never learned to dance. So, was he supposed to be a spectator? When he told his red-haired captain this thought, he saw her raise a finger and shake her head with a light chuckle. That won't do, Xian. For us, although fighting in the dungeon takes up the majority of our lives, it is not everything. The negative emotions that accumulate rapidly between life and death need a way to be released, and finding joy is one of the methods to release such emotions. Therefore, dancing, which can make people happy, is also one of the blessings bestowed upon people by the gods, and it is a skill that every adventurer must master. Hearing the captain say this, he was instantly awestruck. His mind suddenly opened up, and he highly agreed with his captain's words. Little did he know, watching the sparkle in Xian's eyes, Elise wore an expression of, plan successful, inside. Although what she had just said was indeed the truth, it was not the entirety of her thoughts. She still wanted to see the boy's awkwardness while practicing dancing, as well as his shy expression. Since she wanted to do this, she couldn't be a participant, she had to be a spectator. To that end, she needed someone to cooperate. Thinking this, Elise looked around at her companions. Quickly, she locked onto a figure and unconsciously revealed a sly smile. Then, she cleared her throat to hide the expression on her face, and after confirming that everything was fine, she set off. Arriving in front of Ryu Lion, after some coaxing, she handed the task of teaching Xian to dance over to her. It must be said that Ryu Lion was also easy to trick. With the excuse that a master must teach everything, plus a bit of rhetoric about living harmoniously with companions, she easily fooled this upright elf. In fact, it was also because Ryu Lion didn't internally object. The responsibility of being a master, the guilt over the training mishaps, and most importantly, not minding contact with Xian, all these factors combined urged Ryu Lion to suppress her shyness and agree to the request. Goddess Estrella, who had observed the whole thing from the side, said nothing. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth already explained everything. She, too, wanted to see such fun. The interesting interactions between the children were, in her view, the most amusing pastime. Thus, with the goddess's tacit approval and the captain's intentional initiation, this interesting activity began. Kaguya and Lyra, who were nearby, also gradually discovered the anomaly in this matter, but both chose not to expose it for their own respective reasons. Kaguya, as always, wanted to see the stinky elf Ryu Lion make a fool of herself, while Lyra did so because she had glanced at her goddess's expression. Finally, after several seniors finished their performances, it was Xian's turn. Just as he was somewhat at a loss, he was pulled onto the makeshift stage by Ryu Lion while still bewildered. Who? Hold my waist and follow my movements closely. You should be able to do it now, right? Give everyone a surprise. Letting out a long breath, Ryu Lion unconsciously softened her tone, lifted his hand, and demonstrated the posture for a duet. The best way to relieve tension is to focus on what is in front of you and not let your mind wander. The dance they were doing this time wasn't a noble social dance, but a more common campfire dance. There was no dislike, only a slightly accelerated heartbeat. Looking closely at this moment, she suddenly realized his face was actually quite handsome. Xian also subconsciously acted according to her words after hearing Ryu Lion's voice. There was no helping it. 2 days of high-intensity training had helped him form a conditioned reflex where his body listened to Ryu Lion before his consciousness did. Did he really think all those sticks were eaten in vain? The System Orange Cat was also very considerate, having already analyzed Ryu Lion's movements to calculate every step of this dance. Combined with the assistance of his own innate talent, dancing was unexpectedly not as difficult as Xian had imagined. Accompanied by the soothing yet passionate music, the perfect display of the two figures on stage caused Elise's intention to watch the fun to fall through. However, she was not disappointed. Instead, she felt an alternative kind of satisfaction, a satisfaction from a plan backfiring in a good way. Looking at the sincere smiles on both their faces, she seemed to have discovered a new kind of fun. Xian perfectly cooperated with Ryu Lion to complete every movement. Although it lacked the necessary agility, as a first attempt, it was perfect. As their figures intertwined, looking at the beautiful woman with a serious expression before him, an unusual feeling unconsciously rose in Xian's heart. The person before him was the first he had seen upon opening his eyes in this world, the one who had extended a helping hand many times when he needed it, and the one who had delivered that perfect, first encounter kill, to him. Dancing itself is inherently influenced by the emotions of the dancers. With Ryu Lion's proficiency and Xian's enthusiasm, their rhythm gradually synchronized. He experienced the joy of dancing, and at the same time, he seemed to have fallen for the beautiful elf before him. At this very moment, the two on stage were the most dazzling focal point of the entire place. Seeing the two shining on stage, the many members below couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and envy rising within them. They wanted to dance with their new little brother, too. When the song finally ended, Xian, who had just been led off the stage by Ryu Lion in a daze, didn't even have time to rest before being snatched away by the bold werewolf girl needs to start another dance on stage. With someone having taken the lead, everyone else grew bold as well, lining up one after another. For a time, the ball turned into a dance party exclusive to Xian, with everyone competing to have a turn with him to see who would receive the highest rating. Elise and the goddess were happy to see this and even joined in at the end. It was fortunate that Xian had great endurance, or else no one could have withstood being passed around like that. The joy-filled farce finally concluded when the goddess announced that Xian's best partner was, indeed, Ryu Lion. Afterwards, an exhausted Xian looked at the panel, which was clearly marked, dancing, intermediate, and felt like crying, but upon seeing the 40 points of intervention value he had gained, he felt it was all worth it. He had taken a moment to ask the orange cat why the increase in intervention value seemed off. Hadn't his previous swordsmanship and archery added 50 points when reaching the intermediate level? Why hadn't dancing added as much? The orange cat explained that because it was a life skill and relatively simple, the beginner level added 10 points and the intermediate level added 30 points, totaling 40. As for the techniques learned that afternoon, they didn't even qualify as skills, so they offered no point bonuses. Hearing its explanation, it seemed much more reasonable. So he asked again, isn't it supposed to be intervention? Why do I get points for leveling up skills? The orange cat replied that as an intervention source, the stronger his power, the greater the effect of his intervention. For example, if he were level 6 right now, the rampant Evolus would have to account for his strength as a member of the Estrella Familia and refrain from certain illicit activities, which would constitute a form of positive intervention. The strength and variety of his skills also played a crucial role in his power, so he could earn intervention value. Even leveling up, any action that made him stronger, could yield intervention value. With that explanation, Xian understood. Wasn't this similar to deterrence? He got it. As the banquet ended, everyone cleaned up the mess together. After confirming that the other members would have a day off tomorrow, they laughed and prepared to tidy up before heading to bed. Tonight, the goddess did not update Xian's status. For one thing, she had just updated it yesterday. Even with Xian's rapid progress, it was normal to go 2 or 3 days without an update. For another, the other members who had returned from the dungeon needed updates, and they took priority. If there were too many people at once, the goddess wouldn't be able to handle it. This was perfectly normal for large familias. Because of their massive numbers, it was almost impossible to update statuses constantly. Unless you were a person of exceptional talent who could catch your deity's eye, you would be waiting for months or even years. That was common. Conversely, because small familias had fewer people, the deities weren't as pressured when updating statuses. As long as the deity cared about the familia, status updates were expected. Could this be considered an advantage of small familias? Xian had no complaints about this. After all, the Estrella Familia didn't have many members, at most, it would only be a few days. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't dwell on it and planned to rest once he finished his current chores. After all, he was tired enough for today, and he had to wake up early tomorrow to make breakfast for everyone. Just as he finished cleaning up and was about to head to his room to rest, he was called over by his deity. Xian, wait a moment. Ah, Goddess Estrella, is something the matter? Suddenly stopped, Xian approached his deity with a puzzled expression. Get ready to go somewhere with me tomorrow morning. We'll push your training tasks back. Understood, Goddess Estrella. Although he was puzzled by the goddess's sudden request, he agreed immediately. It might be something good, after all. Then it's settled. I'll wait for you in the dining hall tomorrow morning. We'll head out after we enjoy breakfast. Understood. Good, go get some rest. Watching Xian's retreating figure, Estrella wore a sweet smile. Has your plan succeeded? The voice of their captain, Elise, came from beside her. The goddess did not turn around but spoke directly. I've already made an appointment with Hera. I'll take Xian to see her tomorrow. If it's truly effective, then beyond just knowledge, he might even gain a level 7 mage as a mentor. Is that so? That's wonderful. Ah, this was an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect Hera to propose it herself, it didn't seem like her usual self. I pondered it afterward and eventually discovered a possible reason. You mean? Elise had a guess, and her expression turned serious. Silence, is a very beautiful woman. Not only beautiful but also incredibly powerful. Elise, you have a heavy responsibility. Ah, Goddess Estrella, you must be joking. Would she really do something as bandit-like as that? Elise was astonished. She truly hadn't expected that Hera, the deity of the Hera familia, the top familia in Orario, would do something so inconceivable. Do not overestimate the gods, bottom line when it comes to seeking amusement, Elise, or we wouldn't have descended to the lower world in the first place. Furthermore, why do you think that woman has such a poor reputation among the gods? Besides, if the person in question is willing, there is nothing I can do. Estrella said with some helplessness. As a deity representing justice, if a child truly wished to transfer to another familia, the path she upheld meant she could not overly obstruct them. Hearing her deity put it that way, she, as the captain, finally realized the gravity behind this seemingly festive event. If Xian were to be bewitched by that silence, they would essentially be working for someone else's benefit. Xian was the successor to the familia she valued, she would absolutely not allow such a thing. Gazing at Xian's retreating figure just like her deity, Elise's expression grew increasingly resolute. Oblivious to all this, the first thing Xian did upon returning to his room was. Orange cat, I'll take the remaining 2 skills. Understood, meow. Acquired skills, sun breathing technique, martial arts Baji. The next day. To give everyone a surprise, Xian woke up especially early. Before the sun had even risen, he was ready and had arrived at the kitchen. Sure enough, the kitchen was empty. Looking at the countless fresh, tender ingredients around him, Xian flashed a confident smile. He had cooked in his previous life, so he knew the basics of heat control. With the help of the gourmet codex, Xian felt like a tiger with wings. With everything ready, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. His skillful movements didn't look like those of a novice at all. Thanks to his training over the past 2 days, his control over his body had greatly improved. He could replicate these simple hand movements with 100% accuracy, relying on the memories that appeared in his mind. Organizing kitchen utensils, preparing ingredients, demonstrating knife skills, cooking. Everything was so natural. No one was there to observe the pleasing sight in the kitchen, but his smooth movements embodied a sense of ultimate, self-assured confidence. Steamed buns, xiao mai, porridge, janbing guozi, egg-stuffed pancakes. Dishes of delicious food, meticulously prepared, were brought to the table, and a rich aroma drifted throughout the entire Estrella familia before anyone realized it. It even wafted into the noses of the familia members who were still fast asleep. It smells so good. What is that scent? It seems like it would be delicious. Yeah, where is it coming from? That direction, is it the kitchen? Is there anyone in the familia who can make food that smells this good? Pushing open their doors, they saw other members poking their heads out as well. Everyone wore a look of confusion, all drawn out by the aroma, some not even fully dressed. They were all well aware of the familia's usual meal situation, apart from a few who could cook something decent, it never really reached the level of delicious. Was the sun rising in the west today? Who's in charge of cooking today? It seems to be Xian. He has this skill. Let's go take a look. The familia members, awakened by the scent, decided to get ready and go see what was happening. Goddess Estrella, who had arrived at the dining room first, tasted this food that didn't seem to belong to this world immediately after her initial surprise. This is excellent, Xian. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. It seems we need to focus on this a bit more. A happy smile spread across Estrella's face. The familia's food situation had always been a nagging, if not major, issue. While they could fill their stomachs, it definitely couldn't be called delicious. She had always regretted that there was no improvement in something that could provide such positive mental feedback. The little ones in the familia were usually busy, and the times were not peaceful, so no one had time to study such a less important skill. She just hadn't expected such a big surprise today. Seeing the satisfied smile on Goddess Estrella's face, Xian also felt a great sense of inner satisfaction. Seeing the curious heads poking out from the edge of the dining room, Xian greeted them enthusiastically. Everyone, take your seats. I made plenty. If it's not enough, just come find me. Yay! Before Xian could finish, everyone rushed over to their usual seats, grabbing whatever looked appetizing and stuffing it into their mouths. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. The various dishes, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, whetted the appetite of even Ryu Lion, the elf who usually didn't pay much attention to food, causing her to eat a few extra helpings. She thought no one saw her little actions, but little did she know, Xian had already quietly observed it. So she likes vegetable-filled buns, and shumai, huh? Noting that down in my little notebook. Discreetly instructing the orange cat to record this key information, Xian continued to serve everyone breakfast. In the end, with everyone reluctantly promising to help clean up the mess, Goddess Estrella took a refreshed Xian and left the familia base. Finally, experiencing the feeling of being worshipped by everyone was truly amazing. Plus, being the cook without having to wash the dishes was a joy in itself. Goddess Estrella, where are we going? Walking on the bustling street, after recalling Ryu Lion's cute appearance just now, Xian finally remembered to ask the purpose of this trip. The base of the Hera Familia, one of the two strongest familias in Horario. Having just enjoyed the food, Estrella was in an exceptionally good mood, and her tone of voice was much more relaxed. Oh, so you specifically asked for me. Does this matter have something to do with me? Very clever, you guessed right. I reached an agreement with Hera yesterday to use your special healing skill to help them treat a special patient. If it proves effective, your path as a mage will have a very mature and powerful teacher to guide you. Goddess Estrella tapped his nose and chose to tell him everything directly. She hadn't told him before because she wasn't sure if it would work, and it wouldn't have been appropriate to give him an unrealistic fantasy. Now that it was settled, she naturally chose to tell him everything. Goddess Estrella, you went out yesterday for my sake. You are all my lovely children. As your patron deity, I should always do something for you. This was a patron deity, always thinking of her own children, making one feel unknowingly enveloped in love. Thank you, Goddess Estrella. Facing such a gentle deity who cared so much for him, what else could Xian say? He could only express his gratitude with the highest respect in his heart, while internally planning to accelerate his project of putting a statue of Goddess Estrella in his room to worship every morning. So whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your own ability. The illness suffered by that special patient is an incurable disease that even the blessings of gods cannot improve, but rather causes to worsen. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an opportunity. I see. Then, what is this patient's name? Althea, titled, Silence, an existence known by the gods as a monster of talent. She is the strongest member of the Hera Familia after they lost the Empress, and a series of other core members. She is a level 7 mage, and at the same time, a total beauty. Oh, never heard of her. This wasn't Xian's fault, he had only followed the anime, and the time he was in now was the background time of the story. Who would be bored enough to pay attention to background characters in an anime world? It's fine if you don't know. However, little Xian, you must be careful. If you succeed, don't let your new teacher lure you into their familia. If you did that, I would be very sad, woo woo woo. Xian had never seen such a scene. This kind of motherly matriarch suddenly acting spoiled and pretending to be sad was just too unfair. So, before the attention of passers-by was drawn over, he hurriedly promised, absolutely not, goddess. It was Ryu Lion and everyone who saved me on the verge of life and death, gave me a place to stay, took me in, and treated me like family. I will absolutely never betray everyone. I swear it here. This was his truest thought. Everyone had done so much for him, if he betrayed them, he would be unworthy of being a person. Good child. I believe you, and I thank you for liking us all. The goddess changed her face in a second, happily patting Xian's head. Estrella was also very happy. This child's inner fire of justice was becoming increasingly brilliant, he was gradually understanding the true meaning of those hidden words in his heart. And Xian also asked the orange cat spirit in his heart. In the situation the goddess mentioned, my skill should be able to cure it, right? After all, the apothecary's rank is right there. As the star god of the universe, the power bestowed by such a great existence shouldn't be unable to cure even such an incurable disease, right? Host, you guessed correctly, meow. The life-type healing ability can restore any injury except for those involving laws. According to what Goddess Estrella said, this person likely suffers from a congenital disease, and it is possible to use powerful life force to reshape a healthy body for her. As long as you can apply that skill to the next stage, you can completely cure this disease. At the current stage, replenishing life force and alleviating symptoms can still be done, meow. I see, then I can rest easy. A level 7 mage teacher, and a beauty at that, I'm really looking forward to it. Who wouldn't want to have a beautiful teacher with a sweet voice? Putting everything else aside, interacting with a beautiful woman always puts one in a good mood. Silently ending the communication with the orange cat, Xian became confident. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of his healing ability. To think that the next stage could even completely cure an incurable disease, what about after that? This is truly the breath of abundance, it's really hard to even die. Accompanied by Xian's wild thoughts, they arrived at the Hera Familia base. The gatekeepers, who had been informed of the situation in advance, let them pass directly after seeing Goddess Estrella's iconic figure. Don't let this goddess appear gentle, elegant, and easy to bully, whether out of official orders or inner respect. They did not want to create any unhappy memories with this special deity. They were not the big shots in the Familia who could ignore the threats of Evolus. AI model. Gemini -3.0 Flash. As they entered the main gate, they were greeted by a waiter who led them through the magnificent buildings to the council hall used for receiving guests. After tea was served and they were asked to wait for a moment, only Xian and the goddess were left in the room. He finally began to observe his surroundings carefully. As expected of a top-tier familia, one could glimpse the tip of the iceberg of its sheer scale just from the luxury of their residence. The decoration of just this council hall alone could rival some lavish palaces. It was hard to say whether it was a waste of resources or the height of extravagance. Sitting on a leather sofa that felt like it could swallow a person whole, Xian felt somewhat unaccustomed to such a level of softness. Noticing this, he couldn't help but curse himself inwardly, thinking he was like a mountain pig unable to appreciate fine bran, destined to be a poor loser. He also admired the calm and composed demeanor of the goddess beside him. She could sit on the wooden benches in their familia home and also sit on this soft, luxurious leather sofa without losing a shred of elegance or poise. Every gesture revealed an aura of ancient and noble breeding, which was likely one of the reasons why the children of the lower world felt so close to the gods. They didn't wait long. In just a few minutes, footsteps could be heard approaching from a distance. The doors opened, and two beautiful figures walked in. In an instant, Xian felt an exceptionally uncomfortable sensation, similar to altitude sickness. His body felt as if it were being weighed down by something, the air felt viscous, and he found it hard to breathe. Within moments, his face had turned a deep red. His distress was quickly noticed by his own patron deity. She raised her hand to stroke his head to help ease the pressure as they sat down. Miss Althea, could I trouble you to restrain your aura? This child is only level 1. Hearing this, both Xian and the silver-haired girl who had entered were momentarily stunned. What the heck, this is just an aura. Can the unconscious aura of a level 7 alone cause such a painful reaction in me? If she released her full presence, would I die? My god, is it really that ridiculous? Xian's heart shook with massive shock. He felt the sudden awe of facing a mountain of power. Meeting a truly powerful person for the first time, he felt nothing could be more shocking than this direct experience. For a moment, he didn't show fear, but instead, a desire for power unconsciously rose within him. My apologies, Lady Estrella. I was reckless. Please allow me to apologize. The silver-haired girl's voice was very pleasant. She lifted her skirt in a curtsy to apologize to the goddess of justice, and simultaneously, Xian felt the abnormal sensation in his body vanish. She truly hadn't done it on purpose. After all, for someone of her standing, the people she interacted with usually wouldn't be unable to handle her mere presence, so she basically never paid attention to such matters. Yet, she had instantly restrained her aura the moment she noticed. It was truly terrifying. Only now did Xian have the strength and ability to look up and clearly see her figure. Silver hair, an overall black gothic evening dress, an exquisite face, and a figure that was clearly very nice. She was a peerless beauty who could make anyone feel better just by looking at her. Well, no matter. I know you didn't mean it. Should I say as expected of the designated trump card. To have such a presence at only level 7, if you reach level 9, you will surely surpass that person. Enough, Estrella. There's no need to waste each other's time. You and I aren't exactly gods with a deep friendship. Let's get straight to the point. The blonde noblewoman beside her spoke up, her tone carrying a natural sense of superiority and impatience. She heard the subtle sarcasm in the goddess of justice's words, but because her side had made the initial mistake and they were the ones asking for a favor, it was hard to argue back. She possessed a face and figure even more striking than the young beauty beside her, but her temperament and attitude only conveyed coldness, like a high and mighty queen looking down upon the mortal world. Xian's evaluation of her was, a mature beauty who shouldn't open her mouth. Alright. You're the same as ever. Then again, you are a large familia, so you must be busy. Now then, Miss Althea, please come forward and hold out your hand. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl took a deep breath after glancing at her own deity. She walked up to Goddess Estrella and Xian and extended her slender, jade-like hand. At this moment, her heart was inexplicably excited. Xian. Understanding what he needed to do, Xian immediately stepped forward and naturally grasped the slender hand before him. He was no longer the fledgling bird who had just joined the familia, he could handle a small matter like shaking hands with a beautiful girl with composure. Very soft. This is what a girl's hand should be like. As expected, Miss Tsubaki is the outlier. While sighing inwardly, he activated his skill, Breath of Abundance. A visible wave of green life energy passed from Xian's body through their connected arms into the silver-haired girl's body. Seeing this, the previously impatient blonde noblewoman unconsciously straightened her posture. Althea suddenly felt her body lighten. All the pain she had once felt vanished. She felt something rapidly filling the voids in her body. It was so warm and comfortable that she even felt her body regaining its vitality. Her face flushed. A never-before-felt sense of comfort made her unable to stop herself from letting out a soft moan. Under normal circumstances, she would never have allowed herself to lose composure like this. Seeing the girl looking so intoxicated, Xian was already used to it. He could only lament that she really was quite ill. He had discovered that anyone receiving his healing for the first time would be more or less overwhelmed by this unprecedented comfort. The more someone suffered from illness or pain, the greater their reaction, because it was like pulling one's senses from one extreme to another. The feeling of going from pain to comfort was definitely different from going from normal to comfortable. The reaction of the girl in front of him was much greater than Miss Tsubaki's, which only showed that her spirit was constantly being tortured by her broken body. The treatment didn't last long. After her reaction gradually subsided, Xian proactively let go of her hand. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt her movements were subconsciously reluctant to let go. How is it? Our agreement should hold, right? Seeing the girl's complexion turn rosy and her appearance becoming radiant, the corners of Estrella's mouth curled into a clear smile. At this moment, she knew that she had won this gamble. Once the girl returned to her side, Hera impatiently grabbed the girl's arm to check her body. The body was filled with pure life energy. The volume was so great that it had filled her entire body, to the point of temporarily suppressing the curse-like focus of her illness. It was much better than the best healing effect she had anticipated. This had already reached the level of health Althea had when she first joined the familia. It was effective, although it didn't cure the root cause, the delaying effect was excellent. Moreover, just as she had expected, following this trend, a complete cure was possible. Exchanging a look with the girl, who was now somewhat embarrassed and annoyed by her earlier loss of composure, this noble goddess finally revealed a sliver of a smile. Little guy, what is your name? Xian was startled. He looked at his own goddess, who gave a slight nod, and then said formally. To Goddess Hera, my name is Xian. As you can see, I am a newcomer to the Estrella familia. Very good, Xian. To be honest, you have indeed given me a surprise. Then, this high and mighty deity actually gave Xian a faint smile before turning to look at Estrella. Next time Althea goes to your headquarters, she will bring the formal contract. 3 dedicated teaching sessions per week, with 1 treatment session each time, until that little guy is capable of helping her fully recover. Is that acceptable? Yes, that is quite reasonable. Seeing that she had gotten what she wanted, the goddess of justice agreed readily. Good. Then, as the primary deity of Warario's strongest Hera familia, to celebrate our cooperation, I shall give you another gift. Seeing how straightforward the other party was, Hera was also pleased and clapped her hands. The door to the side opened, and a male attendant-like figure walked over carrying a tray, on which lay a book. She brought it before Lady Estrella. This is. The goddess looked shocked. She hadn't expected Hera to be so generous as to include such an item as a bonus for this transaction. Consider it a token of gratitude for your willingness to help, Estrella. I never thought there would come a day when I would receive help from your justice. I acknowledge this favor. At this moment, the leader of the strongest familia displayed her magnanimity. Very well, then. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. A moment later, the sound of a closing door echoed as the guests departed the luxurious residence. Hera looked at the girl from her own familia, who still seemed lost in thought, and wore a teasing expression. What, are you that reluctant to let him go? Your strength is obvious enough, and they haven't gone far. Why not go and drag him back? I'd be happy to see it happen. Lady Hera, please, do not make such low-brow jokes. I'm just feeling a bit incredulous. The silver-haired girl, blushing slightly at her deity's words, looked at her healthy hands, which had undergone a drastic change and were now faintly flushed with blood. At this moment, she felt, for the first time, what it truly meant to be alive. It was like a patient suffering from a terminal illness for years suddenly finding hope for life. To her, everything else now seemed unimportant. Indeed, that was the purest vitality. Why would that little fellow possess such powerful and pure vitality? And I also noticed just now that he transferred the vitality from within his own body to you. To show no ill effects after transferring such a massive amount of vitality, that brat must have quite a few secrets hidden inside him. Althea, the target is a young man, so the difficulty of your task has decreased. Don't let me down. This. Until they met the two of them, they had assumed this new child would be a girl, because it was truly hard to imagine that Orario could currently produce a male adventurer who met Estrella's standards for recruitment. After all, even the so-called pure-hearted elves were mostly filled with hatred during this period because their homelands had been destroyed, let alone anyone else in these turbulent times. Althea herself did not know that after the treatment she had just received, a ripple had formed in her originally deadened heart toward the young man who had given her hope for life. The world, which had gradually turned gray for her, was now quietly regaining its color. After leaving the Hera Familia headquarters, Estrella handed the wrapped book to Xion. Go ahead and read it when you get back. It is a very precious item, after all, and it is better to use it sooner rather than later to avoid any complications. Understood, Lady Estrella. Taking the book from the package, Xion tucked it close to his chest. Combining the knowledge he had learned from little Aina over the past 2 days with what he had seen in the anime from his past life, he roughly guessed what this was. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be a mage book. Interestingly, unlike other magical worlds where mage books are mostly items held by mages to enhance magic, acting like weapons for a mage. The mage books in this world are one-time use items, and their effect is very powerful. They help the user awaken a magic spell. In the original story, the protagonist Belle obtained a mage book under the arrangement of the goddess Freya, and after reading it, he awakened that signature magic, Firebolt. People capable of creating mage books are mostly those with extremely high attainments in magic. These individuals are usually revered as sages and are powerful beings capable of creating miracles with their own strength. It can be said that in Orario, a place where the gods gather, these are still extremely rare resources of immeasurable value, items that would make even large familias green with envy. Do not let the fact that Belle obtained it so casually in the anime fool you. That was the calculation of the leader of the strongest familia in Orario at the time. Therefore, Xion was no different from a child carrying gold through a busy market. If it weren't for the goddess accompanying him, he would likely be trembling inside, as he was holding hundreds of millions in wealth in his arms. He also felt a hint of gratitude toward the great goddess Hera. Although that goddess's personality wasn't great, she was truly extravagant to use such an item as a mere bonus. Speaking of which, what kind of magic would he awaken? Xion felt a secret joy. This kind of sudden windfall really felt different from the feeling of working hard to earn points and exchanging them for something. His inner anticipation was instantly piqued. By the time he returned to the headquarters, it was already nearing noon. Considering it was his turn to cook today and everyone was present, he went straight to the kitchen. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen figure appeared there. Lady Kagaya. Is there something you need? That's right, wearing a kimono, with long black hair and a beautiful face, it was that Far Eastern woman, Kagaya Gojono. Ah, it's Xion. Well, I have a small favor to ask of you. The girl had a shy and hesitant look. If Xion hadn't been teased by her before, he might have actually believed it. But since they were companions in the same familia, he didn't say much and asked directly. Please, go ahead. It's just, if you're cooking, could you let me help out? Actually, I'm quite interested in your culinary skills and would like to learn. You don't mind, do you? Having previously taught him with such a far-fetched excuse, only to be slapped in the face by the meal he made, she felt quite embarrassed. This request to learn was also motivated by a desire to apologize. Of course, Lady Kagaya. Or rather, I would be delighted. Xian was very happy, or rather, he was very willing to accept such a request. He would never refuse someone who recognized his skills and wanted to learn. He felt very proud that this delicious food could be known and loved by this world. Although he didn't know if she had other motives, it didn't matter, he didn't care. Next, Xian began to teach her hands-on. Because Kagaya had some basic cooking experience, although the methods might be a bit different, she learned very quickly. Before long, with their combined efforts, lunch was ready. Fearing there wouldn't be many people, he made some home-style dishes. But Xian had underestimated the lethality of his delicious cooking. Originally, on days off like this, most members of the familia would skip lunch to engage in their favorite activities. Therefore, whichever member was on duty on such days was usually happy because they could skip a meal and take it easy. But today was an exception. When Xian and Kagaya brought the prepared food out to the dining hall, they saw the familia members sitting neatly in their seats. Seeing them bring the food out, their glowing eyes and the saliva involuntarily dripping from their mouths said it all. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen everyone sitting so neatly when it wasn't a party. Why did it feel inexplicably like feeding small animals? He didn't dare to reveal his inner thoughts, because Lady Estrella was also there. If she found out what he was thinking, she would surely be sad. He methodically placed the food on the table, and then, looking at everyone gazing at him with longing, Xian snapped back to reality after being poked in the side by Kagaya. Alright everyone, please, dig in. Okay. After getting the go-ahead from the head chef, the group, no longer able to restrain themselves, immediately started devouring the food. If not for the presence of their deity, some of the more eccentric individuals would probably have eaten quite wildly. Watching the joy on everyone's faces as they were conquered by the food, Xian was also infected and smiled. He really wished this moment of happiness could last forever. There was only one thing. Instructor Ryu, who was also present, looked at Kagaya standing with Xian with a hint of confusion. This time, he wasn't spared. Xian, having the time, had to be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Fortunately, his physical fitness had improved quite a bit, and he had Kagaya's help. Otherwise, cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks for over a dozen people really wouldn't have been something he could finish in a short time. However, why did the way Lady Kagaya looked at him feel a bit off? Her hesitant, inspoken look was a bit creepy. After cleaning up and confirming the time for afternoon training with instructor Ryu, Xian returned to his room and then impatiently took out the mage book. Magic techniques even a slime can understand. Looking at the Chinese translated on the page, Xian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Which genius came up with this name? Could they put a little more effort into it? Is it appropriate to use such a name for a mage book? Who would open this book after seeing such a title? The first reaction would be to doubt the author's intelligence, right? Wait, could this actually serve as a form of protection, keeping the book from being used by those who don't know its true purpose? Could the author actually be a genius? Xian stroked his chin, feeling he had discovered a key point. He then quickly pushed these miscellaneous thoughts to the back of his mind and began to read with full expectation. Let me see. Magic is divided into two categories: the innate type, which is possessed due to racial characteristics, and the acquired type, which is triggered by the grace of the gods. Acquired magic, simply put, is self-actualization, interest, identification, hatred, yearning, or longing for something. The trigger for activation always exists within oneself. Slowly, Xian fell into a special, unconscious state. A process of questioning his inner self began. So, let's begin. For me, what is magic? A miracle that doesn't exist, a reality the heart longs to possess, hope sufficient to turn the tide of battle. What is magic like for me? Destroying heaven and earth is just the appearance, the core is the insight into an application of the rules of the world. What kind of pursuit does I have for magic? Just like having administrator privileges, I want to have the right to flip the table. Quite an ambition. Yes, because I have had enough of a life manipulated by irresistible forces. So this time, I want to have the power to say no to the world. Yes, this is me. Detecting that the host has awakened normal magic. displaying magic attributes. An alarm rang in his ears. He subconsciously sat up, and after a few seconds of confusion, he understood his current state. Once he realized what was happening, he quickly ran out of the room to gather at the training ground. On the way, he moved his mind and called up his status panel. Host: Xian. Occupation: Pharmacist of Abundance, Apprentice. Status: Healthy. Magic Power: 50. Skills: 1. Resilient Body, Passive 2. Pharmacology Mastery, 3. Flow, Beginner, 4. Adventurer Swordsmanship, Intermediate, 5. Archery, Intermediate. Magic: 1. Breath of Abundance, 2. One Thought. God and Demon. Consumes magic power to strengthen the next skill, attack based on one's own will, producing special effects in line with one's intent. The strength of the effect is determined by the amount of magic power consumed in the clarity of consciousness. Oh, is this the new magic he awakened? It's a very imposing name, but what does it mean? He had a rough outline in his mind, but it felt incomplete. And at such times, our encyclopedia cat needs to make an appearance. It means you, host, have awakened an amazing magic. As expected of the genius chosen by me. Ha ha ha, although I'm quite happy to be praised by you, can you explain this magic to me? Of course, this is a will-based technique, meow. A will-based technique. That's right. Magic that skips the process, consumes energy, and directly achieves the effect is a low-tier version of wish magic, meow. For example, meow, if there is a high-level magic barrier in front of you that cannot be broken without using special solutions or methods, at this time, you can think internally about your attack having a magic-breaking attribute, or unlocking, and activate this magic. This will make your next attack actually possess a magic-breaking effect, thereby breaking the barrier. You could say it's a universal magic, meow. Holy crap, that's so badass. Could it be that I am actually a genius? That is absolutely beyond doubt, meow. However, this magic is limited by your magic power and your cognition, so it still needs to be used with caution, meow. For the same thing, the clearer your will is expressed and the more explicit your cognition is, the less magic power is consumed and the better the effect. Conversely, the more vague your will and the more superficial your cognition, the greater the magic consumption, and there is even a risk of directly draining your magic power, leading to failure, meow. For example. For instance, if you want to destroy a barrier, the magic power consumed by thinking, destroy the barrier with the next attack, is more than the magic power consumed by, cover the next attack with a magic-breaking attribute. And even for attaching a magic-breaking attribute, if you were a magic master who understood the inner workings and essence of the magic-breaking attribute, the magic power consumed would be much less than if you didn't know these things. I see. Why does it feel both practical and useless? Hearing the orange cat put it this way, he understood, but it felt stuck in the middle, neither here nor there. No, this is a god-tier skill because its key lies in relying on the simple stacking of magic power to form a leapfrogging sublimation, meow. For example, with your breath of abundance, if combined with this magic, you should be able to reach the effect of the next stage with your current magic power, meow. Not only is it a practical effect, but it can also help you familiarize yourself with the effects of the next stage, meow. Whoa, when you put it like that, the coolness factor just went up. Filled with excitement, Xian ran toward the training ground, full of motivation. Before long, he saw that familiar blonde figure. Instructor Ryu, sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine. I just arrived as well. Let's begin. Yes. Looking at Instructor Ryu opposite him, Xian decided to give her a surprise. He was going to use the sun breathing he had newly acquired last night. The memories were already etched in his mind, and his body began to move according to those combat memories. The memory of thousands of practice sessions was mobilizing this new body, and the rhythm of Xian's breathing began to change. Instructor Ryu, opposite him, also sensed a change in Xian's breathing, simply because it was too obvious, a somewhat harsh sound, like air being torn apart. It was hard to imagine that this was a sound produced by breathing, and that faint sense of threat made her raise her guard. Although she didn't understand why he suddenly used such a strange technique, she still remained vigilant. Gathering strength in his feet, Xian rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Because his body's various states were fully mobilized by the breathing technique, he had nearly a 50% boost compared to yesterday, and this speed had already exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. In Instructor Ryu's somewhat surprised eyes, he swung the wooden sword in his hand, a horizontal sweep. Sun breathing, first form, waltz. An incredible phenomenon occurred. Flames attached themselves to the blade. It was not an illusion, but flames in the truest sense. A crimson circle of flame revealed its form for the first time, as scorching as the sun. Instructor Ryu, having long since sensed the threat, dodged at the first opportunity, but because she misjudged the damage of the attached flames, a portion of her skirt was burned. What the? Xian was shocked. Wasn't this thing supposed to be an illusory flame? How did it materialize now? Did he misunderstand it? That shouldn't be. According to the original work, those were indeed special effects. That's not it, meow. It's because you subconsciously used the breathing technique to mobilize the magic power within your body, meow. These flames are the manifestation of your internal magic power according to your will, meow. The orange cat answered in time to clear up his confusion. Holy crap, that actually works. That's so cool. This went from a simple physical attack to a dual attack of physical and fire attributes. However, isn't something wrong? Why is the sword still burning with flames even though I've stopped the move? Because it's a wooden sword, meow. The orange cat answered this idiotic thought. Realizing this, Xian hurriedly shook his right hand holding the training wooden sword. After a few shakes, the flames on the wooden sword disappeared. Looking at the charred tip, the sword could be considered half destroyed. Hey, sorry buddy, I really didn't expect this to happen. He felt some regret for this wooden sword that had accompanied him for a few days. He had thought it would be able to accompany him through the training period. Was that just now an accident? At this moment, Instructor Ryu walked over, observing Xian's expression. It seemed that he himself wasn't very clear about what had just happened. I suppose so. Sorry, Instructor Ryu. It seems that the magic power generated by the magic I just awakened automatically combined with the technique I wanted to perform, creating a special effect. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Xian rubbed his head embarrassedly, looking at the scorched corner of Instructor Ryu's skirt, and offered an apologetic smile. I see. Indeed, in that case, it's unavoidable. But what is this about awakening magic? Does it have anything to do with the goddess looking for you this morning? Yeah, it's like this. He spent some time explaining how he had saved someone, gained a mage teacher, and was gifted a grimoire to awaken magic. Instructor Ryu listened and nodded unconsciously, without showing any jealousy or other negative emotions. I see. Did you stimulate your magic power at the same time you awakened magic? That is indeed a very precious gain. Congratulations. For a normal person to stimulate magic power, they often need to have certain conditions met and be guided by a professional instructor through a special ritual. Otherwise, even if they possess magic power, they might never be able to mobilize and use it in their entire life. But as your teacher, although it's not the right time, I still have to lecture you. Such important matters concerning one's personal strength must be spoken of cautiously. You must never let outsiders know. I know that, of course, but Instructor Ryu, you aren't an outsider, right? I just thought it would be fine to tell you. Xian felt a warmth in his heart and explained. Ah, I understand your feelings. Thank you for trusting me. It seems there's one more thing I need to teach you, basic control of magic power. It just so happens that I know a little bit about it. Get ready. Yes. In the time that followed, Instructor Ryu first taught Xian the most basic techniques for controlling the flow of magic power within his body. Finally, just before heading to the Adventurers Guild, she enabled him to master how to autonomously control his internal magic power, so that a dangerous incident like the one just now wouldn't happen again. The time arrived. Bringing the delicious homemade meal prepared for the young girl, Xian and Instructor Ryu headed to the Adventurers Guild again. Having been taken care of by her for so long, if nothing else, a meal as a gesture of gratitude was necessary, wasn't it? When he handed the bento to the young girl, she politely declined, but when she was attracted by the aroma and actually tasted the delicious food Xian had made, she finished the entire large box of bento on the spot without leaving a trace, to the point where, after enjoying it, she saw her round belly and awkwardly wanted to stuff herself into a hole in the ground. Facing this scene, what else could Xian and Instructor Ryu do? They just held back their laughter and pretended not to see it. Watching the girl's shy expression with tears in the corners of her eyes, combined with the reason for it, Instructor Ryu was fine, but Xian suffered. Because he was in close contact, he almost gave himself internal injuries from holding it in. After finishing his studies with Aina again, facing the night, Xian returned to the base to prepare dinner for everyone. It was popular as always, and someone even suggested that Xian should be responsible for all 3 meals in the future. He didn't mind, but it was rejected by the captain. The reason was, what would they do if they got used to the delicious food made by Xian and found it hard to swallow the tasteless dry rations when entering the dungeon later? Also, this would delay Xian's progress. These words successfully shocked the restless team members. After enjoying the delicious food again, Xian was called to her room by the goddess Estrella to update his status. On one hand, there were no members who needed to queue today, and on the other hand, it was about Xian's grimoire. Have you used the grimoire yet? The sweet voice sounded as always, a voice that could make people feel calm inside unconsciously. Yes, I awakened magic and also stimulated my magic power. Facing the inquiry of his deity, Xian answered honestly like an obedient good child. The goddess's gentleness was irresistible. Is that so? It seems it's indeed not bad. Then let's take a look at the full picture of this new magic. In the light, the beating of the divine characters gradually stopped, and the new magic appeared. And this newly awakened magic made the goddess surprised and somewhat dazed. Magic awakened acquiredly through a grimoire is generally the embodiment of the things the awakener desires most in the depths of their heart. And this magic, one thought, God and demon, celestial abyss, if it really reflects the inner heart of this boy, then his ambition is not small. Does a mere shift of thought make one a god or a demon? It is truly an arrogance engraved in his bones. It's just that I don't know if it's good or bad for justice. The world that could give birth to you is truly amazing. The goddess smiled slightly. She wasn't stupid. This child's personality seemed so out of place with the others in Orario. She had already perceived the essence of this child at first glance and used her falna to conceal it when she decided to let him join. His future could be as kind as a saint or as cruel as a demon. But what of it? She had already decided to interact with him, so she would definitely do her best to help him achieve the true justice in his heart. After finishing the status update, she also copied the status. At this rate, you should be able to level up in about a month. Handing the copied status sheet to Xian, Estrella sighed unconsciously. The boy in front of her was really making rapid progress. Xian LV. 1 Strength, F327 Endurance, E493 Dexterity, G299 Agility, F317 Magic, I53. Development Ability, None. Magic, Breath of Abundance, One Thought, God and Demon. Skills, Clear Heart Fire, Hidden, Resilient Body, Pharmacology Mastery. Speaking of which, is his improvement speed a bit fast? Is it because the training effect is significant at the beginning? How much was Belle's numerical growth in one go when I watched the anime before? Although there were some doubts, there was more of a sense of accomplishment. The basic training should be about done, right? Yes, Sister Ryu said that at the current level, I can already go to the dungeon to start exploring. Xian said excitedly, he was still very much looking forward to his dungeon journey. Is that so? To be able to reach this level in just a few days, you have really worked hard. You are truly a good child. Before he knew it, the goddess had come behind Xian and pulled him into her arms. Xian immediately felt a pair of bountiful breasts pressing against his back, and he immediately felt how soft it was. Goddess. Xian was shocked and wanted to break free, but was stopped by the goddess. Just for a while, let me hug you for a while, Xian. You've really worked hard. Without a trace of distraction, warm, like a mother's embrace, it was truly healing, so much so that he didn't even realize how he got back to his room afterwards. Staying here felt like his second home. Everyone here was truly good to him. The next day, Xian got up early as usual. Although in Instructor Ryu's eyes he was already a qualified newcomer, he was not satisfied with that. Not to mention that the most important thing in doing something is persistence. Just after seeing the combat power that was almost at the pinnacle of this world yesterday, he could not allow himself to slack off in the slightest. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his talent and irresponsible to himself and those around him. However, unexpectedly, just after he finished his basic training and begged Instructor Ryu to teach him some higher-level techniques, someone came to their Familia base. The visitor was a member of the Hephaestus Familia, aiming to deliver something to him. The equipment he had long looked forward to had been forged. Through chatting with the other party, he learned that it should have been delivered by Ms. Tsubaki personally, but because of something urgent, they were sent instead. To ensure that the items were indeed delivered to Xian, they were elites of the Familia, level 4 adventurers. This made Xian even more curious. What kind of equipment could require two powerful level 4 adventurers to escort it? After confirming Xian's identity, the two adventurers handed him the equipment wrapped in white cloth behind them, and then turned and left without lingering. Established a connection with Hephaestus Familia interference value plus 100. Seeing this prompt, he was stunned, and then he understood. So the matter with Tsubaki last time only counted as finished now. That's quite reasonable. Such a strong escort force makes one a bit curious about the items being escorted. Watching the two adventurers leave normally and looking at the two large packages in Xion's hands, Instructor Ryu was also a bit expectant. Everyone already knew that Xion's equipment was forged by that master craftsman. It would be a lie to say they weren't curious. If nothing else, with that person making a move, it must be a boutique product that is very suitable. He, it's rare for you to be so expectant, so let's take a look directly. As he spoke, Xion didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly opened one of the packages in his hand that was somewhat round and relatively light. What came into view was a matching set of light armor and a very handsome piece of clothing similar to a trench coat style. It looked like it was a set of equipment. These are all very high-end materials. To be able to forge orichalcum into such a light armor style. The title of Master Craftsman is truly well deserved. And the material of this clothing, is it nylon? It's also engraved with a magic shield that can be automatically activated. In my eyes, this set is definitely the high end of the high end. Even for a level 1 newcomer, wearing this set would allow them to hold out for a while in the middle floors. Picking up a piece of armor and tapping it, feeling the exceptionally crisp sound, Instructor Ryu couldn't help but exclaim as she identified the quality of this equipment with her perspective as an elf and an adventurer. In terms of the criteria for judging armor, she really couldn't find any flaws in the set of equipment in front of her. Holy crap, so cool. Xion was completely attracted by the handsome white and red appearance. After all, whether it's strong or not is a temporary matter, but whether it's cool or not is a lifelong matter. This set of equipment seemed to be customized for a mage-type adventurer. The armor coverage area was not large, covering only certain key and weak points, such as the chest guard, knees, shoulders, etc., while other places were made of lightweight fabric. But one cannot underestimate the defensive power of these fabrics. Not only is it the highest level of nylon, but the defensive magic engraved on it can also provide an extra layer of protection for the equipment in critical moments. The size was completely tailored to his body. Xion couldn't wait to put the upper trench coat on. In an instant, Xion's temperament changed, giving people a very wise feeling. It fit very well and was very comfortable to wear, making it hard to imagine that this was a feeling a piece of clothing could provide. How is it? Instructor Ryu. It fits very well. A little bit handsome. Instructor Ryu's face flushed slightly, a change so small that Xion didn't see it. Inexplicably, Xion, wearing this set, leaned closer to the direction of that vague figure in Instructor Ryu's heart. Hearing that Instructor Ryu actually praised someone, he was also a little happy and embarrassed. To divert his attention, he opened the other, longer package. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.